receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means I'm in a very dangerous position, and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder, and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker, and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards, and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance. So my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward, and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder, who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker, and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
What's going on, everyone? Olelito here. I'm a professional FIFA player for Ninjas in Pajamas, and today I will be showing you a masterclass how to defend in FIFA 22. In this masterclass, I will be showing you first of all how to play a switch, how to pressure play, and how to use your center backs in the best kind of way. First of all, I have the ball with my CM here. The thing is that I play a very sloppy pass here, trying to reach my other CM. The thing though is that the R1 pass in FIFA 22 is super effective. And why? Because the accuracy of the pass is very good. So the thing I want to do here first of all is to bumper switch to the closest player, in this case that's closest to the striker making a running behind, which is my center back. So I'm switching to my center back here, as you see, and from now on I'm in front of the ball. So most likely I will get it, which happens, and after that I can start my attack and hopefully score a goal. The second topic I want to talk about today is where to press, and I can tell you for a fact that this will improve your defense in FIFA 22. So as you see here, I'm brave enough here to be able to control my center back and trying to put pressure on his winger. And I'm actually, at the same time as I'm putting pressure on his winger here, as you see in this clip, I'm also cutting off the passing lane to his winger, then making a run in behind. So the thing I'm doing here is to always still put pressure on him, because he feels like I'm very close to him all the time. He makes a rush decision, and the outcome of this then is that he is running out with the ball, I'm getting a throw in, and I can start my attack from there. The third topic of today is how to use the center backs. And I think it's a very hard thing in this FIFA to do. First of all, I see that he is starting a very dangerous counter-attack. So he gets the ball into his striker. The thing that is going on in my head here is I need to put pressure on the ball holder. So the thing I'm doing first of all is to put the R1 pressure with your R1 bumper on your controller with my right center back here, which allows him to basically don't have any passing options here. As you see, the only thing he can do is to go forward. But at the same time here, I see that he has tried to do the play lock option, which you do by pressing down your L3 and R3 at the same time. So I'm switching to my left center back here to be able to cover the space in behind, which can be very dangerous because we know these through balls in this game are effective. So I'm switching to my center back, but at the same time trying to put pressure on the ball holder, which then results in me getting the ball and starting a good attack. So guys, this has been Olelito for you all. Thank you so much for watching this masterclass. See you on the pitch.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFA E World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Dasari, Moalba, all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
64 players, 2 days, 1 goal. Qualified to compete in the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFA E World Cup. Live from London, the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs start now.
Well, hello everybody here in the studio and everybody watching at home. Welcome to London, which this weekend has the absolute honour of hosting this amazing event, the FIFA Global Series playoffs, which is the only chance for our remaining 64 players to qualify to compete on the biggest stage of their careers, the FIFA E Club World Cup. FIFA E World Cup, it's so exciting. We are so excited to be here. As always, we have been every single tournament this year. I'm joined by this amazing duo, Mike Lobel, Kyle Walker. Welcome back, guys. I mean, this is special because we haven't had a FIFA E World Cup since 2019. When you hear that, Mike, what does that make you feel? What emotions does that bring about?
Well, first off, I'm happy to be back. And I know half the competitors here have never qualified for a FIFA E World Cup. So that's going to be massive for their trajectory, their careers, just pushing their own narrative.
Yeah, it's going to be massive, of course, whoever qualifies and then for the chance to lift that trophy. And Kyle, we don't have a defending champion, which is big, which means someone new is going to lift that trophy in a couple of weeks' time. Does that really kind of kick the door open for everyone else that they can believe that it's possible to A, qualify and B, win?
Definitely. I mean, 128 players started here on Thursday, and they will have all dreamt that they could have qualified to go through to the FIFA E World Cup and then lift that trophy, knowing that the defending champion, Moalba, he's not here this season. And we know how amazing he's been in previous years, but now it's time for somebody else to shine. We've got some players here who have had plenty of experience at E World Cups, but there's some players that haven't, and who knows, at the end of this season, we might have one player who's broken through and made a name for themselves and etched it on the trophy in history.
Well, that's a bit what, like Moalba did, of course, in London in 2019. No one expected him to become the champion, and he did just that. Well, let's bring up to speed then on how today works. We started with 128 players on Thursday. I'm going to say we started with many more at the beginning of the season as well. They all tried to qualify for this due to ranking points and obviously winning competitions to get here as well. But today we start with 64 players, and that just gets slashed in half at the end of tomorrow. We'll send 32 players to the World Cup, which takes place in Copenhagen in about 3 weeks' time. So they'll book their seats on that plane to fly out there. And this event, though, it started on Thursday. It was a Swiss stage there, and I've spoken to a couple of players, and they were pretty nervous. I think there was quite a lot of pressure in the room on Thursday, Kyle.
One factor we have to consider is some of these players may have never played with this amount of spectators, with this amount of competition in the same room. They were all here. You can see how busy it was. You can see how close all of the competitors were. And I will tell you this, the emotions were running high. As you can see right there, there was misery, there was upset, but there was some excitement as well, knowing they're coming through to this weekend, dreaming that they can make their way through to that FIFA E World Cup.
Yeah, they had to get 3 wins, of course, there to go through. Some got 3 and squeezed through, some got 5, and are probably feeling pretty confident, Mike. But let's talk about the players that are here. We mentioned No Moalba, but we've got former world champions. We've got former runners-up at the World Cup. We've got E-Champions League champions. We've got Team of the Season Cup champions. We've got so many names. Are they all guaranteed to qualify?
When we're looking at the FIFA 22 season, we have the best of the best. And the answer is no, they're not guaranteed to qualify. Those are previous achievements. It's a new day. It's a new way that you have to get into all the action. And even day to day, it's almost a reset when you went from the 128 to the 64 and now looking for that final 32.
But surely those players I mentioned come in here and feel more confident. They come in here knowing they've got those accolades already under their belt, Kyle.
Yeah, some of them will be feeling confident. There's one man that I have spoken to, Fnatic Tex. We had a conversation before. He's here. He's not even competing today. Why is he here? Because he wants to put those hours in. He needs to practice. He said it himself. He's not feeling 100%. He's not feeling like he's at his best right now. This is a man who we've been talking to throughout the season, who's been very, very confident with what he's going to do. Now he's kind of turned a little page, so he's got some time to work on that. So maybe all the achievements from the rest of the season, they're out the window. They're not thinking about them. If they don't do it this weekend, their season's done.
Yeah, their season will be done. We mentioned there's 64 players then that start today, and we'll cut that in half and have 32 by the end of play tomorrow. They're groups, though, guys. We have A and B today, and then C and D tomorrow. So the guys in C and D have to wait quite a long while to compete again. They obviously were here on Thursday. They've got Friday and Saturday off. But let's look then. 4 groups, 16 players in each. Day 1, groups A and B, that's today. Day 2, that's tomorrow. Groups C and D, 3 rounds per group. You've got to win twice, Mike Labelle, to go through. Double elimination.
No doubt, and I can already feel the intensity and the drama that's going to be incoming. You see some of these household names in the Group A bracket where you're looking at a Tuga maybe pops out, or Dolan Mike. We're going to see Ololito in action shortly, or even Dammy. And the way this works is basically you win 2 and you're through. If you lose 2, you're going home early, and unfortunately for those competitors, you were 1 step away.
You are, and you have to be in that mindset that if you do lose that first game, you do drop to that lower bracket, as you can see just there. Well, actually, how do you fight back? How do you change? How do you adapt very quickly to ensure you don't lose that second game? Your season's not done and dusted, because lose 1, you're not quite out of it. You can fight back, and how many times have we seen competitors lose that first game, change something, adapt, win the second one, then it's all to play for, and then they go through, they get that second win, and that's all you need. They won't be thinking about that if they qualify for the FIFA E World Cup. They'll be thinking about what do I need to do next, and this weekend, that'll be history.
Well, Abomaka and Ololito, they're on the main stage. You might be able to see them over to my right-hand side. We're calling one matchup our feature matchup. Those guys have, I'm going to say, the honour of opening up this weekend's competition. Abomaka from Saudi Arabia. Do you think he will have looked at MS Tassari and gone, he's been a world champion before, maybe following in someone's footsteps there, Mike?
I think it's hard to ignore when you have arguably the greatest FIFA of all time. Depends, on some debateables, maybe not as clear-cut. Depends who you talk to.
Who's
but
the goat,
without
who's
a
not?
doubt, one of the most influential players, period. And of course, sharing that nation, there's no doubt that you've seen one of your countrymen do well. You're thinking the same thing. I can do the same.
And for Ololito, the man sat opposite him, I mean, how many times have we seen him at major tournaments? How many times have we seen him gain more and more experience? And here he is on the big stage. He'll not be fussed right now. He'll not be scared. He'll be taking all of this in his stride because he's been here before. Maybe the FIFA E World Cup is another stage, but he'll just be taking this qualifier and thinking, right, what can I do? What can I do to ensure I'm playing my game? How do I defeat my opponents? 2 wins and you're through. And we've seen Ololito do that before. I'm sure, I'm going to say it, we'll see him do it again.
Well, he's been on this stage, albeit it looks a little bit different to the Team of the Season Cup when he was here. That stage was epic, as is this. But that is our feature matchup then, which is going to kick off these playoffs. Abomaka taking on Ololito. And we're going to introduce to you now 2 more members of our team. We've got Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa. Welcome, guys. How are you over there in the corner? How are you getting on? Are you looking forward to this?
Absolutely. We can't wait to get underway. It's been a long time coming, the playoffs, and we're here now. We will be having a FIFA E World Cup this year. And it was back in 2019 of July, Ryan. We had a back-to-back road trip from Hamburg to Berlin of the playoffs, and it feels like a long time ago because it was a long time ago. And we're back here. We had 128 in what was a pit behind us a few days ago. Now there's only 64 that remain. Today we'll crown 16 people going to the World Cup. Tomorrow we'll do the same. Yep. It's going to be a fun 2 days, isn't it?
Yep, definitely. Of course, great to be alongside you again. You can see in the backdrop tons of players, tons of guests as well supporting their their players, hoping they can make the World Cup. But it's not going to be easy. It sounds easy enough. 2 wins out of 3 to make the World Cup. But of course, you're playing players that have reached this stage on merit, players that are unbeaten, potentially players that have qualified through the FGS season or the domestic leagues, as some games are starting off. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, well, as you said, it's as simple as it sounds. Well, it isn't as simple. You win 2 games, you go to the FIFA E World Cup. Alongside that, you bag $10,000 on your road to Copenhagen on the 14th to the 17th of July in just a few weeks' time. I think a few people spoke about it in the pre-show, especially Mike LaBelle, who said, forget about the Swiss result. There's people that have gone 5-0. There's people that have gone 3-2, like Olli Liito, maybe not scored all the goals in the world. But you're in knockout play. That was 2 days ago now. Forget that. It's knockout FIFA, Ryan. You know better than anyone.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, it's a game where, obviously, skill dependent is very important, but the mental side of it is very effective as well at this stage, because we know what's up for grabs. One slip up and it could be game over, job done, and you knock yourself out of the playoffs. And we know what it means to make the World Cup. So these players, especially Olli Liito, somebody that has reached the latter stages of tournaments and has crowned himself as a champion before. We hope he can do it again, but at this time at the biggest stage.
Here we go then. First game underway here in the FGS playoffs, live from London. We're bringing it to you. It is our featured matchup. From Group A, we are calling it Group 1. It is Olli Liito against Abu Makar. Sweden against Saudi Arabia. And a player that has really surprised us all. I put out a tweet earlier today. It was 15 in total, actually, players that have been in the FIFA World Cup prior to this. Abu Makar, 4-1 in the Swiss round. Only lost 1 game, Ryan.
Yep.
But been putting people away in the Swiss rounds. He won 2 FGS qualifiers this year. He's the #1 ranked player on the leaderboards there that's come through. He's not leaded a league format. He's just come through the FGS online qualifiers. And he's coming to play, and at the moment, he's 2 games away from the World Cup.
He really has, and as you said, he's dispatched his opponents, you say relatively easy on some occasion. He scored 14 goals in the last game in the Swiss format to reach this stage. So he's coming in on a huge run of confidence. You say for Olli Liito, he started off in a different way, lost his first game, ended up having to retrieve it from a 1-win and 2-loss situation to win back-to-back. He won his last game on penalties to qualify for this knockout stage as Abu Makar brings the ball forward.
It's going to be 2-legged game of FIFA. Could be an early start. Abu Makar, I don't know what's happened there. Is he offside in the end? I think he is just about. He would have went down as an own goal, and not the best start for Olli Liito here. As we've said, you win 2 games, you go to the FIFA E World Cup. Of course, those are 2 separate 2-legged matchups. You win this, you stay on your winner's bracket, you go into the quarterfinals, we've called it. As this does take place, though, other names in this group, Ryan, that do deserve a mention. It's Manu Bashore, who went 5-0 in Swiss, 17 years of age. Team Hullet, a quick word on them, Ryan, producing monsters.
Genuinely, they have the talent factory in abundance. Every player that they have has the accolades and the performances to show for it.
Other players in here as well. Dolomite, recent virtual Bundesliga champion. Dami, he Premier League winner earlier this year. He's also in this selection of players. Group A, which will take place between 2 and 5 p.m. here in the UK. Later on today, we'll go over to Group B, where we'll see the likes of Kone, Afonso, Zazinio, Danny Pitbull, former East Serie A champion, even Didi Chris Liito in that pile. Here comes Abu Makar now, trying to go forward. He has been a high goal scorer here in the playoffs. It was only just 2 days ago where the playoffs did conclude the Swiss round. 128 players turned up to London, those from all over the world. Battled it out in a long day of qualification. Some started early, some stayed till really late, but we had to get that to narrow down to the 64 we find ourselves now. And we will be giving you updates as roars are happening all around us of other games taking place in this group. Olli Liito needs no introduction, a former FUT Champions Cup winner, a player that's on that list of 15 that's been to a FIFA World Cup final. We'll be looking to make it a second E-World Cup final. I think the thing for him, he just needs to start scoring more goals. Easier said than done.
Yeah, he's someone that sort of comes into his own as the tournament progresses. So for him, he'll just be happy to be at this stage, that he's in the conversation to make the World Cup. As you said, he's done it before. He knows what it takes to get there. And his coach will be just telling him, just keep calm. You know what to do, basically. You've done it before.
His words to me were, I'm on main stage now.
Yeah.
There was like a different attitude about him, maybe a different swagger that he's been on main stages. Atlanta to many tournaments in terms of the Team of the Season Cup in a 2v2 environment.
Yep.
See teammates with Levi David, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas coming together this year as one of the Masters teams. Has qualified as well for the FIFA E-Nations Cup with Sweden. Abu Makr trying to do his best to break down these teams. Speaking of the Ultimate Teams, Ryan, I'm sure we'll go into detail about it across these next 2 days, but there has been some changes into the teams with recent promos, shapeshifters coming out.
Yep.
The recent team just dropping yesterday, and on top of that, the team of the season.
Yep, there's a lot of new variations of FUT items in game. You notice Sergio Ramos with his Shapeshifters card. You've got Team of the Air, or not even Team of the Air Messi now, Shapeshifters Messi with the 5-star skill moves coming in a central position. So there's a lot of new player personnel items that are useful in the game now.
Well, as this game takes place, Dolomic is also in action against the newest player in Israel. There's another name that's popped up from the country, who is the winner of the Israeli and Esports League this year. It's Tesla, who leads by 2-1 of NOM Esports. Again, 3 players from NOM Esports arrived here, Ryan. They're all in the knockouts.
They are, and they've taken scalps along the way as well. Yuval Beli defeating Tex, giving him his only loss so far in the playoffs in a narrow game. But as you said, Israel have put themselves on the map this year specifically. They've always had talent in their rosters, but again, this year they're just showing that it's not just talent that's good enough to compete, it's talent good enough to win.
And that's going to be a tough game as well. Dolomic, off the back of his first ever virtual Bundesliga championship, beat Umit in that final just a few weeks ago. He'll be full of confidence coming into this, and also as a player who's been to an E-World Cup. Corner played in, Olilito finds Eder Militao and finds his first goal on main stage here in the playoffs.
Oh, it's a custom corner work there. You can see the goalkeeper movement from Abu Makr trying to nullify it, but it was a ball played in to Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, aerially dominant, using the player lock to switch to someone else. I believe it was Militao who ended up getting his head on the ball to give him the 1-goal lead. And that's something you're going to see now. A lot of those custom corners, the variations to create chances from it, and you can see there, it's very effective.
I think we saw it back in the Champions League, didn't Nicholas?
Nicholas,
sort of
yep.
kicked off a bit of a trend that has been found. I believe even Dux Gaming have done their own research and created a handful of custom set pieces and tactics. But Olilito will lead by a goal to nil. It's team of the season, Eder Militao, that gets us underway. You spoke about the person that was heavily involved in that chance, shapeshifter Cristiano Ronaldo, a player that all these pros, you can understand why, absolutely love.
It's not just the ability he has in front of goal, it's just the second option he offers. Because of his dominance aerially, he can win the ball against, more often than not, most players in the game aerially. So he's just another option. If things aren't going your way, you can look for him as an out ball just to play it long or keep possession, or even, as we saw there, useful from corners. But Marcelo is another item here as he builds up here with him trying to drive into the box.
There he is for Captain Marcelo on a play. Oh no, there's the one more pass that no one saw. Mbappe will run away, and just like that, the surprise package from Saudi Arabia. Abu Makr 10 says, I'm in London and I'm here to play.
Oh, it's a big goal. It's good to get the equaliser early on, a quick response. You can say a slice of fortune. You can see the replay here. Olilito switching with Militao, the goal scorer, doesn't do enough to get a firm challenge, and it's an easy goal. An extra pass across to Kylian Mbappe. It's a simple finish.
How many times will we see that and we talk about, Ryan? Getting down that byline and just causing a headache for your opponent.
Yep, it's a vintage FIFA 22 goal. You just build up towards the byline. And more often than not, if you're not able to get that pass across, you can earn a corner, potentially score from that corner, or even just, in that case there, get very fortunate. But again, sometimes luck, slices of luck, you need that at this stage now.
I think he was the only player out of that promo for Captain Marcelo that still is used in these teams. Here's Mbappe now looking for a brace in quick succession for Abu Makr. Looks for a little scoop turn. Can't quite find his way. Now, as we said, plenty of games taking place in this round as it stands here in Group A. And there is another update here. We spoke about NOM Esports, we spoke about Israeli and FIFA players. It's Tesla, who was up by 2-1, now leads by 3-1. What a half of FIFA. He's had an opening leg. Chance comes in, off the line from FUT captain Marcelo. Olilito hanging in here also at half-time. This game all square.
Wow, that was a huge chance. Of course, you don't want to concede on the dying embers of the first half, so we'd be grateful to go in at level apiece going into half-time. It's been equal in terms of stats as well. The goals scored, possession, chances created. There hasn't been too much to separate either of these players, but I think for Olilito, he's just going to come into his own as the game progresses. But then for Abu Makr, you'd be hoping in his perspective that he can put a foothold on the game, try and leave Olilito with no chance to come back into the game.
Well, half-time here, as we said, every game, if you're new to FIFA Esports, played over 2 legs, aggregate scoreline, as always, playing its part to decide who will be going through onto the winners bracket next round. 2 wins for the FIFA World Cup is as simple as it sounds. For these players, it'll be the biggest 2 cup finals they've played all season. I think it's just that feeling, Ryan, of knowing that there is going to be a FIFA World Cup this year after 2 long years, there's that added element of pressure that no doubt is there.
There really is. Of course, there are some players who qualified in previous years, but for unforeseen circumstances weren't able to attend the actual World Cup. But again, for this time, I think they'll just be hungry to prove that they deserve to be there for a consecutive year. There's a number of players that are in that situation, hoping to rectify from last year. There could be a pass in here as R9 breaks through.
Ramos came out of position originally. Now, it's allowed R9 to just find a pocket of space. Aboumaker building up nicely. Messi tries best to find Marcelo again. All it involved, as always, in these pro teams. Finds Neymar, little turn, what a save from Thibaut Courtois.
Oh, that's incredible build-up play there from Aboumaker, but an incredible save to match there with Courtois.
Just on that, Sergio Ramos, do you think that's the position that Medi will use him at? It seems like a right-back kit.
Yeah, I think it sort of depends on the variation in formations. I think both of these players are opting with a back 4, but if you're going to use a back 3, you could see him in at centre-back, in a right centre-back position. Maybe in at right back, as you said, in the back 4. Could even operate in a centre midfield or a CDM role. He has the stats to occupy basically any position on the field.
The man who helped provide that first goal, Marcelo, has continued to cause nightmares on this left-hand side for Lolito and Sergio Ramos, shapeshifter. So much time and space again as he will probably look to pick up the ball again. It does well. Finds R9. For so long, it's a big tackle from Eder Militao, the goal scorer of the only goal that Lolito has scored so far in this game. Here's some scores coming at the bottom of your screen. You've got that one. Barreto leads by 2 goals to 1. Oh, 9! There's been lots of chat about shapeshifter CR7, but there's one man that's always on a starting 11 in any pro FIFA tournament. And it's that man on your screen, Ronaldo Nazario, who just says, you know what, I'll have a go from 30 yards. That is what he does.
Incredible. You knew it was coming as well. You could see the grimace on Ololito's face as soon as he gave him the chance without moving the goalkeeper in off the underside of the crossbar to give Aboumaker. No, it wasn't. When you're finishing like that and you have the angle, you don't necessarily have to time it. But again, obviously you want to opt for that green time just to give you a higher success chance. But yeah, for Ololito, he didn't move the goalkeeper. He gave him that chance to cut inside with R9 Ronaldo with a finesse shot trait as well. You can't really leave those mistakes at this level.
It's difficult, isn't it? It's one where you either dive into the tackle there and find the space in behind, or you just say, you know what, maybe a little bit of goalkeeper movement. Someone like Courtois in goal, you expect him to maybe get across, but it's just that element of surprise. Some other scores coming through. Tuga leads Curta Diallo, the Frenchman, by a goal to 0. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screen for live results as they fly on through. I know the FIFA scene has been so keen to see some of these results after Swiss rounds did form. That's a nice little roulette from Ronaldo. Here's this one. Diogo Peroto against Barreto, the Portuguese player who just won the recent E-Liga NOS. That is a live game as it stands. 75 minutes in. It looks to be a chance for Portuguese star. They can't quite find his way through at the moment. MGCF Barreto leads by 2 goals to 1. We'll go back to that one shortly with an update as we can. This one, 23 minutes left to play. All these games in their first leg of 2. And all the games just coming from this Group A. Messi finds a cheeky chip. Eder Militao is on the score sheet for both teams.
It's another corner. It's another corner worked in there, played short to Lionel Messi, and of course he's got the dribbling and the quick acceleration to burst towards the edge of the box, and that's a simple cross.
It's simple.
It's very simple. Militao seemed to be unmarked, and when you have him in an aerial battle up against Marcelo, there's several gaps or several inches between them in terms of height, so it's an easy header for him to win. A centre-back up against a full-back, and he's turned it over from 1 goal down to 3-1 up.
Well, he came into this group of 16 players as the ranked 2 player. That comes off a 4-1 record on the Swiss. And you can't say this result we're seeing here in London, Ryan, has been a surprise. He got 800 points in the rankings on the FIFA.gg rankings for Middle East. He was 340 points clear of MS Dasari. Yes, got his spot via the Saudi League regardless. He didn't need to fall back on the ladder, but that's the dominance that this player has cemented on the Middle East scene this year.
Yep, he really has. He's shown his skill set to be not just ahead of MS Dasari, but by that margin. Obviously, Dasari did complete his qualification for the playoffs via his domestic league quite early on, but even still, just having that consistency going into playoffs will give him a huge boost of confidence, as there could be an attack here for Ololito.
Well, he won 2 out of the 4 FGS qualifiers this year as well, which just shows how dominant he's been. I believe it's his first year competing as well. So, spoke about MS Dasari, spoke about a handful of Saudi Arabian players. There is plenty more still flying through the ranks, and so much more to come. Kante finds Cristiano Ronaldo.
Thought there was a pass over the top there that could have been played in. You always see it this year with the through ball played over the top of the defensive line. Seems to generate a lot of chances, but we haven't seen that in this game especially. We've only really seen a couple through balls played, but they've always been on the ground and behind the defensive line.
Final 8 minutes here. There is still so much to unfold in this game. As we know, any time a game is played over 2 legs, you know more than anyone, Ryan, how different this second leg potentially could be. But Aboumakr has still just put his own spin on this game. I feel like he's had the better of the chances. He has created a lot more.
He has, and it looks as if he's changed formation here as well. I believe this looks to be a 3-5-2. The way it's set up, he's got his wide players hugging the halfway line and the byline. Sorry, the halfway line on the edges. So if he does get dispossessed, it will lead to his throw in, and it's easy to keep possession like this. The switch is always on. So I think that's very key. When you're in the lead in these situations with this much at stake, coming into the latter stages of the first leg, a couple minutes to go, you don't want to give away possession needlessly. He'll be happy just to keep possession here. He doesn't even need to go for a last attack. He's up by 2 goals, and he'll be hoping he can see it out in these last stages of the first leg.
And overall, what's impressed you about this first leg from Aboumakr?
I'd say his ruthlessness. He's created some chances, of course. I'd say his first goal was an element of luck, but he's done what he needed to do to take them.
The last chance. Finds Sadio Mane. That'll do us at the break at 3-1 to the Saudi Arabian, who is having quite the time in London at the moment. And if he can keep moving like this, he will be just 1 win away from his first ever FIFA E World Cup. It's our game on main stage. Ololito with it all to do here in London. Plenty more to come over the next 2 days in the FGS playoffs. We're off to our first break. Now, when we return, we'll find out if Ololito can turn this game on its head or Aboumakr make it into the next round of the winners bracket.
Guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player lock as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first, you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Welcome back to the playoffs here in London. If you are enjoying what you see and you fancy having a go at playing FIFA yourself, PlayStation have created their own on-console tournament platform that offers a variety range of gaming titles for participants to choose from and the opportunity to earn a number of rewards, from cash prizes to in-game avatars, and they currently offer a FIFA 22 Open Series tournament for competitive players at all different skill levels. You do not need to be a pro to get involved in this. It is open for all different skill levels. Go to compete.playstation.com and sign with your PSN ID today to play now. Well, let's tune back to where we are in the playoffs here. We've only played one leg so far, but Ryan Purcell, we have got plenty of games and results to talk about in front of our very own eyes.
Wow, some huge score lines coming to mind straight away. Tesla 5 goals up, or 5-2 up against Dolomite. And you can see Manu Bashor losing against Cosmin, 2-1. Emery Yilmaz down by 2 against Hexon Karima's back as well. And of course, Tuga and Ketadilo level apiece.
That damning result as well. We were speaking yesterday to a few people. He has been the man that created the 3-5-2 meta that many enjoyed using, playing with, even at a casual level.
Yep.
People have said that he still feels on form. I saw him put a post out on social media a day or so ago. He said, I'm coming off social media. I'm not going to talk about anything. It's a job for me to do to get to his second ever FIFA E World Cup playoffs. He's a very consistent player. I think it's his first time being back here in Lambert. This is the studio where he won the Premier
exactly.
League.
Wow, that actually slipped my mind. Of course, he's been a fantastic player throughout the years. He's one of the players that I play against, and I just think, wow, this guy is phenomenal. You can tell that he has a formation drilled in and a setup and a game plan, and he sticks to it. He's very disciplined with his game plan, and he also has different variations, whether he's winning, whether he's losing. He knows what to change, when to change.
And I don't think there's ever been a time where he's not got out Swiss.
No, he's a perfect professional as well. He's just a great person and a great player as well, so I'm happy to be seeing him performing well at the highest level.
Well, this is our main stage game. If you have just rejoined us here at the Global Series Playoffs, plenty more to come today. Today we'll be giving 16 spots to the FIFA E World Cup. Then tomorrow we'll be doing it all over again as well. This is our featured matchup. Abu Makka up against Olilito. It is the Saudi Arabian that leads by 3-1 at the break. If you lose this game, you're not out of the tournament, are you, Ryan? You do get a second chance, but it's loser bracket elimination football.
Yep, it really is. And of course, the nerves are already here now, but to lose a game and just know that you literally cannot slip up again is a terrible feeling as the ball whipped in there. You're going to see that a common thing now. Marcelo coming in on the left side, whipping it to the back post, whether it's CR7, whether it's Mbappe. Of course, Mbappe does have the jumping attributes as well to contend at the back post. But as you say, they do have the luxury of a loser bracket in this format. But as you say, the players want to get it done as quick as possible.
Olilito now kicking from left to right in that Team Bullet Ninjas in Pyjamas strip, which is on the game of FIFA Ultimate Team. Shift to Cristiano Ronaldo, looking to add his involvement here. Marcelo back inside to Hullet. Mbappe looks to be dangerous. Messi on the left. Boom! Will always cause problems. That's the start that he needed.
It's fantastic. A build-up play again from the byline, building up. Use the player lock to bring away a defender for Abu Makka, and had CR7 in possession, but he built up well here, playing it back across. Mbappe into Messi on his left foot. It's a simple finish, but it's an all-important goal to bring him back to just one goal in terms of the deficit now, so it's all to play for.
That's the man you want to get on the ball, isn't it, Lionel Messi? Do not let him on his left boot. He'll be causing you problems every day of the week. There are 7 other matches also taking place during this game now. We'll keep you up to date with everything as the goals do go in. Some of those big results, though. Dolomite 5-2 down against Tesla. Sami leading by 2-0, and the biggest one I'd say is you can go perfect in Swiss, but who knows what happens in the knockout at the moment. Manuel Pachore trailing by 2-1 against Cosmin, who just always finds a way to win, so it feels. Here's R9 now, chance, Abu Makka, he did remain composed, and so did Thibaut Courtois. Corner, played short, finds Messi. Not for so long, Marcelo able to win that one back.
Yeah, not this time. The corner didn't work out in a cross or a chance, but that initial chance with Arnan, I don't believe he even anticipated that through ball making it through. But it was calm and composed from him. But great goalkeeper movement initially from Olilito, anticipating the shot across goal and bringing him back as well to cover the near post. So he done what he needed to do to nullify the angle.
Marcelo looking to bring Olilito back into this one. Could be fun for a one more pass. It's R9 who's The player you don't want there, he can go on his left, he can go on his right. We know he's got a 5-star weak foot. Could be a break in play. As we check in with this one, we said there was a storyline to unfold, and it is. The only Romanian left in the tournament, Cosmin, who leads by 2-1. This is live, 23 minutes on the clock. Team Hullit's newest recruit and newest start, after going 5-1 in Swiss, is currently 2-1 down, but there is so much time left to play in that game.
I think Cosmin has come leaps and bounds throughout the season. He's won a championship this year. As a ball whipped into the back post.
Could be back across on a play. Marquinhos comes to save the day. Love the fact as well, being coached by Lev Vinken.
Yep, and a veteran in the scene. Lev is a good friend of mine, a fantastic player as well. So he has the experience to and the know-how on reaching finals and reaching latter stages of tournaments. You can sort of filter it down into Manu Bashir.
Keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. Results coming through thick and fast of all the games taking place here. All are in the second leg, first half at the moment. Half will go through to the winners bracket second round. They'll be one game away from the FIFA World Cup. Half will fall down into the loser bracket. Emre Yilmaz, another player of Team Hullet. 2-2 against Karim is back of Italy. Tuga1, Curtadilo 1. Good to see Curtadilo back on land. It's been a while.
Yep, he's another player again that's been amongst the top players in France and in Europe throughout the years.
Dolomic does get a goal back. He still does trail 5-3 against Nom Esports' Tesla. And that one there, Barreto of Brazil of MGCF Esports leads Diogo of Portugal 4-1. More to come from those games.
Unfortunate pass there in there from Abubakar. So we see again another update. Dami 3 goals up now.
Mr. 352 is
yeah.
he loves it in London in this studio in particular.
For me, you would say he's one of those players where when he's in the lead and in control, it's really, you very rarely see him give up a situation like this. 3 goals for me, it would be over, in all honesty.
You can't quite see it at home, but the players are literally playing back-to-back, 7 stations next to each other. Just about 10 metres or so away from the commentary booth. And it is surrounded, quite literally, by friends, players, spectators. Listen out for many rules as they go in. 36 minutes here. Bellingham finds Ronaldo. Could be in for the equaliser. Olilito! We said second legs are always very different in FIFA esports. There's a great example of it right there.
Yes, I said it in the first leg as well. Olilito is a player that if you're going to beat him, you need to dispatch of him as early as possible, because he finds his own, and you can see the fake shot there to get the angle with Cristiano Ronaldo, a shot across goal to equalise. There haven't been too many chances in this game. I think Abubakar had a chance, I'd say 10 or so in-game minutes ago, that did hit the inside of the post. But for Olilito, he gets the goal to equalise, and it's huge in terms of momentum for him.
Couldn't be a better 38 minutes or so in this one. In terms of confidence for Olilito, gives him all the confidence in the world, doesn't it? Those goals do fly in behind us. You got today, as we will throughout these playoffs. Remember, there are 4 groups to unfold. Each group, 8 players will make it to the FIFA World Cup. By the end of this weekend, 32 will book their ticket to Copenhagen for the FIFA World Cup, where we will be having a new champion. Mo Alba, unfortunately, not involved in the playoffs this year. Will be a new name, lifting the World Cup trophy back on land, and we've been waiting so long for it. What do you think's changed this game for Olilito, Ryan? It just seems like the approach to this second leg is probably very different.
I think it was a first leg where he didn't necessarily do too much wrong, but he's just somebody, as I said, that takes a little time to get in. He sort of uses the first leg to gain information about his opponent.
Could be a chance, Arnott. Finds it back. Look at that close control dribbling. It is superb. Olilito is oozing with confidence in the box. He's done so well just getting in there, getting in that box and then finding the one more pass, which is hell to defend.
Felt as if there was no angle there for him to get it through, but as you say, the left stick dribbling to find the space for the extra pass. Didn't lead to a goal that time, but as I was saying, Olilito comes into his own as the game progresses. Uses the first leg with him and his coach just to gain an understanding of his opponent, their little intricacies, what they do in and around the box. So he might find himself losing, but he always seems to find a way back into games But for Abou-Makar, he needs to, I guess, do more of the same from the first leg. I don't even think he's done too much wrong here, if I'm being completely honest.
No, absolutely. He's has been so good so far in London. Only lost one game. He went 4-1 in the Swiss round. As we said, knockout play to Swiss is very, very different. Actually, a handful of players that went 0-2 on Thursday, right? Then turned around and went 3-2. Cosmin was one of those.
Yep. And he potentially could be finding himself at a World Cup spot.
Talk about pressure in those scenarios.
Yeah, yeah.
Some play the worst state to be. I remember Aero back in Amsterdam went 0-3 in the playoffs, then qualified at 4-3.
Yep.
That was probably the best ever Swiss story I've heard.
Yep, made it to the World Cup as well through that. Again, there are some players that perform extremely well under pressure. There's a great through ball in there.
Could be a chip. You mentioned Mbappe in the air. He's deadly. What a block. At the back from, I believe it could have been Ruben Dias. He might not have known much about that.
I think that chance, if you could have taken that on the first time with R9 Ronaldo, more often than not, you wouldn't be surprised if that nestled in the back of the net. But again, he started this second half a lot better than he did in the first. I believe it's a 3-5-2 formation for Abou-Makar.
Chance, CR7. Ramos wins that one in the air. Not many people can usually stop Cristiano Ronaldo when he's flying above most. That time, the PSG defender. Right place, right time. There you have it. Manu Bachore is back in that game, 2-2. Karim is back. Emre Yilmaz, 2-2 also. Second half games there. We heard roars from Tuga. Can imagine he is leading. There it is, 3-1 he leads against Curtadilo. Chance, CR7! Nolilito with the ultimate comeback. It is complete. He leads by 4-3.
Wow, he's turned this game on its head. A simple pass in there, building up towards the byline. Plays it into Ruud Gullit, and it's just a fake shot with CR7, similar to another goal he scored in this leg. A shot across the goal, and it's another great finish to give him the lead now. The first time he's taken the lead since scoring the opener in the first couple of minutes from that corner in the first leg.
Speak about the mental game being such a big part of competitive FIFA, Ryan. There's no, look at that. 3-1 down, 4-3 up. This is in his hands now to go to the next round of the winners bracket.
Yep, it really is. He needs to keep composed now and just see if he can, well, in this time now, he's got the lead. Can he hold it out? Can Abou-Makar change something and try and get back into this game?
Well, let's check in with another game. The player who was up by 3-0 last time we heard from him was Dami, who won the Premier League this year with Norwich City. Might not be the best season for them in real football in the Premier League, but they won the Premier League. It was an incredible weekend of FIFA. Him and his teammate Goal Poacher. We're heading over to that game shortly to give you an update on the scoreline. Still 5-3, Tez the lead, Fulham Mike. 2 league winners there going at it in their second leg. Lorenzo is running away with that one, the Brazilian. 5-1. 25 minutes left to play here. Marcelo looking to cause more damage on this left-hand side. Finds Gullit. Pause has been cued by Abou-Makar, who's in possession at the moment. Spoke about Dami. There he is. Leads by 3-0 against Dami Sheets. And it goes. What a save. What a save, Courtois. Just fingertips around the post.
Huge save. For a great header, was arrowing into the corner if it wasn't for the goalkeeper making that save at full stretch. But a pause is cued here. You'd anticipate there being some defensive changes as we see roars or hear roars around the studio. There's been a lot of goals going in the last couple of minutes. Important goals as well, because of course some of the games were tied. So it'll be very interesting to see what updates we do have.
Well, a couple of changes happening here.
I believe Olelito's using a 3-5-2 formation as well. Now he's matched Abou-Makar in terms of formation.
Mbappe. That's a Messi now. Watch that ball come into the box at some point. Does well, drops the shoulder, does the Argentine. Lovely. Mbappe, one more. Oh, defended Ramos. Lito can just slow this game down now if he pleases.
He knows as the game progresses, more gaps will end up opening up, but as we see, there is an update.
This one is live. 15 minutes left to play. There could be a chance. What a save on this right-hand side of your screen from Schmeichel. That was the key. Tesla up by 6 goals to 3. It could be on for goal number 7. And now looking to get the ball forward, Spinazzola. Back not to defend fully. 12 minutes or so just left in that one. And it looks as if NOM Esports' delightful weekend will continue, and it shall continue. The winner of the Israeli and E-Pro League is on his way, potentially, to a FIFA World Cup with one more win. This game, though, could be on for a 4-4. If he can find a way through with Mbappe, just held him up well, Olelito. Again and again, Ramos has really come out and played.
He has. That's a vital step up there from Olelito, just to intercept that pass, potentially leading to another pass for a goal, but he's given the possession again, very needlessly, trying to aim.
Mbappe, CR7 in a dangerous area. Did time it green, but it was able to be managed by Courtois. Into the pause menu we shall go again. This will be probably last roll of the dice, won't it, from Abu Maka?
Yep, throwing bodies forward, changing his tactical setup, his instructions on plays, just having more bodies forward, again, trying to get that equaliser. But for Olelito, maybe you could exploit the gaps in behind. Maybe he needs to change to become a little bit more defensive and resound, because he's giving away possession a little bit more needlessly than he would have liked to.
Yeah, pressure is certainly building here in London. You can understand why. The moment that many have waited for to try and get themselves to the FIFA World Cup final. Full-time results are slowly happening. It's a full-time result for MGCF's Barreto, who did take that result. Remember, 2 wins is what you're looking for. Win into the next round of the winners bracket. Those that will drop down to loser bracket will be an elimination game. Spoke about Manu Bachore being the newest star of Team Hullet. From a 2-1 position down, I think he's leading now by 2 goals. He is unbeaten in this playoffs. 5-0 in Swiss, and at the moment, also on his way to the next round in the winners bracket. Messi cuts back, De Bruyne. Just so congested in there from Olelito. Does a great job of that, getting so many bodies back, just to allow no room at all to come through. His results now coming through. 4-0 Dami. Perky Lion 3-0 down. CR7 Messi, look at the time, look at the one more pass. Oh wow! Oh wow! That might be the perfect goal. What a finish.
Oof, that's ice. That is cool, calm and collected there to create that chance. You thought maybe even overplayed it, but the pass back was there. That reverse pass, this pass, and then even the extra one for the extra, or the easier chance for an open goal.
That
to
chance
equalise.
went from like a 70% to an 80% to an 85 to a 91 to a 99.
Honestly, it was perfectly worked there in the box. And the dynamics of the game as well, the last couple of minutes, usually the ones where if you do get a chance, you need to make sure you take it, and that is exactly what he done. But Olelito, though, I said he kept giving away possession, trying to switch the play and play the ball down the line. For some reason, I don't know, maybe he just didn't anticipate there being that sort of press on him, but there's still a chance. He could get a last attack.
Hello. João Cancelo. Olelito had an overload there, but didn't look to exploit that. Could be a chance. Bellingham back to goal. Heung-min Son could be lucky. Vinicius! CR7! Raises the roof in London. And it's the special one from Sweden that has turned the game on its head with the last kick of the game. Olelito is on his way to the next round of the winners bracket.
It's another extra pass there. Again, the pass intercepted, but it wasn't enough to retrieve possession. An extra pass played across goal, and you can see the outpour of emotion for Olelito. It will be the last kick of the game. He advances into the next stage of the winners bracket. He's 1 game away from the World Cup this year in Copenhagen.
There you go. Look at that. Olelito, FUT Champions Cup winner, a former FIFA World Cup grand finalist. Speak about, I mean, when that attack was happening, Ron, you were pointing at the screen like, come on, get going, get going.
I felt the opportunity was there for him to play the pass in initially, but again, he done what he needed to do, built up a little bit slower, and he ended up getting that last goal.
Again, 3-2 in Swiss. Olelito didn't score many goals. He netted 5 in that game. He is on his way to the next round of the winners' bracket. He is 1 game away from the FIFA E World Cup. Well, if you fancied extra time, unfortunately we couldn't give it to you in this instant, but there are some games that are going to overtime here in our opening game here in the Global Series playoffs, and I think it could involve another Team Hullet player.
Another
Emre
one.
Yilmaz. Yeah, another one. There are 4 of them who have been playing superbly well over here. Here we go, then 30 minutes of extra time. It's 3-3 between the Italian, Karim is back, who got his spot via the East Serie A, and Emre Yilmaz, who found his way here via the FGS playoffs, sorry, the FGS ladders.
Scoring a lot of goals as well. I know his first game in the Swiss format was against #Salt, scoring 8 goals in that game without conceding. He's done really well. As we saw a chance there, could have been, but it will be a corner for Emre Yilmaz. Speak about Team Hullet having so many members of the team in the latter stages of the playoffs already, trying to make that World Cup spot. I don't believe we seen, I think we have in FIFA 19 where Rogue had, was it FIFA 19 or FIFA 18, where Rogue had a number of members of players in the World Cup.
Goal Machine, MS Dasari, all at the FIFA World Cup.
And this year there's a potential for there to be 4 from Team Hullet.
Right now there is.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Well, this is Emre Yilmaz. Build him. You look at why maybe Team Hullet have been so well. The infrastructure, the investment they have made into FIFA esports. They're all in boot camp in the Netherlands coming into this tournament. It's not a bad boot camp as well when you're playing against Levi Davids.
Oh,
hello.
That was a red card.
There has been a red card. Kylian Mbappe has just been sent off. I don't know what he was doing back there defending, but Karim is back. He's down to 10 players. And he could be down a goal too. What a save, Van der Sar. Didn't quite see that tackle. But either way, this is an unbelievable opportunity for an overload to try and find the gap where this player is off the pitch. But I mean, it was Mbappe, to be honest, so it's just going to be a lack of a striker.
Yeah, I think for Karim, we just want to keep possession now for the last attack. He doesn't need to go forward now and risk giving away possession. Of course, that being down to 10 men, whether it's an offensive player or defensive, you still have that slight disadvantage. But for Emre Yilmaz, it'd be just hoping that he can retrieve possession and try and get that last attack for himself instead.
Well, referee is saying we've got about 1 or 2 minutes left of added time. It could be our first penalty shootout of the playoffs. We saw drama on main stage. We're going to see more drama just about 10 metres behind us. I mean, it's the only game left to conclude. There we go. Penalty shootout is underway. Luckily enough, the 10 men didn't affect him too much. Solve Karim is back. This is to stay in the winners' bracket. Up steps Karim first with Sergio Ramos from the spot. Will go down the middle and will score. Can it be 1 from 1 as Emre Yilmaz also steps up with Sergio Ramos, who does score.
Back to Karim with a penalty with Cristiano Ronaldo. Which way is he going to go? He goes bottom left, sending the keeper the wrong way. Can Emre respond here with Lionel Messi straight down the middle again? Green time this time.
Perfect pens, 2 from 2. Messi now up for the Italian. Misses down the middle. This is a good chance for Team Hullet. Emre Yilmaz with CR7.
Advantage to Emre Yilmaz. Karim needs to score now with Ruud Hullet. Which way is he going to go? He goes bottom right. The keeper doesn't dive this time. For Emre to keep the advantage with Kylian Mbappe. Goes straight down the middle again.
Has to score. Has to score now. Karim is back. It's as simple as that. Cannot miss. Upstairs Vinicius Junior from the spot. It is saved! And it's another player from Team Hullet that will stay in the winners' bracket. Emre Yilmaz does it via a penalty shootout against the 10 men of Karim is back, who will drop down to the losers' bracket.
Wow, it's always heartbreaking to lose a game on penalty shootouts, but again, the opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of emotion for Emre Yilmaz, winning the game 4-3 on penalties, 3-3 of course going into that penalty shootout, but it's a huge win to get to advance into the next stage of the winners bracket.
Well, let's be honest, Ron, we thought we'd see a little bit of extra time or penalties at least. We did see, just from one of our games of 8 in our first group of players, that there are 4 different groups of 16 players that we're battling out today and tomorrow to get one of those 32 spots for the FIFA E World Cup.
Yep.
And it's great that we had drama already. That Olilito game, last chance goal, saving us from extra time, and what a goal it was from Olilito.
Yeah, you could feel it coming. As I was saying, I was pointing to you when the build-up was happening. There was a little space for him to play the pass in. He didn't do that. He waited for the extra opportunity. Got a little bit lucky, we have to say, with that interception. It wasn't retrieved from Aboumakr in time to stop it. But again, when you have luck, you have to take it.
And as a player that's played in the playoffs, I won't bring back the game that I did enjoy commentating on, but
biggest robbery of all time, that one.
What's the excitement like being at the playoffs, knowing that you are so close to the FIFA World Cup?
Yeah, it's great, of course, being in and amongst it with the best players. We know now, we can see in the background so many players performing at the highest level. It's great just to be back in person. The outpour of emotion.
I'd love to be commentating in that booth. You can see us on the screen just to your right here. That is where all the emotion is happening. We saw it in the last game, Tuga on his feet. We saw a penalty shootout there. That was our last game there as well. But that's going to conclude our first game here in the playoffs. Plenty more to come here in London. For now, it's over to Rachel, Kyle and Mike to break down what we just saw.
What a first round of fixtures there. And I want to highlight, thank you so much for coming and sitting here in the audience as well. I hear there's a little esports event going on across the Olympic Park. That's got nothing on you guys here. This is the place to be this weekend, qualifying for the World Cup, of course. But boys, yeah, let's just talk about that first round matchups. We've got some of the guys getting a W under their belt, sailing through nicely at the moment, and absolute scenes, obviously in the penalty shootout, but on here, Olilito, last minute, 90-minute goal there against Aboumakr, and really just jumping up and showing the passion and exactly what it means to be here, be part of it, and be one more win away from going to the World Cup.
I mean, you see what it means to him, and I would say anything but nice. That was a quality pop-off. You saw a chest bump. I hope that's on a rerun or a highlight package. The emotion, he looked out at the audience, something we usually don't have, but we have that today. You could feed off that energy. You saw the penalty kicks. Already got the drama. I'm sweating, and I don't think it's the jacket.
Don't take the jacket off then if you're sweating under there, Mike Lebel. But Kyle, just talk about the energy in the room after that first round as well. You were kind of in the pits back there, which we're calling it, where all the players who aren't on stage are playing, and that's probably a little bit more of a pressure situation because they're all playing around each other.
Yeah, and they're so close to one another as well, but then just a metre behind you, you've got an audience. Everyone is sat here in front of us right now, but when those games are on, people are getting up close and personal. People are making sure they can see every single moment of action. It's an added pressure. So now you're not just focusing on what you're doing on the virtual pitch in-game, you're also focusing on, well, that pressure that's building behind you. You've got people that want you to win. You've got people that want you to lose as well because they're supporting your opponents. This is a new element for a lot of these players, and that pressure will build up, and it's the ones that can withstand that pressure that will get the W.
A chance to learn as well from each other, kind of learning how they just conduct themselves in a situation like this now that we're back at LAN. Otherwise, it was watching what they maybe have got in their bedrooms through a screen, which was all a bit confusing. We're very much liking that we're back here. Mike Lebel, we're about to have our analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments from that first feature matchup. Aboumakr taking on Olilito. We know the final result, but just talk us through how it unfolded.
If you missed this matchup, you couldn't have asked for a better opener. And it was kind of a tale of two legs in many regards, because Aboumakr really set a tone here. Beautiful finesse shot, crossbar in, counted, R9 haircut achieved. Messi reworking, looking for the extra pass, finds the extra pass, and extends that lead. And we saw a lot of big moments between both competitors with composure. And now you're going to see those adjustments made by Olilito. He sets the tone, makes that extra pass. Messi opens up the body, left foot with the extra emphasis. You've got Cristiano Ronaldo, and now we've tied things up here. And that's what I was talking about, how you can make those adjustments on the fly, the pivots. And he's able to take the lead, but it's not quite done. And I was so happy none of us turned it off. We were on the big screen. We saw people up and down. Just that extra pass that was made there in the 86th minute, I said, okay, this is heading to extra time. Not quite. Maybe some good fortune, but again, extra pass, 90th minute. We've seen it happen in FIFA time and time again. And there's the pop-off.
that celebration just there, you can see how much it doesn't just mean to Olelito, but to the coaches that are there that have been working time and time again with these players, and there's nothing better than getting a last-minute winner. He's got one win, he just needs one more, and he did it in great fashion.
And the fact that he was 3-1 down as well, I think, kind of shows the quality of the player, and not just the quality on the pitch, but the mental strength off the pitch to be that far on the back foot and come bounce back.
And if you talk to any of the competitors here, if you're heavily involved in the competitive FIFA community, you expect Olelito to be there. You want to see him at the FIFA World Cup. He's been one of those rising talents, one of the faces of Sweden, which is one of the most prominent nations. And now he's got that confidence, got that momentum, got the job done, was able to force that comeback. He's got to be riding that wave to a certain degree.
Yeah, exactly. I'll never get over seeing Messi and Ronaldo there in Team Gullit shirts, NIP shirts. That just gets me every time. I love to see it. Let's have a quick look at the bracket then after that first round of matchups and see who got the W and who unfortunately has dropped down and only one loss away from going home. Mike's nodding. He's going to talk you through some of these big matchups.
Oh, man. It's got to be said. I want this Barreto Dami matchup right here. I hope that's going to be the next feature. I think it is. They're posting up next to us. That's where my eyes are instantly dialed in.
But in terms, Kyle, you're kind of looking down to the left-hand side. Dylan Mike has dropped down. He lost his first matchup there. And in quite the fashion, 7-3 to Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, it was 5-1 at one point. I remember nudging Brandon Smith when he was doing the commentating, saying that this score, look at this score, look at this score, because I was quite shocked at that. Dylan Mike is someone that we know burst on the scene in a way, in a similar fashion to who we've seen before with Tex do that, winning tournaments at such a young age. He's gone away, he's worked on it, and he's come back time and time again. He looks grown up now, he's got plenty of experience, but right here he's going to have to use that experience, dropping down that bracket into the lower side, and he has to win this next match, or once again, the season's done. It's now or never for these players.
Well, we're going to stay, though, in the upper side of this bracket, and we've got Barreto from South America. Kyle knows him well. He flew to Paraguay to chat to him. And we've got Dami from the E-Premier League. That's how he secured his spot here. So a man from Brazil, a man from Poland. One of them will get the scarf and get the controller and be on the plane to Copenhagen after this break. Lee Ravel and Ryan Pessoa on the flip side, taking you through that one. We'll see you in a minute.
Jugador de FIFA para Team Heretics, y hoy les voy a enseñar las variantes de la 4-4-2 contención. Acá, como ven, salimos de contragolpe y vemos que él no tiene a su extremo acomodado, entonces la situación perfecta para hacer esto. Acá, como vemos, él tiene el lateral solo contra nuestro extremo y contra nuestro lateral. Lo que hacemos es darse al extremo, pivotear, esperar que el lateral termine subiendo, y cuando él tenga que agarrar inevitablemente el lateral, porque en algún momento lo va a tener que agarrar, le tiramos a un pase largo al lateral nuestro, y bueno, después ya terminamos definiendo con pase al delantero y demás. Bueno, acá, como ven, una situación más parecida. Si bien el extremo está en una posición más aceptable que en el anterior clip, se puede hacer igualmente para saltar líneas. Es muy difícil que te corten ese pase del lateral extremo. No, tampoco se va a pensar que vas a hacer eso. Yo creo que no lo hace tanta gente, entonces es bastante clave hacerlo. Acá, como ven y como decía anteriormente, es inevitable agarrar el lateral en algún momento e irte a presionar, porque si no vas a llegar solo en profundidad a la banda. Acá lo que intenta es cortar el pase de Roberto Carlos, entonces ahí tenía todas las opciones yo de ganar, y nada, él se terminó arriesgando y terminó fallando en la marca y terminó haciendo el gol. Bueno, yo soy Matías, esta fue mi masterclass de 4-4-2 contención y nos estamos viendo.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFA E World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Dasari, Moalba all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
64 players, 2 days, 1 goal. Qualified to compete in the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFA E World Cup. Live from London, the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here in London. As always, my name is Leah Ravel, and I am joined again by Ryan Pessoa. A lot of drama we've already seen in this first round. Lots of comebacks, lots of goals. Thoughts?
We even saw a penalty shootout to top it off at the end, but of course, great to be alongside you here today in London. You can see in the backdrop, I always mention we've got tons of players, some staff, we've got people supporting their players and loved ones to reach the latter stages of the tournament and qualify for the World Cup, which of course, we've already seen the first game in the winners bracket. Would you say, I say there's been a few upsets in my opinion. I think Dull and Mike for me is the biggest upset.
I think this whole weekend so far we've seen a few upsets, even in the Swiss rounds on Thursday. There's a lot of people that haven't made it to the weekend that we'd bet money that they would be on. Yeah,
exactly. So we see the audience here, see some players that were playing in the Swiss format, coming to support their fellow professionals in this stage, at the latter stages of the playoff run. They're so close now to the World Cup. It's genuinely, this game is it to make the World Cup, 1 game away. You can see the players in the pit there playing. It's the same group, Group A, with the likes of Cosmin. We've got Ketadilo. We've got the man I mentioned before, Dull and Mike. We've got Nom Tesla. We've got Tuga. The list goes on.
A lot of people in that pit ready to compete for their ticket to the World Cup. A lot of drama in that last round. We finished off the feature game, the stage game, with a comeback, a crazy comeback that we didn't expect from Olilito. We have another game up next with Barreto and his opponent.
Yep.
Exciting, exciting. What are your thoughts? What's your prediction for this next stage game?
Ooh, this one's tough because I always find it hard to root against Dami, but Barreto is coming in on a rich run of form, into this game. He won 6-3 against Diogo, who, of course, take a look at the bracket and how they reach this stage. And, of course, we saw the first game, Bashor winning a 4-2 against Cosmin. He was 2 goals down, or 2-1 down, to turn it around. The only player in this group to be undefeated in the Swiss format. Of course, he'll be up against Emre Yilmaz, we saw winning that penalty shootout game. So that's a huge game. Both players representing Team Hullet. We do have Tuga, who, as I mentioned, a proud Portuguese man, winning his game against Ketadilo, the Frenchman, to be up against Nom Tesla, the Israeli, who defeated Dull and Mike in that game.
Another upset, you'd say, with Dull and Mike losing 7-3.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say he's one of the players who have reached the World Cup and have won a number of events now. Even though he's still young, but he's done well to reach stages in tournaments so far. But we hope he can bounce back in the loser bracket. We take a look at the other games in the winners bracket that we're going to be focusing on. It is, of course, Barreto versus Dami. And of course, in the other bracket, it is, or the other side of the bracket is Team Haj up against Olilito. That's a big game for the World Cup. Of course, in the loser bracket, we've got Cosmin up against Hexen Karim is back. We've got Ketadilo up against Dull and Mike, 2 juggernauts of the scene. Diogo up against Damshi, and of course, Verkelion up against Abo Maka, who we saw lose narrowly in that last minute against Olilito. I say it's sort of a turn of emotion because you scored so late on, but then you conceded straight away from kickoff in the last minute. It's going to be heartbreaking. So we'll see if we can bounce back.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be heartbreaking, like you say. At least he does have that opportunity to come back. Talking about the match, though, that we're about to see between Dami and Barreto, we've seen Dami annihilate the competition at EPREM, and then create like a FIFA worldwide phenomenon with 352. You can tell that Dami is a goal scorer. He scores lots of goals, but Barreto is also a goal scorer. You looked at the scorelines from those last 2 matches that each of them played. Dami won 4-0, and I think Barreto won 6-3 against his opponent. So can you anticipate a high-scoring game in this one?
Oh, it's hard to say because with Dami, for me, he's one of my favorite players to watch throughout the scene and play against him. He's one of the players where defensively, he doesn't really concede many goals as well. His only loss in this playoff tournament so far was against MS Dasari, and that's no shame to lose against someone of that stature. But again, he seems to score and perform when it matters most as we're approaching the countdown for this game. 10 seconds to go until we kick off the Hughes game. Dami up against Barreto for a spot at the World Cup in Copenhagen. Of course, the loser still drops into the loser bracket where they have a second attempt.
And here we go, you guys, kicking off the first leg of round 2. Any predictions for this match?
I'm going to say Dami to win. I know Barreto has picked up. He won his last game in the Swiss form. He was 2-2, and he won his last game 9-3, I believe it was. So he came in with a big run of confidence, and he also scored a lot of goals against Diogo as well. 15 goals in his last 2 games.
Definitely, that's quite the goal scorer that we're up against now. But talking about Dami a little bit, he's obviously made his formation, his tactics very public. I would imagine that perhaps maybe he's changed something, or do you think he has? I mean, he has a YouTube video on his tactics that he won EPREM with. So how do you think that affects his competition coming into today?
I'd say in a way you can sort of prepare for it because you know what's coming. As we see the pass there, doesn't manage to go into the stride of the Heung-min Son Shapeshifters items with the 5-star. So again, he's a great option going forward. But as you were saying, with the 3-5-2 and Dami, it came into fruition, I'd say, in the EPREM event. And he was saying before going into that, he used to use a different formation, but in practice, he was getting battered by that formation, so he changed to it. And ever since then, he hasn't looked back. He's ended up winning EPREM, qualifying for the playoffs through the leaderboard as well. So he's been fantastically consistent ever since then. And he's a player that, in my opinion, I'd expect to qualify for the World Cup this year.
Yeah, I think I agree. And you know what they say, you can't beat him, join him, right?
Yep, exactly.
Well, we see a lot of different items in each of these players' teams, especially now since we have gone from the last event to, a few weeks later, we have Shapeshifters, we have Tots, we have a lot of different items that players can add to their team. Is there one that you expect to see in everyone's team?
For me, it goes without saying, I think Ruud Gullit, his, see him winning possession there as well, genuinely. His icon moments item is fantastic. It's a pass through there. Couldn't get past the team of the season, Eder Militao. Of course, I know you're a huge Real Madrid fan, so it'd be...
I thought you'd never bring it up.
I know he'd be featuring in your starting 11, but again, there's some players that, despite their stats, there of course are some team of the season cards, some shapeshifter cards with better stats than R9 Ronaldo, than Ruud Gullit's icon moments card, but you just expect them to have just staples in the team. Their foot items are fantastic, and throughout the years, they're the players that you would say are associated with the latter stages of squads.
Definitely. I think you mentioned Eder Militao. He's one that I hadn't seen a lot up until this competition. Even every weekend, I'm seeing the classic Ruben Diaz, Joao Cancelo, the regulars, now Andavera Chiellini, but I'm happy to see, this is the second game that I've seen Team of the Season Militao, so me and my Madrid bias, love it.
It's good to see some new cards with the Shapeshifters release. I think that's a great promo year in, year out, as we see a build-up here with Mbappe leading into Son here.
Paqueta to Bellingham, is that a chance there? And it's blocked by Vieira. Another item that we've seen frequently, I know, a month ago for Team of the Season Cup. A lot of people resort to Patrick Vieira.
Yep, in at centre-back, he has the body frame in-game, the strength. He's, of course, coming in at 6'4". He's dominant when it comes to defending those extra passes across the box because of his long legs, and we know his defensive attributes and physical stats as well on his Icon Moments player item is very important defensively. But again, he's not somebody that I would say is a staple. He's sort of is a hit and miss player. Some players love him this year. Some players will opt to use other players in at centre-back. Maybe it's a Sergio Ramos or an Eder Militao or Marquinhos. But having Vieira is no shame.
Definitely. Now, as a pro player yourself, would you resort to a centre-back with pace or with those physical attributes instead? Because obviously, Vieira isn't quite as fast, perhaps, as some of the other centre-back options. Yeah,
I'd say in a 3 at the back, it wouldn't go amiss playing Vieira in at that central centre-back position, as we can see Dami use it and utilising him. But again, he's using Maldini at left centre-back. Another choice there that you wouldn't anticipate a lot of players to use in this tournament. As we say, there are some other options there as the finesse shot. Almost found it over the goalkeeper. There's not been much to separate either of these players so far. Just building up, trying to see if any gaps will open up, operating or looking for those options at the edge of the box for those finesse shots. It wasn't time there though, that chance from Dami. with that finesse shot. But again, we saw you don't need to time it.
Those go in.
Yeah, exactly.
They go in, yeah. Definitely. Now, talking about this weekend and having another LAN event, obviously some of these, a potential chance here with five-star Sun, but is this possessed by Dami? Being back at a LAN event, you know, some of these players have been at several in the last couple months, but some of them haven't been for years. And as mentioned before, this is the first World Cup coming up in 2019 for the first time, or coming up this year since 2019 rather. And how do you think these players feel going from playing in their bedroom for many years? Some of them have never played.
Yeah, I think for the players that have played LAN beforehand, so of course Dami has been playing for a number of years prior to FIFA 19. So again, he's somebody that knows what it's like to play on the biggest stage of all, playing where you've got a fan base behind you, you've got a whole crowd cheering, whether it's in your favor or against you. There are players around. You've got the camera crew, the lights, everything's there. The attention is there in the studio. Well, for some players, it's their first time. So again, it kind of depends how they can adapt to those pressure situations. Some players, they love it, they can thrive in it. And some players, it affects their performance.
We were having a conversation yesterday, you and I, about how much mental is necessary for games like these. Just the game in general, but for tournaments like this especially. And you said that you would attest about 65% of this game to your composure, to your mental. How do you think that they go from, you know, playing at home and practicing at home to adapting to being in a situation like this?
I think for situations like this, just because you know what's at stake, you know that if you win, or in this case, you win one game out of two, you qualify for the World Cup. Every FIFA player wants to qualify for the World Cup. It's the biggest stage of all, it's the biggest trophy, the tons of money that's available to win. So a lot of players will be vying for that spot. So I guess, for me personally, there are some games where, at this level anyway, in terms of the skill level, there isn't too much to separate the greatest players at this stage now in this tournament so far this year. But again, it comes down to how you can cope under pressure. Can you thrive? Does it impact you negatively? Does it impact you in a positive way? But for someone like Dami, as I say, it seems to make him perform better. We saw him at EPREM. I highly doubt a lot of players would have come in saying that he's the player to watch. Everyone's names would have been focused on Tex. But again, Dami showed that he's got the skill level to be not just amongst the best, but to be the best as well.
And I think after, you know, his success with 3-5-2 and the formation and everyone asking for his tactics, I would imagine that he's coming into this match with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, definitely.
And there you have it, you guys. We are 0-0 at the break. Not a lot to separate these two. You mentioned that the skill gap is not too big between players like this. I would imagine that it would be a mistake that would separate the two and perhaps lead to a goal.
Yeah, Dami's not a player that you want to concede first against because, again, he's somebody that takes it in his stride. He knows what it takes to see out a lead. And when he does get one, he tends to prod on and keep pushing to get another one. Before you know it, your 3 goes down, the game is put away from you. And when he has that lead, he seems to see it out a lot of the time.
Definitely. Well, we can see here that both players are composed. They know what they're playing for. There's a lot at stake. This is a do-or-die game. You win this, you go to the World Cup.
Yes, of course. Of course, we've been focusing on Dami, but Barreto is a player that we need to speak about as well and hone in on how well he's done this year, finishing 4th in the leaderboard to reach this stage, of course, the Global Series ranking in the Latin America South region in that ladder. Finishing 4th is no easy feat. There's tons of South American players that have been performing at the highest level, and he's one of them, and he's shown it so far in this tournament, in the Swiss format, to reach this stage, and a huge win in the last game in the winner bracket to advance here. And he'd be hoping that, even if, this is a weird one to say as a player, but even if you lose this game, you still have another chance.
Definitely. And we can see some other scores from the other qualification matches down below. Please keep an eye on your screen to see what's going on in those other matches. But Bushore down again. Do you think he mounts a comeback to come back again?
He's done it before. Who's to say he won't do it again? And of course, it's going to be tough, but I believe it was Tuga up against Nom Tesla. 2 goals up from Tuga. We already heard the outpour of emotion a couple of minutes ago, twice. That would, of course, lean to the fact that he is 2 goals up against Nom Tesla. So it will be an advantage situation for him. But he's given away possession here, Dami. Couldn't lead to anything there as he was shepherded out by the man, Vieira, with his physical attributes.
And taking a quick peek at another game, we have Manu Bushore and Yilmaz that are playing against each other, teammates that are fighting for this qualification to the World Cup. Yilmaz is leading 2-1 in the second half.
Yeah, both of these young players in the scene, of course. We speak about Team Hullet having their roster in and amongst the best players in the world this year. But a huge mistake there. That could have actually led to a chance. But as you said, we're going to go back to the featured game. MGCF's Barreto trying to defend here.
Mbappe with the goal. Mbappe's not missing that from inside the box. Break it down.
What a finish that was from Mbappe in at the near post. I believe there was some goalkeeper movement from Barreto, anticipating a finesse shot. As we see the build-up here, Lionel Messi into a pass. It was a slight movement, but it was cool, calm and collected from Dami to arrow into the corner, the near post. Seeing the goalkeeper movement, reacting in time. He's got the reaction times, as we say, that you need at this level to give him the 1-goal lead, and we're hoping he can push on now to try and see if he can carry on. But for Barreto, again, I wouldn't even say it's a mistake, I'll be honest. Of course, moving the goalkeeper is a risk you have to take, but if he didn't move it and the finesse shot was taken, more often than not, it leads to a goal as well.
100%. Yesterday, or Thursday rather, Barreto actually played against another Brazilian and won 9-3 to qualify for the weekend. So a goal scorer he is.
He is, and of course, it's not easy to score goals at this level, to score at the highest level, and he's done it.
Hey, a comeback from Barreto. You said right away, takes no time to equalize at 1-1.
Woo, that is a huge goal for him to respond that quickly. We're just speaking about how many goals he's scored, but it's played in the heel-to-heel with Ruud Gullit, played across to Son. And it's a fantastic goal. I don't know if you heard the outpour of emotion there from the Brazilians in the crowd here to support a fellow Brazilian, but again, it's an all-important goal there.
He's got a lot of fans here, a lot of people cheering him on. But taking a look at another match at the moment, we have Dylan Mike. And we'll see a 2-box of that shortly, but as it stands, game on.
Yeah,
game on for both of them.
It's a crunch game for Dylan Mike up against Ketodilo. Again, both of these players, in my opinion, are as I said earlier, I mentioned them being juggernauts in the scene. But it's a huge scoreline there from Dylan Mike. 4-1 up in 72 minutes against Ketodilo. He's responded from that loss against Nom Tesla. But for Ketodilo, he's a player that he qualified for the playoffs through the European West leaderboard. Of course, the spots did filter down. It was top 16, but again, if some players within that top 16 did do well in their domestic leagues or in other competitions, the spots filtered down, and he was one of the players that were fortunate to have that opportunity to qualify for the playoffs. As we saw a scoop there from Dami, wasn't enough to get past the defense there.
And Dylan Mike, like you mentioned, losing last round, doesn't take a loss lightly. He comes back with a vengeance, and the winner of that game moves on. The loser, unfortunately, goes home.
Yes, and it's rough for Ketodilo. Again, he's been down in both of the games he's played today. But again, he's somebody that has the ability to come back in games. And of course, with Dylan Mike, when he's in an advantageous position, again, similar to Dami, he's a player that tends to just prod on and put his foot on the pedal and try and see out the game by scoring a lot of goals here. As we saw, the pass in wasn't enough to break down the defense of Dami.
What's great about players like this is you see very different play styles. So South Americans generally have a different play style to other European nations. Compare your play style as a pro to the play style of the South Americans.
I think it's a difficult one, because with the South Americans, their skill set, in my opinion anyway, non-biased, being a player from Europe, I think Europe has the highest pool of skill. However, South America, the Brazilians, the Argentinians, everyone in that region has been phenomenal. And again, it's hard to say, but they seem to score a lot of goals, and they're doing really, really well so far in this tournament.
Definitely. I think that a lot of people say often Europe is a different vibe, it's a different competition. So a lot of South American or North American players want to come to Europe and compete at the highest level to prove their skill level.
Yeah, we've seen that as well.
Yeah.
Nicholas, we've seen that with Matthias this year, both coming over to Europe this season. Of course, Matthias finishing #1 as well in the leaderboards for European West. We'll be seeing him in another group throughout this weekend to try and get that spot in the World Cup. He's a player that, of course, if we had to make predictions beforehand, he's someone you would say will make the World Cup because of what he's done. Finishing runner-up in the E-Champions League last month as well, against a fellow Argentine in Nicholas. But again, we've seen, I doubt we will not see a lot more Brazilians or South Americans coming over to Europe to compete for the biggest events as well.
It's really interesting to see the composure in both players. They're defending really, really well. They're not letting too many chances into the box for a goal-scoring opportunity.
No, there's been barely anything to separate them as we approach the last stages. 1 minute added time as Mbappe pushes forward for Dami. Could he get a last attack? We've seen some last-minute goals, and I believe that will be the end of the first leg. 1 goal apiece, nothing to separate these two fantastic players. They'll be speaking to their coaches over their shoulder to see if there's anything they can change as they go into the second leg.
Lots of drama to come, lots of goals likely to come from both of them. Barreto and Dami sitting at 1-1 apiece. What do you think we can expect in the second leg? They're both going to have to come hot, or?
Yep, I think so as well. I think we saw a nervy affair in the first leg. It will be interesting to see how they approach the second leg, as of course we're going into a break. But after, we will see the second leg, the Brazilian Barreto up against Dami, 1-1 currently.
Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be back after this break for more drama.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
I'm a professional FIFA player for Complexity Gaming, and today I'm going to teach you how to use the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow second variation. So for our first pattern here, we're going to be looking at how we use fullbacks to create space when attacking. Once we win the ball back, the first thing that I do is I trigger my fullback on a run manually. So now you see my fullback at the top of the screen. He's running down the right side, and so is my striker. That leaves 2 attackers down the right side, and he only has 1 left back. Once I recognize this, I have the ball with my center mid, and we just play the ball. Now here in this position, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys running, darting into the box, and he has 5 defenders that can cope with it. So I look into the box, I see there's no one there initially, so I have to recycle the play and go backwards. An open pass comes back, my center mid drops back, and then we're going to just keep passing. There's an open guy almost always in the narrow around the box. As we mentioned earlier, we got tackled, but the key thing is that we managed to advance the ball into his box off of like a 5-second attack. Hey guys, thank you for watching my 4-1-2-1-2 masterclass video. See you on the pitch.
Welcome back, you guys. We are back after the first leg. We've seen a lot of score lines. The game that we were watching, Barreto Dami 1-1, a lot of draws. Manu Bashore, Emre Yilmaz 2-2, Tesla losing 2-0 to Tuga, and Ole Lito losing 1-0.
Yeah, we saw Lito in a deficit earlier on today. He turned it around, so hopefully for his sake, he'll be hoping to do that again. As we take a look at the lower bracket as well, Cosmin leading 2-0 against Texan. Karim is back. Ketadalo we saw earlier on as well, 4-1 down after the first leg against Dullen Mike. On the other side of the bracket, we do have Diogo and Damshi 0-0, and of course Berkelein and Abo Maka 2-2 as well. A lot of draws, as you were saying.
Lots of draws, but this next leg is extremely important because we will ticket our first 4 winners to the World Cup. So there is a lot on the line for these players going into this second leg.
Yeah, they know what it is. Some of these players have reached World Cups before. Some of these players haven't. So for Barreto, it'll be his first World Cup. I can't even imagine the nerves for him right now. But again, I think there will be some solace in the fact that even if he loses this game, he can drop into the loser bracket, have a second attempt to qualify for the World Cup as the second leg gets underway. 1 goal apiece, as we saw in the first leg. Barely any shots between them, barely any chances. It was a very narrow game.
Super narrow game, and we're hoping for a more exciting game, and it'll have to be. Something will have to separate these two to send one of them onto the World Cup. And we might have a chance here. Joao Cancelo has the ball in the box, but will he get the shot away? Ramos back to Halit. They're at the top of the box, trying to find some of that space to create the shot. And Messi on his left, he's going to score that every chance he gets. Mbappe, but a save by Van der Sar. Composure from Barreto.
Yeah, huge composure there defensively to make sure that he can narrow the angle and stop the extra pass. We're going to see a custom corner defended there from Barreto again. But that build-up play with Dami on Messi's left foot, using the shot cancels there to try and get an angle in at goal, but it wasn't meant to be that chance.
It was not meant to be. Taking a look at the other scorelines at the bottom of your screen, you will be updated throughout this match to see where those games are at. But this one still level 1-1. Again, like you mentioned, in the first leg, we didn't see a lot separating them. We didn't see a lot of chances, a lot of goals. But how would you, as a pro, go into this game knowing that you have to win?
I would try to see it. When you draw a game, you just go in thinking it's a best of one. The next leg,
right.
Genuinely. See a whipped in there. That's another thing that you'll notice throughout FIFA 22. The triggered run from the midfielders and across in to try and get them in a position to try and get whether a shot at goal or an extra pass across the box, but it wasn't meant to be that time.
Messi has a lot of space there, but couldn't do anything with that, unfortunately. But Dami has the possession again. Well, instantly he doesn't anymore. I jinxed it. But yeah, I think that, like you said, it's a one-legged game at this point because this is what's going to separate them. And would you want to sit back and absorb some of that pressure, or would you want to just go all-out attack?
I'd go in just playing the same way I played in the first leg, whether that's my game plan is just to approach a more offensive style or just to be more calm and composed. But I say the likelihood is you're going to see a lot of nicely contested games and tightly contested ones because no one wants to make a mistake.
But Mbappe to that byline, but Barreto concedes. Oh, it wasn't a corner. I thought that might have been a corner.
Not this time. We've seen some goals from corners as well, some all-important goals throughout the day so far. And of course, we have to mention that it is the second round of the winners bracket. Both of these players have won their previous rounds to reach this stage. So they're coming in to this game in a rich vein of form, especially for Dami winning 4-0. And for Barreto, he winning 6-3 as well against the Portuguese Diogo Pedroto, but it wasn't enough for him he was actually winning, I believe it was 5-1, conceded a couple of goals, but ended up seeing the game out at 6-3.
So Barreto and Demi both being major goal scorers in their style of play. Do you think this is frustrating them to any extent, not being able to score those goals that they usually would?
I think that they'll be trusting themselves in the fact that if they create some chances, they know that they have taken them before.
Messi has some space with a goal! And Dami leads 2-1. As it stands right now, Dami's going to the World Cup, but I don't think we've seen the end of Barreto yet.
Just as we were talking about goals going in, of course, it's Dami. We heard the roar from behind us, the build-up play with Mbappe, a pass in to Messi, a quick turn and a swivel on his left foot in at the near post, using the pass across goal as a decoy, which of course Barreto has to mark. He has to go across there to try and prevent that because as a player, you hate giving away those goals. They feel like they're cheap, easy goals to give away, so you'd rather force your opponent to take the shot, but then the shot was taken at the near post. And with Messi's finishing and shot power and that shapeshifter's item, again, there's always going to find a chance at the back of the net there to give him the lead. 2-1 up now, but there's still a long way to go.
A long way to go. This lead means nothing in the game of FIFA, as we all know. A lot can happen, as we've seen in the last few days between Swiss and today. Lots of comebacks. It's not over, but Barreto is going to have to do something to equalize, likely early in the game.
Yeah, we saw him respond very, very early on in that first leg. Of course, he did concede the goal to go 1-0 down, but he scored straight away. There's another chance building up here.
Messi through to Marcelo. Marcelo, another item that we've seen a lot. Again, my Madrid bias is loving seeing Marcelo in these players' teams. But Barreto is on the counter here. He's got a lot of space, and that's what he needs to be able to score these goals.
Wasn't meant to be there. We, of course, hear a roar in the background coming from the supporters of Tuga. It was, of course, winning 2-0 already in that first leg against Nom Testa. It sounds as if he's got a third, so that will be him putting himself in a driving position to qualify for the World Cup. He's somebody that's always in and amongst the best players in the world for the last couple of years, especially since FIFA 19, but a through ball's played here.
R9 is through. If he gets the space, he's always going to score this from no matter where far. Mbappe at the byline, but is that a pen or a proper tackle? Can't be sure.
That was close there. That could easily have been a pen there. Of course, there are other games going on. You would have seen the bar at the bottom of the screen going across with updates.
Speaking of updates, let's take a look at Bishoy versus Emre Yilmaz and the goal that he scored to separate the two.
It was a response there from Bashor in the first leg to make it 2-2, but he scored again there. That was actually live, 3-2. We heard a Vamos in the background from Bashor, but it's very hard there because for Team Gullit, who do you celebrate? You can't really celebrate because
well, that's right, yeah.
You're part of the same
potential
team.
chance here, but is defended by Joao Cancelo, who just has a little bit of height, but Gullit again has the ball and unfortunately no chance. But yeah, as you mentioned, we had a similar situation during eLibertadores and there were a lot of teammates competing.
Yeah.
Do they have the same coaches?
That's the thing. So some players live together as well.
Yeah.
So they're in close proximity with one another. And again, you're playing in a game to make the World Cup. In one sense, you can say for Team Gullit, you've guaranteed a player to make the World Cup. Someone's going. No matter what happens, you've got a player in the World Cup. But of course, I'll be hoping that the player that doesn't qualify in this game, they can win their next game to end up guaranteeing themselves that spot. But there's building up here from Barreto.
Got a shot by Gullit, but defended by Dami. Very, very composed in defense from both of them, which is, I think, important. Like I said, I think mistakes is what's going to separate these two and not necessarily a skill gap. But if taking a look at Tuga versus Tesla, Tuga is leading and scores again. What a banger from Mbappe.
Yep, that was a vintage goal there from Tuga. Often uses the 4-3-2-1 building up on the left side with Marcelo. We saw there the extra pass, the first time shot, an easy goal. That was the goal he scored earlier on as we heard the emotion from Tuga. He's a person that wears his heart on his sleeve. Not afraid to scream. Whether his opponent's opposite him, next to it, doesn't matter. He's going to celebrate.
You have to wonder what kind of mind games people play
huge.
with their...
Yeah, that's huge, man. For me, again, some players, it's just natural to them. They outpour their emotion. It's a natural thing. They don't really do it. Yeah, they just show their passion. They don't do it to aggravate their opponent. But it does aggravate.
It does.
Yeah. Honestly.
You were saying yesterday when we were having a conversation about your experience in tournaments when people celebrate and stuff beside you. Does it throw you off? Or?
It kind of depends because if you're playing against somebody or you're sitting next to somebody that you're playing against, it would make me feel a bit weird. I don't know. I wouldn't like them to celebrate because I personally wouldn't. But if it kind of depends. If it's a 90th minute winner, of course, you're going to celebrate. But if you're like 3-0 up and you've just scored a fourth and you're screaming, and there's no real need for it. But again, it's mind games at this stage. You speak about the mental aspect of FIFA and all competitive gaming at this level. You need to make sure that you can one-up your opponent, not just in skill, but in other aspects of the competition. But again, we saw pictures earlier on of that Swiss format stage. The players are crammed in, 128 players crammed into a location. So there's going to be emotion poured out from each corner of that setup as well.
Definitely. We saw both Barreto and Dami looking composed. Barreto perhaps a little nervous because he is trailing at the moment, but we still have a full half. As it stands, Dami is going to the World Cup and Barreto drops, but 45 minutes.
It's a long time in FIFA. I promise you, it's a very long time. It's 6-minute halves, but when you're winning for Dami, you'll feel as if the game is going on forever. But again, for Barreto, the time will be ticking quickly. He needs to make sure that he can get a response as quick as possible. But look at the structure there from Dami. He's got his players in behind. I think he's moved Vieira into midfield as well, it looks as if. I'm not really sure if there's been a change of tactics or anything. Or maybe I think he defends in a 4-4-2.
Does he have Militao and Maldini?
Yeah, I think.
Defending now, yeah.
Yeah, so he uses a 3-5-2 that defends in a 4-4-2. So when that does happen, Vieira seems to move forward into that centre mid position next to Ruud Gullit, but in defence he drops into the middle three, unless there's been an actual change, but we'll wait to see if that's happened.
And Ramos, this is the second time I've seen Ramos be used at center back. And obviously in Dami's case, Ramos is right center back, moves up to right wing back in a 3-5-2. But it's interesting because, as we know, Ramos is the most attacking center back, or maybe that's my bias, but I think having that Ramos striker card as well is a fun one to play with.
He's somebody that you have to keep an eye on the edge of the box as well. Some players were using him in a 3-5-2. I saw yesterday, you see him at the edge of the box, lining up a finesse shot. Some players don't move the keeper. They don't even try and close the angle, but greens it, goal. I saw it happen a few times yesterday, or sorry, the day before, in the Swiss format. We can see the updates at the bottom of the screen. Bashour is 4-3 up against his teammate. He's turned it around again. Tuga winning 3-0. Of course, in this game, Dami 2-1 up against Barreto, and it seems as if Team Haj and Olelito, there's no further update. It is still 1-0 for Team Haj, and as we had mentioned, that is a game for the World Cup. That's a huge game. There's a lot at stake in that one.
But like you mentioned before, in Olelito's last game, he came back from quite the deficit, so that might be something that we'll see again. I won't put it past him. I don't think that's the scoreline as it stands. I think we'll see a few more goals in that match. But a potential chance here from Barreto. He has Mbappe in the box, Messi up top, but is defended by that Patrick Vieira again.
I really thought that the cross towards the back post was the option there. You've got Cristiano Ronaldo with his aerial ability lining up, of course, against Sergio Ramos, who, of course, could match him in terms of jumping statistics and heading accuracy. But you have the several inches with Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of height. So I thought the cross maybe could have been an option, but he didn't opt to it that time. Maybe this time he could do as well.
Mbappe, but gets dispossessed again. An unfortunate pass from him, and Dami takes possession. It's interesting at this stage in the game, we see Barreto doing a lot of groundwork. He's playing ground passes, but if that's not working, perhaps it might be something to change to, you know, those over-the-top through balls or those over-the-top crosses to get that ball in the box. Yeah,
it's definitely been a change of formation from Dami here. It'd be interesting to see what exactly he's used. Maybe it's a 4-2-3-1. But again, I was speaking about how when he takes the lead and he seems to get in his zone and dies the clock down a little bit, the clock just goes so fast. It feels as if we've already seen 25 minutes in the second half, but there's not really been a chance. Nothing. It's just possession, but there's no real way to break through his defensive line. He seems to shepherd you out towards the wing, but then has cover there as well. He's so hard to play against when he's in full flow.
Definitely. But all it takes is one. We still have 30 minutes. 20 minutes at this point, and all it takes is one chance, one goal, and these players at this level, one chance is everything. Likely they're scoring that chance.
Exactly. So we're just going to hope that for Barreto's sake and his fellow Brazilians, he'll be able to get the goal to put him in a position to potentially go on and win this game. Because again, when you score those late goals, you manage to see it through potentially into extra time, you have that boost of momentum, that boost of confidence, knowing that your opponent will be experiencing an opposite end of the emotion.
Got a little bit of space here with Mane, but does he pass it back, or does he just play with the ball? And it looks like he's not. Ah, chance here. Oh! And ace. FIFA 22 goal at its finest.
That's unbelievable there. With the La Croqueta cancel, hopefully we see a replay. His coach behind him in runners. There, the La Croqueta cancel pass there was beautiful with Messi. The first time finish, it's so soft, it's delicate. It's in at the near post, but you can see the scream there from Dami. It's a huge outpour in emotion. 3-1 up now. The last 15 or so minutes, 20 or so minutes left in this game for Barreto to make a comeback to try and see if he can narrow the deficit. It's very, very unlikely, in my opinion, that Dami will give up this lead. I think we might be seeing the first player to cement themselves in the World Cup in Copenhagen in a few weeks' time. And as I mentioned, it was a 4-2-3-1 that Dami did change to. And he's been very, very structured in the second half.
A lot of excitement, a lot of emotion from him. I'm sure he is feeling all of the passion at this point because he knows he's likely going through. Barreto, on the other hand, is perhaps a little bit disappointed that he's not one of the first to go through. But as Ryan mentioned earlier, he does have one more chance to book that ticket to the World Cup, as he will drop to the lower bracket.
Yeah. Well, potentially.
Potentially.
That could be, he could mount a comeback. It's not over yet. We've seen crazier things in FIFA history. We've seen goals in quick succession. 13 minutes to go. All it takes is one goal now to try and get a goal back. But there's been an update, as you can hear in the background. Huge celebrations. Hopefully we'll be able to see where that's come from around the setups here. But as I say, I love it. I love being able to watch players celebrate.
It's a different experience.
Yeah, it really is. With a crowd behind them as well, and it shows that some players are very comfortable in expressing emotion, despite whether they're at home, whether they're in a studio with tons of players, whether they're opposite their opponent. As Dami breaks forward, 10 minutes to go, I'm sure he's just going to aim towards dying the clock down, going towards the corner flag.
Barreto won't want to concede a goal here either, because as we know in FIFA, no matter the cycle, 2 goals is probably the best and worst lead that you could have.
Yeah, honestly. We've seen so many comebacks from 2 goals down.
And he's got Theo Hernandez on now, which is interesting. I don't believe he was on the whole time, or was he?
No, that's an interesting change there. I'm not really sure. Maybe he wanted to bring on someone that's more accustomed to playing in a left mid or left wing back role.
Barreto on the build-up here. He's got Marcelo at the top of the box. Son, oh! Oh.
That would have been the chance. If he was to score, that would have been it.
Yep,
that would have been it. But I wouldn't be shocked now just to see Dami see this out and qualify for the World Cup.
Incredible, incredible scenes from Dami. But taking a look at Manu Bashori and his teammate Emre Yilmaz. 4-4 on aggregate. We are tied, and one of them are going to the World Cup, and one of them are dropping to the lower bracket. As you said before, there's something to be said about one of your teammates going. Like, for the organization as a whole, Team Hullet has someone going to the World Cup.
Yeah, we even saw a chance there off the post there. I thought that would have been a goal after the Elastico with R9, but saw an outpour of emotion there from Dami. That celebration, he hasn't even scored, but he celebrated at the fact he's got a corner.
He knows,
he knows he's qualified for the World Cup. There is no way he concedes 2. He'll have to score 2 own goals. There is no way as the clock ticks down. His coach behind him, Ranners, smiling. Dami is shaking. Dami knows.
He knows. There are only a few minutes. He kicks it out. That is it! Dami rather, is going to the World Cup in Denmark. He shakes the hand of his opponent, Barreto, who now drops to the lower bracket with one more chance to send himself to Denmark in a few weeks.
Yes, of course. A huge congratulations to Dami. He's been a player who's been consistent over the years, qualifying for the World Cup, winning the E-Premier League this year with his 3-5-2, and it's led him to a World Cup spot. We'd be hoping he can go the extra distance and maybe even get his hands on the trophy. But for Barreto, of course, commiserations, but it's not over yet for him. He still has the hope of coming back in the loser bracket. It's still 1 game to qualify for the World Cup for Barreto. Be waiting to see which opponent he will be playing, as there are still games going on, and of course, the loser bracket games and the winner bracket games to qualify for the World Cup. We'll see if Tuga has qualified as well. But of course, we saw a glimmer of that matchup with Team Hullet's Emre Yilmaz up against Manu Bashor. It looked as if that could potentially even be going into extra time.
Definitely, and I think the emotions must be, I can't imagine playing against someone that you likely play against, you train against all of the time. You know the tactics, you know how they play, you know what to expect, but something has to separate those two. If we take a look at the scoreline for Dami and Barreto, 3-1 is the final score. Dami has booked his ticket to the World Cup. Barreto drops to the lower bracket with one more chance, but we are in the 85th minute.
Ooh, there's been a goal. There
has been a goal, and Yilmaz is up 5-4 on aggregate against his teammate, Manu Bashore. And there's not much time left. Manu Bashore's got to do something to equalize. He has enough time. 3 minutes is enough time.
It really is, but you can see the love that they have for each other, because I didn't even know there was a goal scored in terms of the backdrop. There was no outpour of emotion. There was no screaming or shouting, no celebrations. They respect each other. They know each other really, really well. But could there be a goal for Manu Bashore? He's the only player to be undefeated in Group A in the Swiss format. 5-0, 6-0, of course, with that win from the knockouts.
Got a potential chance here with Ronaldo! Woo! Okay.
I said there were no celebrations between the two, but that is a huge outpour of emotion from the young man to get the equaliser, the last kick of the game. It looks as if he's grabbed himself that slither of hope to qualify for the World Cup undefeated in playoffs. Going into extra time now, it looks as if there will not be enough time for a response, or maybe there will be with Vinny running forward, but of course the defensive stature of Ramos managing to usher him out and win possession. But we're going into extra time between these two players.
Did you expect it?
I didn't think there'd be a goal.
No.
I really did, because Emre was, when we came into it, had possession. He tried to go for the goal. You have to be a little bit disciplined in those situations. Go towards the corner flag, die the clock down. You don't need to go for goal. We saw with Dami there, he was 2 goals up, went to the corner flag.
Yeah.
When you're 1 goal up, you have to keep possession. It's hard though. As I say, it's easier said than done, because you sort of have the element of guilt
Right.
You know, playing against somebody that you know so well, part of the same organization as you, it's hard to be ruthless, but again, still all to play for, going into extra time. We've seen it before. We saw penalties. Will we see it again?
I love to see Alphonso Davies. That makes me very happy as a Canadian as well. Marcelo, Militao, and Alphonso Davies. Ooh, and a good save by Alisson, but hasn't cleared it yet. Tried to go for it, but Alisson grabbed onto that quite easily. How do you think these teammates will play in extra time? What do you think we can expect?
I wouldn't be shocked if we go to penalties, because I don't think anyone wants to make a mistake. But again, you might not want to, but you might do just because of the nerves kicking in. You might be shaking a little bit, you're getting the butterflies because you know it's 30 minutes separating you and potentially a penalty shootout from a World Cup spot. Both of these players are young. They've had their great years, bursting into the scene, performing relatively well in the FGS leaderboards. Of course, they haven't won their championships yet. Maybe they're saving that for the World Cup. As you said, you never know. Anything can happen.
That would be the one to win.
Exactly. If they was going to choose one, they would choose that for sure.
It's crazy to think that there's potentially one goal separating them and a potential chance there. We're still on. He maintains possession but gets dispossessed. Would you, as a pro, in your experience, want to see it all the way through to penalties? Or would you prefer to end it in
of course
extra
want to win it in normal time, but you wouldn't want to rush and push too many bodies forward, triggering too many runs. If the chance opens up, you take it. If not, then it's just a thing where you just have to see it. Penalty shootout. Again, it depends how confident you are. There could be a chance.
Oh, but it's defended by none other than Militao. We saw the croqueta, but Ronaldo couldn't get on the end of that one, unfortunately. Vinicius Jr. Ooh, I'm seeing so many Madrid players in this side. Sergio Ramos in the box. He is far up. Love that. Love to see Sergio Ramos attacking, but is defended well by Manu Batshuayi.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much to separate in the first half of extra time, of course. I say Batshuayi will be coming into this tournament with a higher level of confidence. Of course, winning the Eredivisie with his fellow teammate Levi de Vrede, another youngster from Team Hullet, will be seeing tomorrow competing and trying to get his spot at the World Cup. But 15 minutes left to play, plus the potential chance of a penalty shootout between these two young players playing for the same organization in Team Hullet, sitting opposite each other as well. So it's going to be
sitting opposite, so they'll see all of the celebrations. They'll hear all the celebrations. It must, like you said, it must put a little bit of like guilt in your conscience as well when you're celebrating against a teammate. You know,
Yeah,
when you know you've eliminated a teammate.
Yeah, and the fact is they would have played each other a number of times as well, preparing for tournaments, scrimming against each other to prepare for playoffs. They would have potentially thought there could be a chance they could play against each other, but out of 128 players, it could have potentially been deemed unlikely, as that pass there from Bashor looking to get that pass in there. I believe it was to Jude Bellingham, but it's a quick counter-attack here from Emre Yilmaz, trying to build up an attack.
He's got Mbappe on the ball. He's got a little bit of space, but Militao defends that. He's got the height, of course, but Ronaldo has the jumping, so Batshuayi is on the counter, taking his time in the attack, has some space with Mane on the right. A super hyped item when it came out. Ooh! Defended well again. The composure by Yilmaz is impressive.
It really is. He's showing maturity at a young age. The celebrations are coming in. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but I'll give a hint. there's a Portuguese flag being waved around because, of course, a certain Portuguese player has qualified for the World Cup.
As one would say, Receba. Taking a look at Team Haj versus Olelito. Olelito up 1-0 in the second leg. We called this comeback.
Yeah.
It wasn't over for him yet, and now they're tied on aggregate in extra time. One of them is going to the World Cup. We don't know who at this point.
It's a tough one here because, again, we haven't really been able to see the luxury to watch the game, but you can tell it's definitely been tightly contested. One goal in each leg, 110 minutes played, 10 minutes to go in that game, and a potential penalty shootout. But in this game, it's looking that there will be a penalty shootout for a World Cup spot in the playoffs tournament, unless there's going to be some drama in this last minute of added time.
What's interesting that I've noticed, as obviously not a pro player myself, is that, a waste of a chance or intentional?
It's a waste there, but go into the penalty shootout.
Penalty. Sergio Ramos, is he going down the middle like he always does? He isn't. He goes right. He scores. Yilmaz is up 1 on penalties. Sergio Ramos, again, obviously the main penalty taker, goes left this time, tied 1-1.
Yes, it's Emre Yilmaz now. He's going to go down the middle again. Alisson couldn't do enough to get the save there. Saw the grimace from Bashor in the bottom left, but can he respond? And he does so, putting it into the bottom right corner.
Calm is like with Pele. Mbappe up next, taking his shot. Does he score? He does. Down the middle again. Alisson dives right. And Ronaldo up next for Bashorian goes left, scores it as well. We are all even at 3-3.
No penalties missed yet. Have I jinxed it with Ruud Gullit? Down the middle, green time from Emre Yilmaz. There needs to be a response here from Manu Bashor with Mbappe. Bottom right corner, keeper stands still.
Vinny Jr. up next. He scores these, and will he? He does. Calm as you like to the right. Alisson does not move, and Ruud Gullit up next. Down the middle, does he go? He does not. He goes left. 5-5, sudden death.
I'm feeling shaky myself here. Sudden death is Jude Bellingham into the bottom right there, and this is it. This could be the winning penalty.
This could be. Can he do it? Will he go to the World Cup? One more miss, and he doesn't. It's still on.
Alphonso Davies straight down the middle there. If there is a save here, it will be Emre Yilmaz going towards the World Cup spot. Goes down the middle for Bashor. We still sudden death here. No penalties have been missed so far.
Son again steps up, scores, and saved! Yilmaz misses his first penalty. Bashor is up with Mane. Can he score this?
Oh my
saved
gosh.
again! What?
He scored that. He would have qualified for the World Cup. It's Emre Yilmaz. Can he score this penalty? He's gone to the...
Oh my God!
Down the middle, a great save from Alisson. This is it. The penalty now from Militao to qualify for the World Cup. Down the middle.
What am I seeing? Ruben Diaz steps up. No way. No way.
This is it to qualify for the World Cup. He's got another chance here. Bashor hits the post.
Manu Bashor is going to Copenhagen. His teammate Emre Yilmaz drops to the lower bracket. Still has another chance. You can see what it means to Manu Bashor. He has booked his ticket.
He's even knocked over the PlayStation. They've had to make sure they sort the setup out there. But a huge congratulations to Manu Bashor of Team Gullit. The young man has qualified for his first World Cup. You can see the outpour of emotions, celebrating with Levinkin behind him. Commiserations to Emre Yilmaz. He needs one more game now to qualify for the World Cup. Can he bounce back? It's going to be hard, of course, losing on penalties, but he's a young man. He's got the experience now competing at the highest level of all. But a huge win there from Manu Bashor. 5-5 in normal time, 8-7 on penalties. There were so many decisive ones missed. I felt as if that they stayed middle. There's so many penalties taken down the middle, but...
I've never, that's crazy to me. That is very, very brave to go down the middle, but green time, that's likely not being missed.
You can see there's, of course, surrounding some of the players here in the setup. Some players, of course, their games have been concluded. We'll be waiting to see some updates, some information on what's been going around. We saw Olelito was potentially going to a penalty shootout. I'm not sure if there was a goal in there because we can see him on the screen here. He looks to be a slightly downbeat, so maybe it didn't work out in his favor. He might have lost that game to qualify for the World Cup.
I feel like for Yilmaz, losing on pens is like worst case, but best case. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a testament necessarily to how he played. He didn't necessarily make any mistakes in the game. He lost on penalties, so that could give him some confidence to go into this lower bracket, knowing that he can come out on top.
Yeah, of course. You can look to the other end of the spectrum, though. It's just the fact that you were this close.
Yeah,
you were one penalty away from potentially qualifying for the World Cup.
That's
and we know,
worse.
and there's a lot of money at stake as well. Of course, just winning that game guarantees you $10,000 as well to that spot, that ticket to Copenhagen, which every player is vying for. But it wasn't meant to be for Emre Yilmaz in that game. Of course, Team Gullit's Manu Bashor qualifies for the World Cup. He joins Dami there, and we're interested to see which other two players from that setup in the winners bracket have qualified as well. It was out of Team Haj and Olelito, and Tuga. I believe Tuga has qualified. I'm going to give a spoiler straight away. I think Tuga has because we heard the chance. We saw the Portuguese flags. Who else could it be but Tuga to qualify for the World Cup? He's had a fantastic year. But of course, I think we need to take a look at some of the other games. There was that penalty shootout. It was, in fact, Olelito against Team Haj. It did go to a penalty shootout. So we'll wait and see what happened. What happened in that, we don't know yet, but it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, we're getting all the updates live as well, so we're not sure. All we're going off is what we can hear behind us. But taking a quick look at the penalty shootout between Team Hajj and Olelito, we have Hullet that steps up. Donnarumma is one that we haven't seen this weekend.
Yeah, we haven't. It's straight down the middle again. It's a savior. Currently 2 goals apiece in the penalty shootout. Team Hajj going down the middle to make it 3-2. And it's a decisive penalty here. It was for Olelito, and it was saved from Team Hajj to guarantee him spot in the World Cup. Team Hajj will book himself in Copenhagen after a penalty shootout. That's 2 penalty shootouts out of 2 games to qualify for the World Cup. It's extremely nerve-wracking to play a penalty shootout in weekend league, let alone in this.
I hate penalties, let alone these players when
exactly.
there's so much on the line. I think that Olelito has to be feeling a little bit down after losing that on pens, but as we mentioned, he still has another opportunity in the losers bracket. That's the great thing about double elimination is you have another chance. You're not coming all this way to just go home after one day. Lots of excitement so far. We've played 2 rounds. We've already booked 4 people to Copenhagen for the World Cup. But before we take a break, we are going to send back over to Mike and Rachel.
Leah, I love your energy over there. The drama of the penalty kicks. You and Ryan just absolutely loving life, as were Mike and I up here watching it on the stage. I mean, 2 rounds. We already have 4 guys who have qualified for the biggest stage of their career, Mike LaBelle.
I don't think I've ever been more relieved that I wasn't taking part in those penalties. At one point, it was 6, 7 converted in a row for both sides, and nobody couldn't convert. It was up and down, roller coaster emotions. You see the celebration. Thankfully, in that case, at least it wasn't an elimination game, as we're going to see Team Hullet versus Team Hullet, but we move. We have our first 4.
Yeah, Mike, of course, was talking about that Team Hullet matchup, and they've been on a boot camp as well, so we could see that they've obviously been training similarly, and it was a carbon copy, wasn't it, in that penalty shootout. Whatever one could do, the other could do it just as well, but it was Manu Bashore who goes through. We'll see him shortly, but it is obviously really tough up here because we have to say goodbye to 4 players already in this competition as well. Heartbreak, really, Mike, at this stage for these 4. Hexon, we say goodbye to him. Dilo, Diogo, and then Abu Maka, who was our feature matchup first on, and he pushed Olelito all the way there. It came down to 90-minute goal from Olelito.
And that's what I was just going to say is the margins are so slim at this level. And if you're going home at this stage, it's that one step before making the FIFA World Cup. So it does hurt you in the team and everything you prepped for this year. But these guys went, they showed up, and they should be really proud to make it to this point.
I was going to say, because obviously only 128 got here. This is globally. We're talking about every single person that plays FIFA on the planet. 128 got here, 64 started today. Obviously, we can only take 32 to Copenhagen. And these are the first 4 of that 32 who have signed, sealed, delivered their place. Tuga, he's over there in his Portuguese flag. Cannot wait for Kyle Walker to speak to him. Dami, of course, as well. We've got Manu Bashore, who we just mentioned, of Team Hullet. That was drama in that penalty shootout. And then Hajj, he was in the penalty shootout as well against Olelito. I mean, these guys have played the performances, matches of their lives to get here. I'm sure they're pretty drained at this stage, Mike LaBelle.
And I talked about relief, but at this point, you're ready to celebrate. You're probably going to give Kyle a hug over there if you get a chance. I think he's got some goodies in his hand as well, but congratulations to the first 4.
I mean, how proud they must be, how proud their families, their countries, their teams, of course, for those 4 to be going and representing themselves and their countries and their esports organizations in Copenhagen in, like, 2 weeks' time. It's approaching so fast, so they have a lot of work to do before then, but, you know, one massive job ticked off that bucket list. And some of these guys we know have been there before. Tuga and Dami, they've been there before.
Well, and some of them are going to have to double dip as well. If you think about it, when you have the E-Club, the E-Nations, and then, of course, the FIFA World Cup, you got 2v2s in action. It's different levels of preparation, and there's a few competitors here that will have that opportunity to qualify for potentially all 3 events.
Well, Mike, it's time to welcome the players onto the stage. We should step back. It's not about us anymore. It's about these 4 competitors. Let's welcome them. Your first qualified player to the World Cup. It's Dami from Poland of Tundra Esports. He's been there before. He knows how it feels. He's going to Copenhagen. You booked your ticket. Awesome job, mate. Go enjoy this moment with Kyle Walker. He's going to get a scarf and he's going to get a console as well. Let's move. This is a moment for all these guys.
Rach, Michael, thank you so much. Dami, what a season it has been for you. In this very room just a few months ago, you were crowned the E-Premier League champion. Now you're going to the FIFA E-World Cup. What are you feeling? What's going through your body right now?
I mean, it's great. I think it feels much better than the previous World Cup that I've had in FIFA 18 because now
Happy for Dami to get a spot.
I feel like I can actually do more than just participate, you know. I'm actually prepared. The last few months were just incredible. The turnaround was insane, and yeah, I just want to keep it going.
I can see the smile on your face right now. Hopefully that smile gets even wider when I hand these to you right now. You've got a gold PlayStation controller just there, plus the scarf. You can put the scarf on for us, okay? Come on, show the entire world what you've got. You will be going to playoffs just there. How good does it feel for you to know I'm saying those words? Now you've booked your flight to Copenhagen for yourself. However, the job's not done for the season.
No, it's not. I also qualified for Nations before, so it was the first step and actually just helped me to go through this tournament, right? Because I already knew that I have what it takes to qualify for the main event, and now it was time to show it in 1v1 too. So I'm just really happy. I lost my voice after the last game because of screaming, so yeah, it feels great.
It feels great indeed. Well, congratulations. You can make your way off just there for us. Amazing stuff. Let's welcome our second competitor that has booked their flight to Copenhagen. They are going to the FIFA E World Cup. Team Hullets, Manu Bashir. Congratulations, it's so good to see you, so good to welcome you, so good to know that you're going to the FIFA E-World Cup. Me saying those words right now, I can see the wry smile on your face. It's like you're holding in all the emotion. It went to penalties that last game. What a way to qualify.
What a way to qualify indeed. I had to play my teammate, unfortunately, which I will wish best of luck, obviously, in the loser bracket to qualify. I know we will qualify for sure. But feeling this feeling in my first competitive year, qualified for all 3 World Cups, is insane to describe. And also this tournament, I'm 7-0, in Swiss also 5-0. So I didn't expect this before the tournament, but I played very good FIFA and maybe sometimes cracked under pressure, but in the end we delivered, and that's what matters.
Well, let's not just brush over the fact he says 7-0 just there, gone undefeated from Thursday to now as well. What a first season it's been for yourself. I asked the same question to Dami before, but the season's not done for you, surely. You want to go and prove that you are one of the biggest players of the year on this game.
Yeah, as you say, it's not over. I just mentioned I qualified for 3 World Cups, so I'll be there 3 weeks in Copenhagen, and obviously 1v1 World Cup, which I just qualified for, will be the first. And I'm already looking forward playing my first World Cup on LAN. And yeah, let's see what we can do there, and hopefully we can reach big things.
Hopefully you can indeed. I'm going to pass these to you right now. That controller is yours. I know it looks cool. Gold, I know. And you can undo the scarf. That is yours. You've secured your place going to playoffs. Final question for yourself just now. Oh, there's plenty of time for you to enjoy that one. You said it's qualified on LAN. You were here. Talk to me about Thursday. 128 players in this very room. What was that pressure like? What is it like when everyone's around you in the big pit, we're calling it just now? When everyone's watching, what is that pressure like?
At first, I was really distracted and a bit worried if I could keep my focus up. But thanks to my coach Lev, he helped me very much. He gave me a lot of confidence during this tournament, and I managed to keep focused and yeah, just get the wins done. Go 3-0. It wasn't the most easiest or the most prettiest, but we just did it, and I'm very happy about that. And 128 players, in some way it motivates you, because when you hear some other screams, you're thinking okay, I gotta win too, I'm screaming too, just I think you just seen it. And obviously when you're down, it's a bit demotivating, but yeah, in the end we did it, man.
In the end, you did it indeed. Congratulations, you can make your way off just there, and we can welcome our third player that's going. Yeah, a round of applause. I love that just there. Our third player that has booked their spot in Copenhagen. He is making his way across. He's flying that flag just there. Tuga. He's managed to do it. We heard all of the roars from his teammates. We heard the songs as well. Everyone was screaming your name. Incredible stuff, Tuga. You've got that flag on just now. How proud are you that you've qualified for the FIFA E-World Cup?
I'm really proud. I worked a lot in the past 2-3 weeks. I knew that it is going to be hard. There are the 128 best players in the world. I managed to go 4-1 in the Swiss. I think I was playing really well. I only lost to Dossari, the king of the jungle, you know. But I feel so happy right now. Probably the best, the happiest person in the world. And I think that's the hard work that it paid off. Obviously, I played incredible FIFA against top players, and now I need just to enjoy. And obviously, I will support my mates from Portugal that will play next, and hopefully, I won't be the first Portuguese player and the only one at the World Cup.
Well, congratulations for that. To celebrate, we've got a controller for you and a scarf. Don't know how you're going to put the scarf on around the flag. We'll figure that out. We'll find a way to do that for you. A little bit of an insight for everyone that is watching. I spotted you behind the scenes before your games today. I said, how are you feeling? You said confident. That confidence really showed when it was time to show up. It was time to shine. You did that. How important is it having that confidence within yourself?
Yeah, it's really important because I feel that in every Swiss matches, even against Dossari, I was creating chances. I was playing well, and that thing that's when we create chances, our confidence will go up, and I think that's the most important thing to win at FIFA. Obviously, we have to be talented, we have to know the skill moves and everything, but the mentality is really important. It's a really important thing here in FIFA, and I think in that situation, in my mindset, I think I'm the best in the world, and for everyone who follows me, I hope you to. Everything is possible. So hard work. If you have some goals, some dreams, do it by yourself. Train a lot. That's because hard work will always pays off.
It does indeed. You're going to the FIFA E World Cup. You can make your way off just there. Incredible stuff from Tuga. And our fourth player that will be going through to Copenhagen, making his way across the stage just now. We saw in an epic penalty shootout, Team Hodge. What a performance it was from this young man right here. Incredible stuff. You can make your way just here for us. We've got to talk about those penalties just now. How difficult is that? Coming up against a player with the quality that you did in Oli Lito, it goes down to penalties. How did you keep a positive mindset?
It's really mental in the penalty. I think I lost 19 out of 20 penalties in my career. And but I always said to myself, if I win the penalty to make me to the World Cup, I'll be happy.
Well, you definitely did that, and it was incredible stuff. And it means you earned one of these, a gold PlayStation controller, plus a playoff scarf. Let's see the scarf. Come on, pop it round the tracksuit just now. We definitely want to see that. Incredible stuff, and you get some round of applause from the audience as well. Final question to yourself. The season's not done and dusted. You want to go to the FIFA E World Cup. You've shown us what you can do. What are you hoping to do by the end of this season?
Of course, to win the whole thing.
Of course, to win the whole thing. Incredible stuff right there. Well, you can make your way to the centre, joined by all of our other 3 competitors. All 4 of these are heading to the FIFA E World Cup. They booked their spot just here. They will be going to Copenhagen in just 2 weekend time. Incredible stuff from all of them. We've got plenty of action coming your way. You do not want to miss this one. We'll be finding more of our competitors just after the break, where Brandon Smith and Leah Ravel will be taking us through Dull and Mike taking on Barreto.
Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL, and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time, and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means I'm in a very dangerous position, and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder, and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, And as we can see, I've triggered my strikers run, and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time. And we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
This is the first time Dolan Mike has ever gone this far in a tournament. First time he's ever gotten to the 3rd day of a tournament.
Attack after attack after attack from the German. To R9, one more goal would finish this. Dolomite, congratulations.
But now I won, it's just feeling is better than ever before.
Dolan Mike is the wonder kid out of Germany.
It's the voice of an angel. He plays the FIFA of a god.
This man is 9-1 up, he's 10-1 up.
Don't score,
He's 10-1
come
up.
on, please.
Dolan Mike is a man who has no mercy.
We're going to have to call this patch the Dolan Mike patch from now on, because it is literally made for him.
My name is Dolan Mike. I got the deepest voice, the longest neck, and we're getting dubbed. I'm not stopping today. I'm not stopping tomorrow. Run up the 5 at the back.
And he'll be hoping that he can make it to the FIFA E World Cup for a second time in his career as you join us back for the playoffs here live in London. He will be involved in our next featured matchup against MGCF's very own Barreto, myself, Brandon Smith, and Lee Ravel taking you through the action. I got to watch that last round from the sidelines. You were involved in it. What a last round!
Incredible round. Crazy. Barreto, again, I get the pleasure of casting him twice, which is exciting, but lots of drama. Tons of drama.
And for someone like Barreto as well, who's just lost that game, it's very different. Dolomite lost his opening game. He was in the lower bracket for a lot longer. Do you think it's going to affect Barreto? Because he's just come off the back of a loss and now he's straight back on main stage again for the game that could send him to the FIFA E World Cup?
It's possible because a lot of these players have had time to, recover, recuperate, and, re-engage to their next game. But Barreto is back on the main stage again right after. However, he's been given the second chance. So he has the opportunity now to book that ticket to the World Cup after losing a game. So perhaps that gives him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the bracket because 4 players have already qualified for the FIFA E World Cup. Massive congratulations, as we said, to Manuel Bachore, Tuga, Team Haj and Barreto. That's your first 4 names that will be booking their plane ticket
long train.
It'll be a long train to Denmark. Towards the bottom bit of our bracket, though, we've got 4 games coming your way. All will be kicking off at the same time. Our featured match, we'll see Dolomite against Barreto on the main stage. But that game there is going to be a cracker. Cosmin against Oli Lito, Damsheet against Tesla, Berke Lion against Emre Yilmaz. 4 great games there on your screen.
Incredible games, and it's surprising to see some of these players in the lower bracket. We thought, you know, potentially some of them would have qualified already. Tesla, again, had started very, very strong, but he has to make a comeback. Is there anyone in this lower bracket that you think is a shoo-in?
What, Defo?
Yeah.
I would have said Olilito, but he's playing
Yeah,
Cosmin,
yeah.
which is going to be a very difficult game. I think one thing that we're going to see this year, Leah, is we're going to see lots of new names at the FIFA World Cup. I think out of the 64 that we're here today, there's 49 players that have never been to a FIFA World Cup. So, and that's been the story of the last 2 years. You know, an online last 2 years, the pandemic's happened, loads of new players have come through, and that's just only natural.
Natural, for sure. And I think it's important for a lot of players. We've seen, you know, a lot of European players, but other players from around the world that have come to London on numerous occasions, Sweden as well, to compete and be the best in the world. So it's nice to see some new faces, some new talent, and, you know, potential best in the worlds in the future.
Yeah, well, who knows? They could be winning the FIFA E World Cup, as we said. Next game starts, where is it? Just under 20 seconds away. We'll be concluding Group A. After this, 60 more players will then come into town and battle out in our Group B. Some big names in that one. We can't wait to bring you it. Zazinio, Kone, the list goes on. Well, here we go. Last game in this Group A. 4 more names will put their ticket to Copenhagen for the FIFA E World Cup in probably just under an hour's time. It's still all to conclude. It is going to be Barreto against Dolomic on main stage, and it is coming to you live right now. Dolomic, a player who's got such history. He's been to a FIFA E World Cup before. It wasn't the best performance for his own rights back in London all those years ago. He has won FUT Champions Cups, though, and some would argue that he's a winner, Leah. He's a born winner.
He's a born winner, and I was surprised to see some of the score lines of his matches this afternoon, but I think he's going to be here playing for, you know, everything that he can. He has nothing, well, he has everything and nothing to lose at this point.
Also, you got the opportunity to watch Barreto in that last game, in a very difficult game against Dami. What was it about him that maybe just wasn't at it in that last game, that he couldn't keep up with Dami?
Well, I think we know Barreto as a clinical goal scorer. The match that he won to qualify for the weekend, he won, I believe it was like 9-3 or something, with a ridiculous scoreline. And then even in his, the rest of his Swiss matches, he was, you know, scoring like 5, 6, 7 goals. So as a clinical goal scorer like that, to see only 1 goal scored is a little bit surprising. But then again, you have to think that he's playing someone like Dami, who knows how to lead a game, and he knows how to
basically allow you not to score at all, really. And again, you're someone that's been able to watch the Libertadores this year, so you've seen a lot of the play styles of Brazilians, and we'll be talking more about that as this game does unfold. Dolomic, of course, from left to right in that Team Neo strip. It will be MGCF Barreto. He can't get enough of the main stage, so it seems at the moment. He keeps appearing on there. If you have just tuned in, this is the FGS playoffs live from London. 4 of the 32 have already booked their ticket to Copenhagen next month. We'll get that issue sorted out as soon as we can to continue this game. But just a quick word on those players. Tuga, as always, I was watching it from the sidelines. Very passionate, very emotional is Tuga. I'm excited that he's going to be in Copenhagen next month. Team Haj there, Manuel Bature. That was a bit cruel, wasn't it? A penalty shootout between 2 teammates.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I hate losing on penalties anyways. Penalties are so unpredictable that you don't really know how it goes. I was speaking about this with Ryan. It could go one of 2 ways. You know, you could be happy that you lost on pens because you know you didn't make a mistake in regulation time, but then you were so close. You could have, it was 1 goal away.
Especially against a teammate.
Yeah,
which is,
exactly.
just a little bit more painful. Luckily enough, that wasn't an elimination game. It just moved him down to this lower bracket where we are bringing you 4 matches, 3 currently underway behind us. We'll give you an update as it stands. Olilito just lost the penalty shooter. He takes on Cosmin. Here's Barreto. Looking to build in nicely, uses João Cancelo over potentially Marcelo, that looks to be, which is an interesting claim there. A FUT captain who has been so heavily involved. João Cancelo looking to come forward, looks for a ball roll or 2, finds Hullet. This is nice for Barreto, punch into the feet of R9, was asking quite a lot from the icon as that account comes to nothing. Let's have a look at what's going on in Olilito's game. He is up by not just 1, but I think this was his 2nd goal that he scored with 12 minutes on the clock. Mbappe looks to come forward, little ball roll inside. Mbappe patient, there's the 1 more pass into R9. Olilito, perfect start.
Incredible composure. We've seen a lot of these goals that come from the byline where the attacker goes straight and then just an R1X pass back to someone that's waiting there to just tap it in, and we saw that again there. Cool, calm, composed. that's what we love to see.
And how many times do we see that one more pass? Like, everyone will tell you it.
Yeah.
The one more pass, it makes a chance from a 98% to a 99.9% chance of going in, especially when it's someone like R9.
100%, and I think that's not something that we've seen necessarily in the past. I mean, with me and my skill level, I definitely wouldn't make that extra pass because I know that I'm losing possession in that instance. But it's interesting that everyone is so composed and they're able to pick out the space at a moment's notice and make that last-minute pass.
Remains so calm in that build-up as well. No goals to talk about here, though, so far. Dula might come off the back of quite a heavy scoreline in his last game.
Definitely. 8-4, I believe it was. And so he is going into this match feeling good. But Barreto, as you mentioned, is going into this match down. He is just coming off a loss. So how do you think that affects their mental going into this?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one, especially when you're back on main stage just minutes after against a player of Dula Mike's quality. Cosmin has got a goal back. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screen now. Scores are coming through thick and fast. These are all qualification games for the FIFA E World Cup. Remember, they're all in the first leg. Every game is over 2 legs. Ololito leads, as we said, by 2 goals to 1. Just lost the penalty shootout to find himself in this situation after giving us such a great opening time. We normally sit here and talk about German players being so dominantly, and they normally make up a quarter of the player base in the FIFA World Cup. They have done for the last few years when we've seen it. There's only 6 German players that are in these playoffs, and at the moment, no one is guaranteed. They're both in elimination games, Dula Mike and Berke Lion.
It's crazy to see that, and as you mentioned before, we have a lot of new players here, a lot of people from different nations. So it's very, very cool to see some new names, some new nations, and, you know, perhaps they'll be known as the best FIFA producers in the world.
Right, here we've got a goal to talk about. We said that he did score a goal back, Cosmin of Romania, the only Romanian player left in the tournament. This was the goal that he did score. Messi does a great job of just laying it into R9. The one more pass we'll continue to talk about. Cristiano Ronaldo, easy pickings.
Never missing that from that far out, is he? And we see the C, and Cosmin could be back in it.
That shapeshifter CR7 that many pros have certainly talked about. What a ball, it's going to be Dula Mike. It's R9, through on goal, times it green, and when it's green, it means go.
Always, always, he's never missing that. Some great space and a fantastic run by R9, and like you said, he is never missing that from that distance when it's green.
Well, it's the Ronaldo show, CR7 all around the zone. We're sitting on the replay. What a through ball that was, by the way, from Lionel Messi, who's just found himself in a sort of number 10 Terekista role, so it feels, in these teams.
Definitely, and I think it's important to take those chances when you have them, because as we've seen so far, there's been not a lot that's happened, and one chance, one shot, one green time, one goal.
Simple as that. Dula Mike opens up his account after 40 minutes here for Team Neo.
And it must be interesting, you mentioned too that Barreto again is on the main stage, and LAN events are already nerve-wracking to begin with. You're already around people are watching, there's lots of different noises, a lot of distractions, but being up there on the main stage, do you think that that would affect them positively or negatively? Because there's not a lot of distractions perhaps up on that stage as there are in the pit.
Well, I think I saw earlier with Abu Makar, he was sort of shaking when he was up there in the first game of the day. I mean, you say about, it goes either way. You know, it's excitement, but at the same time, it literally is so nerve-wracking. I saw even, to be honest, Barreto, a couple of tears in his eyes after that last game against Dami. It was a tough one when you know you are so close. You're 1 win away. Here's Hullet. Dula Mike. Oh, Dula Mike. Just offside, but that could have been 2 goals to nil. You speak about carving your opponent open. Look no further than that for a case study.
Millimeters offside. That could have very well been the second goal for Dula Mike. He's dominating this game, it seems. He's taking his chances. I think, you know, Barreto's got a little ways to go to get back in this game, but we've still got lots of time.
Yeah, lots of time indeed. MGCF Barreto, another one of those Brazilian names that's popped up over the last 2 years or so in competitive FIFA. This one's at half-time in the game. Still 3 halves away from it, but again, you can understand why this one is so nerve-wracking. If you win this game, $10,000 guaranteed and a spot at the FIFA E World Cup. 14th to the 17th of July. It will all go down in Copenhagen, which, as we said, 4 players have already booked their ticket there.
4 players that perhaps we expected or didn't expect. What do you think? A little bit of both?
I'd say a little bit of both. I think we've lost big names in the tournament in Swiss as well that you
definitely
maybe expect to go through. Messi finds CR7 or R9, I should say. What a tackle, and More importantly, what a save from Van der Sar. Was just off the mark, but got two hands on it regardless. Did the icon shot stopper.
Definitely that last-ditch pass again, like we've seen from them this whole game, like we've seen from a lot of competitors this whole tournament. It's crazy how things adapt and gameplay changes, and even nation to nation, how different playstyles are.
It's the first time that we actually get to see all the nations come together, because you are absolutely right on that. Whether it's NA or Oceania or South America, everyone's got a different style and play styles to the game, whether it even could be from corners, as simple as it sounds. Had a couple of pros talking about that yesterday, that certain regions have not caught on to certain mechanical changes in the game, which is crazy, but that's the level of FIFA we're playing at here, of just the small intricacies where one corner can win you a game.
100%, yeah, and in matches like these with skill levels like these people have, like these players have, I think it comes down to more mistakes. Like I was saying to Ryan, I think that, you know, either there's some really good passes, the last ditch pass like we've seen, or a mistake that leads to a goal. There's no huge skill gap.
Nice interception from Ramos. Ramos will continue that run. That's his shapeshifter item, which came out as a striker, I believe. Let's jump over here quickly. There has been a goal back, I believe, for Berke Lyon. It was 4-0 down. 4-0 down in 50 minutes, the German. With a bit of a wake-up call, I think, is the best way to call it, Leah. Ronaldo will score, and he's got a long way to go if he wishes to turn that game around.
A long way to go, but 1 goal out of 4 on the way there. Lots of time. I mean, this is only 50 minutes into the first leg, so we've seen crazier comebacks. I think that's like the key word of this weekend is comeback, remontada, you know. But lots of time to get those back.
And I think 1 player out of 4 for Team Hullet. They're looking to get another player over the line. Their Emre Yilmaz will be the second name at the FIFA World Cup for Team Hullet. Scoreline's coming in at the bottom of your screen. This is the one we're watching right now. Damsheet against Tesla. It's the young Dutch player who just got Rookie of the Year in the Eredivisie. Came second in that season. Emre Yilmaz, as we know, 4-1 up. And Oli Lito leads still 2-1. What a ball that could be. Heung-min Son does get a nod in this team. Don't get me wrong, his team of the season item is very good, but naturally, chemistry-wise, he'll be coming off the bench, I think.
I was thinking that as well. This is not the first team. I mean, the first player, the first team. I've seen a few, 3 or 4, maybe even 5 of Heung-min Son items in players' teams, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised to see some of the items in the teams that we're seeing. I'm not surprised with Bellingham, Ramos, Ronaldo, R9, but
it's the best time to play in a tournament as well. We're sort of towards the end of the year where there are so many unbelievable. We've been through all the promos in nice way. There's probably more to come around the corner, but you know, look at these teams. The level of player quality. Obviously, these guys are playing on a special esports edition of the game where they can use any player of their fancy up to a certain date. I don't think yesterday's recent shapeshifter team, unfortunately, was included, but regardless, you're seeing so many good foot items.
And that's a good point that you bring up, is that in 3 weeks' time, when these players are at and competing at the World Cup, we're going to have most of the player 85-10. Well, not that it makes too much of a difference because they have unlocked accounts, but they're going to be able to practice with every card in the game.
I mean, even more shapeshifters that fall out. Even saw that Chiellini end of an era pop up in a few teams.
Best center back in the game, for sure.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable value as well. If you've not done him yet, get him done. 20 minutes left to play. Let's check in with Oli Lito, another player from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. This is live now. 14 minutes left in this game. Oli Lito does lead this one 2-1. He's had quite a mixed day at the office. He won on a penalty, he won on a 90th minute winning goal. 5-4 in his first game. Then lost on a penalty shootout. He's been up, then he's been down. Now he's sort of in the middle.
You know, it's kind of, one could say that it's unpredictable, and perhaps that's the kind of player that you want to be in a tournament like this. You don't want to go into a game, you know, with your opponent expecting a certain type of play style, and you know, we've seen that in Oli Lito, and it's a testament to his composure and his mental, because after losing a game, after being down, I think I would be done for.
Credit to Kozmin, only Romanian in this tournament. He went 0-2 in the Swiss rounds on Thursday. Bounced back to go 3-2. Here's Dolomite for 2. We questioned Heung-min Son featured in this team, but when he steps up and pulls out a finish like that, you can absolutely understand why he's in that starting 11.
We just finished talking about Heung-min Son and that item in people's teams, and that is the difference maker again for Dylan Mike. What a finish. Left foot, cross keeper, Gotta love it. Kois, am I right?
Very, very passionate celebration indeed from Dolomite. That time green finish making all the difference. Shapeshifter, Hum-Min-Song, my apologies. Another incredible item he's got to add to the collection this year.
Well deserved too. Well deserved. What a season he has had in real life as well.
João Cancelo as a fullback does work, but
we've seen him elsewhere, haven't we?
he played. I mean, I played in the weekend league before when he played up front against me. He's and he scored.
Yeah. How did that game go?
Yeah, let's not talk about it. He certainly has got the stats to cause all sorts of damage. 9 minutes left to play here. Sorry, 2-0. Dolomite does lead, as you were saying, Leah.
We've seen a lot of those items, especially at this time in the game where they're versatile. We've seen Captains Marcelo being used, left back, CDM, CM, left wing even. We've seen the new Shapeshifter cards that obviously are in the positions of these strikers. Sergio Ramos, we know him in real life as an attacking center back, so it's nice to see items like that in the game.
Comes close for a third, there's Dolomite. We spoke about cheerleader. He does actually feature in Dolomite's starting 11. Alongside that, Spinazzola just coming on, that recent shapeshifter, no doubt. Sadio Mane off the bench, fresh and full of pace for Barreto. Just hasn't got going this game, really, has it?
He hasn't, and I'm wondering if it's, you know, the mental coming off of the last game, but this is it. This is do or die for both of these players, and right now, Barreto might be going home.
Just a goal before the second leg would be massive for the Brazilian. 90 minutes near enough on the clock now, any time to follow. Fee Hernandez will look to move this attack forward. It needs to go forward now because there's not long left. Every back defending for Dolomite. Here is that Fee Hernandez, went for the cutback, became a bit too obvious, and Hullet will win that. Spinazzola will clear it out, and at the halfway point, it is a very comfortable 2-0 lead for Dolomite.
I think Dolomite will be feeling very confident, very good going into the second leg. I think Barreto, you know, like I said, it's do or die for him. He needs to put all his eggs in the same basket in order to go to the FIFA World Cup.
And as we said, there's more to play here, and there is a second leg. After this round, there will be 4 more players qualifying for the FIFA E World Cup. You do not want to miss this, and it's coming away after this very short break. Will Dolomite make it 2 FIFA E World Cups? We'll find out very soon.
I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central centimeter, I'm passing it to my left centimeter, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left centimeter is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left centimeter, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center centimeter, as you see here, finding it to the right centimeter. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left centimeter, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFA E World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Dasari, Mo Alba all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs. Let's go. 64 players, 2 days, 1 goal. Qualified to compete in the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFA E World Cup. Live from London, the FIFA 22 Global Series Playoffs continues now. Well, here we go then. Welcome back to the playoffs here in London. We are looking for 4 more names to join the 4 just above us that have already booked a ticket to Copenhagen for the FIFA E World Cup. Keep an eye on that lower bracket, those 4 games in the middle. Those are the scorelines coming in as it stands. Olilito leading Cosmin 2-1. Dolomic up by 2-0 against Barreto. Damshi against Tesla is 0-0. And Emre Yilmaz, after being 4-0 up, that's now 4-2. So Berke Lyon is finding his way back into this tie. Myself, Brandon Smith and Leah Revel taking you through all of the action here. Leah, we had quite a different first leg in this one. There is still much, I feel, to come from this game.
Definitely, I think so too. I think that we haven't seen the last of Barreto yet. He knows going into this second leg that he has all to play for, or he's not going to the World Cup. So we are expecting a lot from him. Tactic changes, formation changes perhaps, and all-out attack probably in the last like 15 minutes.
Well, he's got nothing to lose now, has he? It's as simple as this. You lose, it's the end of your FIFA season, and it's back to the drawing board for next year, or win, and you're off to Copenhagen for the FIFA E World Cup, picking up $10,000 in the process of that as well. For Dolomic, I can't really say he put a foot wrong, to be honest, Leah. He was perfect in pretty much all areas of the pitch in that last game.
Exactly, not making too many, any mistakes realistically. I think that he's been composed in his attack. He knows when to, sit back and absorb pressure. Ooh, I thought you never know sometimes with goalkeepers and what's about to happen. But yeah, he's been composed in his attack. He doesn't go full steam ahead when he doesn't have to, and I think that's why he's 2-0 up. And
he was clinical, wasn't he? His timing and the finishes were perfect. The extra pass was there. And for him, that's what's given him a 2-goal lead at this break. Dolomic, as we said, has already been at a FIFA World Cup final for his own, I'd say, record. It wasn't the best FIFA World Cup those years ago in FIFA 19, but since then he's won more from home. He's won a virtual Bundesliga just a few weeks ago. He's matured as a player. He's picked up more accolades along the way. And at the moment, he's leading this game by 2-0. MGCF Barreto has to take this game to the German. Has to find a goal back now. This next one is massive, just to bring himself back into the tie and to give him just a bit of a confidence boost if all.
Definitely, and I think that we've said this before, but in FIFA, 2 goals is not a...
Nothing.
No, and it's a lead that people either want to have or don't want to have, because how many times in FUT Champs have you lost a 2-0 lead or come back from a 2-0 deficit?
Definitely more losses than wins in my time. But honestly, I'd say 4 goals is a difficult scoreline, but even 3, I think, can be turned around at this level of Pro FIFA, where games can just swing and just flip on the head. Here's an attack coming in from Dolomic now. Lionel Messi does well. Is R9 onside? Yes, he is. Looks up the shoulder. Ramos pulls that one back. Back to this game now, which is just kicked off. Olilito against Cosmin is currently 2-1 on aggregate. The Swede of Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas is leading that game, and he is currently, I say, 90 minutes away from a win, but he's only got a 1-goal lead, which, to be honest, is nothing, because we're speaking about goal line advantages.
No, nothing at all. And like you said, the players that are trailing.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's really nice. Reverse elastico from Heung-min Song. Finds the one more pass. No reaction at all from Barreto. He knows he's got still a few more gears to give, and to really just get going. But for him, we said the first goal was massive. What a goal it was.
What a goal it was indeed. Composed again from Son. Again, another appearance in a team, but a clean finish by Mbappe, and he's back in it. That's what I said. 2 goals is nothing.
It's the South Korean winger that is providing all the help as well. He's shapeshifter forward item, I should say. Just adds that extra little bit of power and pace into those attacks, and he's got the skill moves to do so as well. Cheeky reverse elastico opened up the space, and Mbappe said yes please every day of the week.
And I think Dylan Mike now might be feeling a little bit of pressure. He no longer is leading by 2 goals, and he knows that he has to not only attack to, see this game out, but he has to be more conscious of his defending as well in order to not concede.
Could the overload here could maybe fine.
Gives Barreto the little bit of boost of confidence that he needed to come back in this game, and we see that right away, straight to the attack. He knows what he needs to do.
5 minutes played here this game. Let's check in with this one for a second. Dame Sheet against Tesla's just kicked off. That's Nom Esports' Israeli player who won the Israeli FIFA Pro League up against Dame Sheet, who was the Rookie of the Year in the Eredivisie. They could be a chance. Mbappe, why not back himself there? What a save from Schmeichel, who just stopped Tully in his tracks. So for a split second I was saying, look at the time for Mbappe, take a shot. He found the one more pass. And what a save that was from literally the flying Danish goalkeeper.
It's incredible. These last-minute passes I'm like astonished by, because you have to be so, you have to time that perfectly, because you're running, you're being pressed. You're running out of time in order to make that pass, and it has to be executed 100% or else you get dispossessed.
Just on that one, sorry, you saw Dame Sheet there of ECV Esports. Was Rookie of the Year in the Eredivisie. Came second, losing to the hands of Vitesse, of Manu Bachore and Levi David. It was a very difficult grand final, that one, but nevertheless, that was their process to qualification here in the FGS playoffs. It was very simple. You go through a league, or a league format S tournament, that being E-Libertadores, E-Champions League, E-Premier League, etc., or you went through the ladders, which was online qualification, where you picked up points on the FIFA.gg rankings. Ball into the box, this could be a chance. Ronaldo Nazario was there in the air, defended well. Certainly feels that goal has brought Barreto in the driving seat of this game.
And that's what he has to do to get back in this game. Like you said, he has to be in the driving seat if he wants to go to Copenhagen. You mentioned briefly E-Libertadores and talking a little bit about the players that qualified for the weekend and the players that were eliminated in Swiss. PHZN and Rampazzo both did very well. PHZN winning E-Libertadores and then being eliminated in Swiss, which is something that we didn't expect at all.
PHZN was a bit of a surprise, to be honest, for him not to get through to the knockout stage. He's been looking forward for so long to coming over to Europe, but just didn't work out for him yesterday.
And it's a testament to, you can practice, but what does that mean on the main stage? You have to be, it's different gravy on the main stage when you are competing in front of so many people, so many spectators, so many other players. Like I said, you have distractions. It's a tough one.
We're nearly at half-time in this one. Chance of Dylan Mike defended well by Sergio Ramos in the end. That'll do us for half-time. 45 minutes away from finding player number 5 of 32 that will be going to Copenhagen for the FIFA E-World Cup.
Barreto looking a little less stressed. He knows that he's trailing, but he still has a chance.
There's that one. Pulls to a halt. The other games are starting to come alive. 3 games taking place just behind us right now. Also in the lower bracket, you can just see there, which we've seen so many good reactions. When we do kick off our second group of B players, there's 7 monitors there all alongside each other. There is some incredible reactions in there. The booths get packed with friends and family and coaches, and I'm sure we'll see some more reactions as this round does conclude, especially with FIFA E-World Cup spots on the line.
Definitely. Ryan and I were talking about in the last round between the 2 Team Hullet teammates, Yilmaz and his teammate. They were directly across from each other. So imagine not only sending your opponent, your teammate, to the lower bracket, but celebrating directly in front of him.
That last game has just kicked off as well between Emre Yilmaz and Berke Line of Werder Bremen. All the matches will Finished just a little bit after each other. We've staggered the kick-off so we can catch all those winning moments. Ronaldo. R9. This is nice. Dolomic. It's off the boot of Marquinhos. And that will go for a corner. That corner taken quickly. Does well. Lionel Messi drops the shoulder and it goes in the air. It could be a free header. CR7 in the air with a volley which is defended well. And what a chance in quick succession. One or two of them. Still could be alive now. Here's R9. Messi. CR7. Gives him the 2-goal cushion and puts him back in the driving seat.
Oh, wow, what a finish. That he just completely dominated that last build-up there. He, you know, first time, missed the chance. Second time, missed the chance. But third time, not missing it from that far out.
We'll see it again on the replay. Ronaldo timing that run just onside. And for Germany's hopes of a back-to-back FIFA E World Cup champion, it's going to be in the hands of potentially Dolomic if he can hold on to this one. You see the reaction.
The passion. You love to see that. I noticed
something about being on main stage as well, Leah, that just gives you that extra
Definitely.
ounce of passion.
Definitely, definitely. It's nerve-wracking, but also inspiring to be up on that main stage when everyone else is down in the pit, especially in a game like this, in an elimination game like this.
Well, there has been a goal over here by NOM Esports' Tesla. 21 minutes on the clock in the first leg. Does well and finds R9. That's the breakthrough in that one. The winner of the Israeli League is leading that one against Damesheep.
I'm not surprised to see him leading given his performance in the first couple matches today and even his performance in Swiss. And Ronaldo R9 is worth those 15 million coins, isn't he?
And it was always Ronaldo Nazário that many pros spoke about as their favourite player, but this weekend it's been all about Shapeshifter CR7, that newest item. When you think Ronaldo can't get any better, EA just throw out another special item of him. Back to goal, Mbappe, Chiellini proving his worth there. That end of an era item. There is a rock at the back.
Oh, rock indeed. Again, like Brandon said earlier, if you haven't done him, do him, because the value and what he offers in game, as you've just seen, is unbelievable.
Building Barreto. Expect to see a bit more aggression in these attacks now as he is trailing by 2 goals and time is running out. Marcelo finds Bellinger, one more into Min-Sol. Lovely shot, what a save by the feet of Schmeichel.
Oh, and the composure, the goalkeeper movement, he knew that, you know, he wasn't getting to that
Still was
with
alive.
his defenders.
Chances alive, still back to go. Min-Sol, there it is. Game on.
Let's go. Heung-min Son again, none other. He knows. And listen to the crowd. You can hear all of his compatriots from South America cheering him on. They want Barreto to make the comeback, and he's 3/4 of the way there.
And all the Brazilians that did get knocked out on Thursday, yes, they're in this room here in London. They are watching, cheering, hoping that Brazil can have representation at the FIFA World Cup final.
And they just might. Lots of time. Anything can happen. A 1-goal lead, 1-goal deficit with as much time as we have left. Anything can happen.
Not just that. Expect to see what substitutions come on. Maybe a couple of pressure tactical changes, which is no doubt going to just get that depth up, make it more difficult. There has been a goal over in this game where it was 4-2. Berkey Lion was 4-0 down. That's 4-3 now.
Ooh! What a goal that was. What a finish. First time volley. You love to see that.
Look how long's left in that game as well, Leah. There is 73 minutes left in that game.
And it's 3-1. Is that what was what the scoreline was, right? I read that
4-3,
correctly?
4-3 aggregate, but he's only 1 goal behind now.
Which is insane. I told you it was the weekend of comebacks. It was the weekend of the remontadas. So I don't think that's the last of them that we'll see. You have to wonder what it feels like for Barreto. He's trailing by 1 goal, but how do you think his friends and teammates and other Brazilian compatriots...
I think he's just done it. I think
he?
he's just brought it back to 4-4. I've just heard the biggest roar ever from a German. Buchau, there has been a goal in that game. Let's go over and check it now.
No. No chance.
No way. Minutes after making it 4-3, comes and does this. Lionel Messi with a good effort, finds a back. João Cancelo, he said he could play anywhere on the pitch. Somehow squeezes that one on the 30th minute. 4-0 down he was. Berkey Lion is now back at 4-4 in that game.
We were just saying how a two-goal Oh, potential chance here. And defended well by Chiellini. We were just saying that a 2-goal lead is nothing. 3 even is easy to come back. But we set on, 4 goals next to, we wouldn't say impossible, obviously, but unlikely yet. Here we are.
I think that's why FIFA's play over 2 legs is the best example, just to prove the ultimate winner there. You've got to say confidence on Berkey Lions' side now. If you're Emre Yilmaz, you're just trying to wear 4-0 lead. You're thinking, how on earth I let that happen? This is a chance for Dolomite to take minutes out of the game or to look for another goal. He is 11 minutes near enough away from a FIFA E World Cup spot in Copenhagen. Messi, one more pass!
Woo!
Into the boot from Ronaldo. He went for the outside swinger.
Hits the post. That's unlucky. Unlucky for Dylan Mike. I can imagine what I'd be thinking. Talking about the other game just a little bit. Trailing by 4 goals, I would think in like the 10th minute, I'd be like, no. I'm done for. But the confidence that he must have had to bring it back from 4 goals down is insane.
We'll keep a close eye on that game because it will be finishing after this one has concluded. Final 8 minutes, Barreto, if he bangs the goal here, there's going to be a big roar of South Americans. João Cancelo does well, Hutchinson can't turn, it's Chiellini again, controlling that back line. And proving why he should be in this team. Chance to break now. He's had to go for Barreto and had to put bodies forward. There will be gaps now that could appear. Is he onside? No, he's just off. Hutchinson. Marcelo, if anything, is going to take more time out of this game. There is no need or reason.
It was a really smart play there.
Give away the ball. Marcelo could be through to seal the deal. Back to Messi again. It's just 3 minutes left plus additional time. Spinazzola on his own, went for the shot. Dolomite still in possession. 2 minutes left. And it's his possession to keep hold of and to look after. He will not be letting go of this ball, because he knows exactly what it could be worth, or maybe he will. Maybe there will be one more chance. This is last roll of the dice for the Brazilian. Barreto. It's wasted. And it looks as if Germans' hope of a back-to-back FIFA World Cup champion will fall in the hands of Dolomite, as he'll look enough, maybe, to pack his bags as he'll fly to Denmark to represent Germany. It's not been the best outing, I'll be honest, of the playoffs for Germany. Only 6 players arrived here in London. They normally travel in numbers, but they'll know that there'll be one man travelling to Denmark. Dolomite will be there, and Germany will have representation in the FIFA World Cup.
Incredible performance by Dylan Mike. We've seen him trailing today and also leading, but he came back, he's booked his ticket, he's won 10,000, and he's going to Copenhagen.
Congratulations, Dylan Mike. Commiserations, Barreto. He's had a tough day at the office, but nevertheless, a ridiculous season for him. Back to the drawing board for next year. Right, let's go over to another German players game, which was a very interesting game, I think, to say the least. Leah, that's the full-time result here. Dolomite wins with Team Neo. MGCF Esports as Barreto is out of the tournament. But the Berkey Lion game against Yilmaz, Emre Yilmaz, he was 4-0 down. He's brought it back to 4-4. We're joining this live now in the second leg, Leah. How on earth is this game is just turned on its head?
No, insane. 4 goals? That's unheard of. I guess it's not unheard of because we're seeing it. I don't want to say a spoiler, but I'm hearing some things behind me, but Berkey Lion must feel on top of the world to bring that back from 4-0 down.
I think we have just seen, I won't give it away, let's just see what comes through, but it's from that Olilito Cosmin game. Something big has happened in it. And we'll get you a replay, we'll get you an update of what on earth has happened. That, again, is also, as these all are, FIFA E World Cup qualification games. Ball into the box for Emre Yilmaz. Defended well, 30 minutes or so left in this game.
Marcelo, another item that we've seen very frequently. I mean, rightfully so, because he's the best left back in the world. But he, both his captain's card and his shapeshifter's card we've seen a lot. But I haven't really seen him play up top or centrally, except for perhaps in this game.
Again, he's one of those players that has just got so many incredible in-game stats. For Captain Marcelo has just been deemed good enough by pros to feature in these teams. You question the mental fortitude and how confident Emre Yilmaz must be feeling. He's just given away a 4-goal lead. He has to put that to the back of his mind. And remember that I did score 4 goals against this player.
I think that's what you have to remember in situations like this. Yes, he's conceded 4, but he's also scored 4. So he knows how to read Berkay Lion and you know, counter the tactics and the formation that he has set up for himself. But coming off of a loss to his teammate, going into the lower bracket, and then conceding 4 goals, that's tough.
.24 minutes left to play here. Cancelo, the goal scorer of the all-important 4th goal. What a ball that could be. CR7 is open in the air. Oh my! Imagine.
If he scored that, oh my gosh. I would join in on all of the cheering, because what a goal that would have been.
One ball over the top finds Messi. Emre Yilmaz now for Team Hullet, building nice. Reverse Elastico or 2, finds R9, still with R9. Good feet again, just couldn't find the clean exit of that skill move.
You know, I think that in that situation, and also what do I know because I'm not a pro, but it looked like he had the space. It looked like he had the shot away before the Elastico, so perhaps he could have taken the shot. Perhaps that would have been the difference maker.
Him, it just has to be a bit of a reminder that I can get in those areas, and I've got the right skill move combination. Anything can happen. Final 15.
I think
games are starting to finalise here. Sorry, in Group A.
Virgil van Dijk, another item that we haven't really seen this weekend almost at all. Marquinhos, so another one actually. One of the best center backs in the game at the moment, I would say, but I haven't seen a lot of him.
Could be a chance. Oh, wow. R9. Oh, it was the timing of the shot that let him down.
Unlucky. You'd argue if that was green, that was in for sure.
It would be the ultimate comeback. 4-0 down, he was in the end of the first leg.
I think both of these players have everything to play for. Of course, we'll still go to extra time after this and then penalties if necessary. But the winner does go to the FIFA World Cup.
What a ball. What a chance. Shapeshifter Ronaldo. Could be in for a chance here. Turns back inside. What a save, Alisson. Didn't know much about that one, Cristiano Ronaldo. It fell so kindly. Fortunate enough, Alisson was there just to step in and tip it around the post. This might be one of the final chances of the game. Good chances. As Werder Bremen shirts look to strive forward. Ronaldo, in it goes. CR7 is there. He's just not landed on his head. And if you can remember rightly, the last club to win the FIFA World Cup was Werder Bremen. They haven't got Mo Alba in their club anymore, but they have got one player in the tournament, Berkay Lion, that could be travelling to Copenhagen if he can win this.
What are your predictions for the end of this game? Do we see extra time? Do we see penalties?
I want extra time.
Yeah.
And I think we'll get it.
I think so too. I think that
Because the last chance will build. Emre Yilmaz with it.
I feel the tension. I feel the tension in here. I'm watching this game being like, what's happening? What's going to happen next? Who's going to score? Are we going to extra time? Are we going to penalties?
Added time of a minute. That's all that's left in this. Onside is Messi. Everything has to be perfect now. Back to Ramos. Oh, this is Emre Yilmaz. Bellingham back to goal. Oh no, what a block from Marquinhos. Extra time needed, 30 more minutes of it. We're not done yet.
How they must be feeling right now, especially Berkay Lion. He's now guaranteed himself at least extra time after being down 4-0.
Look at him, there he is on screen. He played in the virtual Bundesliga this year. He's got big shoes to fill with even the likes of Predator FIFA. Had a great year this year. Unfortunately, didn't make it through to the playoffs. Megabit came so close in the virtual Bundesliga of getting his spot there, but more of all, to fly that Werder Bremen flag to try and get them into the FIFA World Cup. This is one of our final games to conclude in the area. We will give you updates of scores, replays as soon as we can.
If you're down 4-0 in Foot Champs, are you quitting? Honest?
Yeah. If I had a second leg to play, I'd be thinking,
It's
who knows
true.
what can happen? In it goes, chance, Bellingham!
But think of how tilted you must be, down 4 goals in Foot Champs, in a game obviously not as important as this one, to refocus yourself and come back by 4? Nuts.
I think that's the importance of a coach that we see. You know,
True.
Marlot's in the booth for Werder Bremen, a player who has been to big tournaments in his time. Got both players on screen now. They are in the player booth area. They're not on the main stage. And as everyone gathers around them,
Yeah, this is the game that everyone's watching.
pressure will start to build as game per game, minute per minute, more people will book their tickets to the World Cup. What a ball, Hullet could be through! Been looking for those crosses. And a fair play, look at the runs that Bellingham have been making, Hullet have been making. Centre midfielders have been just finding space in the box and looking for that glancing header towards goal.
It's interesting because in a lot of the games we've watched this weekend, there's a lot of ground passes, there's a lot of in-the-box movements, skill moves, last-ditch passes, as we've seen, but it seems like Emre Yilmaz is using those over-the-top through balls to kind of, or there's over-the-top crosses and over-the-top passes to work that ball into the box.
3 minutes left of his first period of extra time.
Yilmaz is killing the clock.
You see it all the time, don't you? Play for that final chance of the half or of the game. These players know it more than anyone.
Definitely.
Going to see it from Emre Yilmaz.
Just recoup, refocus, and back in it for the second half.
Here we go, last chance of the half. Bellingham, nice ball rolls. Sends Ramos packing, finds R9. Can he get the finish?
Woo!
Alisson.
Green time also. What a save by Alisson.
CR7, so much time. Back to Militao. Pops to the feet. Shapeshifter Ronaldo, he can't scoop turn himself away. Both players creating chances, but to be honest, Emre Yilmaz making the better of the chance in that last 15.
Definitely. I think in this first half of extra time, I think Emre Yilmaz has dominated a little bit more. He's had more of the chances, more of the possession, but one half, either pens or we have a champion of this game.
You said it earlier about mistakes, and that's going to be one piece of
Exactly.
magic or one piece, or just one mistake that
Yep.
was going to cost a player their FIFA World Cup ticket. Oh no, that is David, that mistake! Oh. Alisson, you are brave. You're a brave man.
With this much on the line too, they're going to be trying everything to not make those mistakes, but that invites some more pressure mentally and in the game.
Okay, Lyon just struggling to get out of his box there for the first 4 minutes of the half. Still needs to bring a bit of calmness back to his play. Here's a chance. João Cancelo can find Marcelo maybe in the air, which I think tells you all you need to know about players bombing forward. Marcelo, a 45, 50-yard run into the box.
Of course. Of course, the best player in the world for a reason, just saying. You guys,
7 minutes.
if you guys could be in this studio, you'd feel the tension. I feel like even you and I are more like honed in, we're watching, we're trying to see what will differentiate these two players.
Maybe even penalties.
Maybe
Could be
even
cruel,
penalties.
but got to find the winner somehow.
Yeah, that would. Do you think Yilmaz will be in penalties again? Oh,
It could be deja vu, but
could be.
this time it's worth $10,000, unfortunately, and
Yeah.
free World Cup ticket. What a game this has been, by the way. If you have just tuned in, Yilmaz was winning 4-0 in the first leg. Berke Lyon came back fighting and made it 4-4. Incredible mental attitude to turn that around. They've needed extra time. Maybe they need penalties too. You know he's looking for the last chance again of the half.
No, it's crazy. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I sound like a broken record, but to come back from a 4-0 deficit in a match like this with so much on the line, insane. Huge, huge testament to Berke Lyon for the efforts there.
Well, it's time to go. And time to get that ball forward. CR7, Alisson, watch what you're doing. Just about gets it clear. Penalties needed.
Woo-hoo!
And here we go then. Penalties for the FIFA World Cup spot. Up steps Ramos first of Emre Yilmaz, who does score. And now Berke Lyon to make it 1-from-1. He steps up with Ramos and scores.
Oh, two each. Ronaldo, is he missing this or is he scoring? Right down the middle, he scores. And Pele up next. Does it? Oh, a miss from Berke Lyon.
Chance of taking the advantage for Emre Yilmaz. He will. It's 3-3 from the young Dutchman. And up steps CR7. Needs to score this one for Berke Lyon, does.
Oh, wow. Gullit up next for Yilmaz. Does it go in? It does. Bottom left corner. Gullit's never missing that. Messi. Does he? And a save!
And there we have it. It's FIFA World Cup glory for Team Gullit. It's another player on the plane to Denmark. And it's Emre Yilmaz. The surprise package. Levi David's in there, Manuel Bachor's in there. They know what it means to a club that's invested so much in this FIFA esports scene. They have another player heading to Copenhagen.
Emre Yilmaz loses on pens to his teammate and then gets his redemption, wins on pens to get that ticket to Copenhagen. You can see his teammate in there as well, congratulating, and now Team Gullit has 2.
Berke Lyon though, Leah. He was 4-0 down, came back 4-4. It was on a play that maybe he may have completed the ultimate comeback, but unfortunately Werder Bremen will not be there to defend their crown at the FIFA World Cup this year, and unfortunately there'll be another German player that won't be there either. But Team Gullit, they were in boot camp before this tournament. They have been investing into the scene in just talent, staff, people behind the scenes clicking all together, and safe to say they're reaping their rewards now.
No, it's crazy, and I think Berke Lyon should be really, really, really proud of his performance, because even that alone it's a win in my books to come back from 4 goals. But yeah, congratulations to Emre Yilmaz. Like I said, Team Gullit has 2 players now going to Copenhagen to compete in the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, we've got a few more results to conclude. We won't be doing them, I don't think, ourselves now, but tickets are slowly being booked for the FIFA World Cup. By the end of this round, as we said, 8 tickets will be there. 8 players will be heading to the FIFA World Cup in Denmark. Let's get those reactions for the penalties, though, because there was a lot of love of Team Gullit players in that booth there. It's surrounded by players, fans, and friends. Let's get some of those reactions from that penalty shootout now, as it did go in. This was the penalty shootout. It started off well for both teams, Leah, then unfortunately for Berke Lyon, he just missed a few.
Yeah, it did start out well for both, and I think that's worse. That's worse. Not having a penalty miss instead of be saved. I would rather a penalty be saved than have missed the goal altogether.
Well, here we go. So as we said, Pele was up now. This is the one that he missed, posting out, and that was where Emre Yilmaz fall. This is a chance for me. He went 3-from-3 of Mbappe, and then there was a goal that CR7 did score. Berke Lyon did manage to put this one into the back of the net. Another good penalty follows them from Emre Yilmaz. And then this is where it goes downhill, unfortunately, for Berke Lyon.
Unfortunately for Berke Lyon, but incredible for Yilmaz. Cool as you like, Messi scores, or Messi misses, rather, again for Berke Lyon. And that sends...
I think he realises that he's just won a penalty.
No, yeah, right? Yeah.
Incredible scene. There's Team Gullit, just to say a massive congratulations. We'll get an update on that Oli Lito game as well. Maybe they are 3-from-3, but that's it here pretty much from Group A. For now, it's back over to Rachel and Mike to break that all down.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Leah. I mean, Team Gullit at the moment are having the best day so far. We spoke about it a little bit earlier. They've been on a little boot camp. They've been practicing together as a team, and it is paying off. Guys, you should listen. You need to go to boot camp before the playoffs, because it obviously works wonders. But let's just talk about Emre Yilmaz first. I mean, in that first matchup there, he went to penalties, had to drop down. That was with his teammate, of course, Bachore, had to drop down. Then he's gone to penalties again. But in that first leg, he scored 4 goals. He didn't score anything in the next 3 legs of FIFA. Berke Lyon came back and was awesome, but it wasn't to be there, Mike.
And what's the saying? He kind of took his foot maybe off the gas a little bit, and you saw the comeback. FIFA is one of those titles. It can be kind of ruthless if you don't take your chances, or if you're trying to just sit back, you're not playing for the win anymore. And in this case, it worked out okay because he won in penalty kicks. Otherwise, that would have been the elimination of all eliminations.
Well, they've been practicing penalty kicks, have Team Gullit. Well, let's bring you up to speed on, unfortunately, who we're saying goodbye to at this stage in the competition. These 4 will join the 4 previously eliminated. Barreto from South America, he had so much support here as well when he was playing on the main stage against Dolomite. They were all shouting at him. I'll quickly run through them. Cosmin, Tesla, and then Burke Lion. We just saw that one go to penalties, Mike.
And I would say Barreto, that first name, is the big surprise there. Maybe from a personal end, I expected him to get through.
And then these guys we saw a little bit earlier get eliminated as well. Hexon, Dilo, Diogo, and Abo Maka. I mean, commiserations to those 8. We've had 8 eliminated, but 8 have also booked their spot in Copenhagen. Kyle spoke to 4 of them a little earlier, and he'll get to speak to 4 more now. But some names that I guess we expected. Dylan Mike, Ololito, Emre Yilmaz, like we just said, and Damshi as well. These 4, I mean, what a day at the office.
And I think everyone in the building expects the likes of Ololito and Dolan Mike, both being prominent players in the prime portion of their career, both have offline and online experience. Why wouldn't it work out? And you've heard it in the room. The energy's shifting a little bit. You got yelling, you got ups and downs, you got pop-offs. It's just a different environment.
It is a different environment, and obviously Dylan Mike from Germany as well. We know that the current world champion is from Germany, Mo Alba. So again, they could possibly lift a trophy in 2 weeks' time.
He definitely has what it takes. And again, we've seen success in every era thus far in recent years with Dolan Mike. So he's kind of primed to put himself into a position, and now, of course, qualified for the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, well, he entered the scene, didn't he, in FIFA 19 as the youngest ever winner of FUT Champions Cup there. He still kind of cites that one of his best moments of his career, and he now books his place on the plane for those World Cup finals as well. Dolan Mike from Germany. Let's welcome him to the stage right now. Team Neo, he's representing this time out the German champion as well. Great job for him.
Incredible stuff. Thank you, Rachel, Michael, Dylan. I mean, what a day it's been. What a few days, I'm sure it's been for yourself. How do you sum them up, your performance so far?
Yeah, obviously in the end the result was the thing what I came for. Unfortunately, when I started the Swiss on Thursday, I lost my first round, but then I went on to win all 4 remaining ones. And the same happened today. I lost the first one. I was obviously a bit knocked down, but I managed to kind of get my head together and win the last 2 rounds.
It doesn't matter what's happened in the past. All that matters is that you book your spot, you get yourself a goal controller, you get yourself a scarf right there. You are going to the playoffs just now. How does that actually feel to know that you secured your spot? There's still plenty to do, but how does it feel knowing that you're one of 32 there?
Yeah, it's an incredible feeling. I mean, it's basically the first step to becoming the world champion, which is, I think, the main goal for everyone to get. And obviously, I already secured qualification for the Club World Cup, and also for the Nations Cup I will be there. And now to have like 3 weeks booked in Copenhagen is a pretty good feeling.
It's going to be an exciting end to the season. Dylan Mike, incredible stuff. You can make your way off just there. Amazing. Congratulations to him. Next up, we've got another competitor. We've seen plenty of him this season. I'm sure we'll see plenty more. He books his spot in the FIFA World Cup. Ololito makes his way across the stage. I mean, you're taking your time. It shows the hard work you've put in over the last few days. Congratulations, first of all. But you didn't do it the easy way, Ololito, did you?
No, I was 2-2 in Swiss, won my last game on pens, and I had a game now as well, where I was in a penalty shootout to qualify for World Cup. Lost that on pens, and yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been supporting me, my team, and especially to Timo, Hjalte, Jelle, and Renzo. They mean a lot to me.
It takes a lot within the team to ensure that you actually get through, and we've seen that you've managed to do that. We saw the reactions from yourself as well throughout the entire day today. I mean, you can see just how much it means to you, how much it means to grab the scarf, the controller, just here. That is everything, I'm sure, to you. You can open it. Come on, let's have a look. You go into the playoffs right there. That is yours. No one can take that away from you. Just how much emotion, just how much has these last few days taken out of you? Because we've said you didn't do it the easy way, but you're going now. You can be a bit relieved.
I mean, mentally-wise, it's on another level, to be honest. I mean, yesterday I was super tired. I didn't even do anything yesterday. And the competition on, I think it was Thursday,
we played Swiss, and like mentally you're just gone. So you need to reset. As I said, I'm having a great team behind me, always supporting me, keep on cheering with me. And this win and this qualification was for the whole of Sweden, and yeah, for my team.
Big things to come for the rest of the season. Congratulations, Olli Lito. You can make your way across just there. Now, we've got a third competitor who made his way through all of the Netherlands. It felt like we're supporting him, we're singing, we're shouting his name. ECV Dame Sheet. You can make your way across the stage just now. Congratulations, you have booked your spot to Copenhagen. You will be making your way to the FIFA E World Cup. We saw the celebrations from everyone, it felt. How much does that support mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot because it's my first event offline. It's my first ever season like a pro. So yeah, it's an awesome feeling, and I don't know what to say actually, but I'm happy.
We can tell that you are happy, and that is yours. No one can take that away from you. The gold controller, the scarf. You can open this right now. It says that you are going to the playoffs. As we keep on saying, you've booked your spot on the plane. You're going to Copenhagen. I'm sure you'll be taking plenty of support with you there. But with it being your first season, as you said, with this being your first event that's LAN, 128 people started. What is that pressure like when people are watching you, when everyone's surrounding you, and you've got to do the job on the virtual pitch?
And I like the pressure. I really like pressure when I play. So it's good when there's pressure. But yeah, like at the World Championship, it will be massive, bigger. So with my family as well. So it will be fun. It will be fun.
It will be fun. Take it all in. Enjoy it, OK? Congratulations. You can make your way off just there. And we saw a fourth and final competitor that is making his way to the FIFA E World Cup. Part of the 8 that have already made it. There's plenty more to go as well. Team Gullit, Emre Yilmaz makes his way across the stage. That smile on his face says it all just there. What a performance it was. Well done, well done, well done. First of all, you're going to the FIFA E World Cup. That smile on your face, it says it all.
Yeah, it's I'm buzzing, man. I won 2 times on pens, and I lost against Manu the second time. So how do you say that? The third one is right, you know.
You made it right on the third game just there, and that ensures that you go to the FIFA E World Cup. That is yours. Let's see the scarf. Come on, put it round you. Open it up. Yes, you can do that just there. That is yours. Nobody takes that away from you. The hard work continues. What are you hoping to do then? The FIFA E World Cup. I'm sure you're not just going there to show up. You go in there to show everyone what you can do.
I go there to win the World Cup, so yeah, we're gonna see it.
We're going to see it. Strong words from this young man right here. You can make your way to the centre of the stage with our other competitors as well. 4 more that are heading to the FIFA E World Cup. Incredible stuff. Dylan Mike, Olli Lito, Dame Sheet and Emre Yilmaz secure their spot on the plane just there. They are going to Copenhagen, and after the break, we'll be finding plenty more competitors that will be heading their way to Copenhagen as we head into Group B on day 1 of the playoffs on the road to the FIFA E World Cup. We'll see you in a moment.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker. I see my winger is wide. I play him out wide. And then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross, and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker. I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of him, so that's why I do a driven cross, and you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball, and then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run, and I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decided to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out. See you guys on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs. Well, this is what we've already seen then. We had all the action earlier from Group A. It started with 16 players and we have 8 qualified for the FIFA E World Cup in just a couple of weeks' time. It was really kicking off in here in London. A lot of the players were screaming, shouting, cheering on their countrymen. And you can see a couple of the smiling faces there of the guys with their scarves around their necks, signifying their spots in Copenhagen in a couple of weeks' time. This is now live. We are back in here, ready to do it all again with Mike LeBel and Kyle Walker, because we're now moving to Group B. 16 more players, 48 left in Groups B, C and D. And in about 2 hours' time, we'll find another 8 players who are ready to go to the World Cup. They have a lot of work to do between now and then and 2 weeks' time, but it's exciting. 8 already qualified. We get to do it again now and then twice more tomorrow. Kyle, you've been speaking to a lot of them. How do you feel, after they walk across the stage, they've just qualified, it's been a long season, it's been a long couple of days. Is it relief? Is it just kind of, I've made it, I finally got through?
I think some of them, it is relief because their backs were against the rope. Some of the names that we thought would maybe breeze through, we'd definitely be seeing going to the FIFA E World Cup. They maybe had to do it the hard way and go the long journey to that, but they've qualified, they'll forget about it. I'm going to have to speak to some of them, though, because they didn't have smiles on their faces in that video
They're
right
cool,
there.
that's why.
They can enjoy this moment. They need to do that.
Quick word, it kind of went to form in Group A, didn't it?
I don't think we had any massive surprises. Maybe Barreto, who I would have made a push. I really rate a lot of the Brazilian guys. And typically when they get to a LAN environment, it kind of gives their extra stamp of approval that they're solidified and ready to go. So him not making it going out a little bit early, surprise for me.
Well, Group A is done. Now let's bring you up to speed on the other groups we're going to still see in action today and then tomorrow. So 4 groups started today, 16 players in each. Day 1, we saw Group A, that's already been completed. Group B are coming your way right now. Then tomorrow, Day 2, we'll see Group C and D. There's 3 rounds per group. You win 2, you go through. It's double elimination, Mike LeBel, and we're going in to Group B to cast your eyes over the players in this stacked group once again.
Oh, you got that Peixoto and Matias Bonanno matchup. That's going to jump right off the page. You got Zizinho in action as well. Another one of those Brazilian players that we always expect to see make a run. I actually want to see Danny the Pitbull in that match, or Danny Pitbull. You know, I'm making some rebranding here. But the big takeaway, you have to win the 2 matches once you get into those quarters. Or even if you drop down, you can still go through. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult.
You didn't even mention your boy, did he, Chris Lito there? Former E-Champions League winner. Come on, Americans. You guys need to stick together, no?
I'm trying to show as much love as possible. This is my first glance at all the matchups. You didn't have to call me out like that. I thought we were cool.
We are cool, but I still, you know, you need to back your boy there, Mike LeBel.
And I think Diddy's happy with that first matchup as well. I did talk to him. Okay? I'm trying to backtrack right now.
The main feature matchup is a massive one, Kyle, isn't it? It's the runner-up from the E-Champions League, Matias Bonanno. He's taking on Peixoto. I mean, these two are great players as well, aren't they?
We haven't. I mean, Matias Bonanno, how many times have we spoken about him already this season? He's going to do some amazing things in his FIFA career. It could be this season. If he can qualify to go on to win that, to go through to the FIFA E-World Cup, he's going to be one of the favourites. I'm going to say it.
It's already happened.
Yeah.
We already saw E-Champions League is in the finals.
Yep.
And remember, there's only 2 players that traveled over from South America, him and Nicholas, ironically both Argentinians. The only person that beat him was Nicholas. We saw the 2v2 at the Team of the Season Cup back in London. He loves London.
Here, this studio.
He did the exact same studio. He's ready to run it back.
Well, that is your feature matchup, guys. Kicking off Group B, we're excited for it. And so, 2 guys who are standing a little bit over there. We have Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith. Guys, ready to do it all again? Group B, let's do it.
Cannot wait. 8 players are already there. We've found 8. We found a quarter of the pack for Copenhagen. In about a few hours' time, we'll find 16 in total, Ryan. What an interesting first set of players, all from Europe.
Yep.
That's the headline.
I'm not saying anything, but the Europeans are showing up. They're doing what it needs to be done to get that World Cup ticket into Copenhagen. But there have been some tough games, some tightly contested ones, penalty shootouts as well across the board. So it's been nerve-wracking to watch.
And what I like about that the set of 8 we have players that you'd probably expect to be there, former FIFA World Cup champions, but there's a lot of new names there, especially Damsheet, who's come through.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah, you have to give
it. They've come through to the playoffs. They've done so well. They're going to Copenhagen. They could be a FIFA World Cup champion.
It's true. Fair play to the players that have, of course, qualified. Of course, commiseration to the ones that narrowly missed out. It is tough, especially as we said, there were penalty shootouts. Losing on the penalty shootout to qualify for the World Cup is heartbreaking. So we'll see.
It's a flip of a coin,
It really is. So again, massive congratulations to the players that have made it. But as you said, 8 more players left in this group to potentially, 4 more players potentially from this group to make it sooner or later in the winners bracket. We're starting off with Matias versus Peixoto. Again, 2 fantastic players.
Yeah, we were having a bit of a joke before we got going. There is 2 Peixotos in this tournament. His brother is Diogo Peixoto. He's Leandro Peixoto. Funny enough, they're both unbelievable at FIFA. It seems like all the Peixotos are very talented. He got his spot here via the E-League One. It's our featured game. It's coming to you in just under 10 seconds' time as we restart and we reset for Group B. 16 more players all vying to get themselves a ticket to the FIFA E World Cup. It's our featured matchup. The man of the moment, the man of FIFA 22, many would argue, Matias Bonanno, who is back in London after winning that Team of the Season Cup in a 2v2 format, and also after coming so close in the E-Champions League, Ryan, where we lost to the hands of fellow Argentine Nicholas there. Leandro Peixoto of FC Lorient, he was a champion for that club in the E-League, and so he does represent Atlantide Wave alongside that too. This one plans to be a fantastic opening game. Win 2 games, you go to the FIFA World Cup. But those 2 games could be, you could be up, you could be down, you could be in extra time, you could be in penalties. You don't know how it's going to end.
Exactly, and it's key to mention how both of these players played their Swiss format. Both finishing up with 3 wins, 2 losses between the both of them. And of course, Peixoto was 3-0 early on. So he sealed his deal into the knockout stages early on. And he ended up losing those last 2 games. Quite resounding fashion, but maybe he sort of just relaxed a little bit, maybe tested new things. For Matias, he lost his first game, ended up having to come back, of course, winning 3 in a row to go 3-1 and then losing the last game. So again, both of these players coming into today with a loss in recent times.
It will be Peixoto, Leandro from left to right. Matias Bonanno from right to left. I love this 16 players we've got here, by the way. Didi Chris Lito, former E-Champions League winner, comes to London as a free agent. He's looking to go that extra step further to a FIFA World Cup once again. Here's Ronaldo. Team Heretics, Matias Bonanno looking to build up for his first goal and first chance. No way around there. Other players also in this 16. Danny Pitbull, former Serie A winner. Klenke, who qualified for the World Cup last year. Zizinho, one of the only South American Foot Champions Cup winners of past times, also sits in this 16. And someone who had a really good Swiss performance, Kone of Ibiza, got his spot via the La Liga, is also in this 16.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic players. Some players that, of course, have made World Cups in the past. Some champions. As you see a chance here from Ruud Philip Picholta with the chance blocked. But he has a corner. We've seen some goals from some creative set pieces so far.
This one played short. Marcelo looking for the ultimate cup. That's a brilliant ball in. Elam Militao defends well. Keep an eye out especially on the side of Matías Bonano of set pieces, things off the training ground. Marcelo looks to drop the shoulder. Can't find a way past Hakimi on that occasion. Coach Edu and that booth of Team Heretics, they have been grinding FIFA out since it hit the streets back in September last year. They were the Team of the Season Cup winners, and they just seem to live and breathe FIFA like no other team.
Yeah, they really do. They've focused in and shown the importance of having a coach. But I think this year for Matías has been spectacular. He's transferred over from South America into Europe, ranking #1 in the leaderboard in the European West region as we see him building up. But of course, it was just offside there. But as you mentioned, they've won the Team of the Season Cup in a 2v2 format. Of course, finishing runner-up in the E-Champions League just over a month ago. So we're hoping that he can just get an extra step to the glory of potentially putting his hands on the World Cup. He's one of the favourites, you'd say. If you're coming into this tournament, you'd of course say you've got Tex, you've got Desari. But Matías, for me, is one of the players where you'd say he should be making a World Cup. If he doesn't make it, you'd be very shocked.
Especially after just missing out last year somehow.
Yeah.
He was so dominant last year online and still somehow didn't find his way through. There are other matches taking place, 7 other games taking place right now. How about this one? Danny Pitbull up against Rodrigo FTW. That one is currently 1-1 after just 23 minutes there. As we said, 6 other matches also taking place in this round. So much FIFA to talk about. We'll keep you up to date as all the goals do go in. There's some of those games at the bottom of your screen. Webb Nasri up against Kunro Mami. Webb Nasri, one of those players as well, has been at a World Cup before. His consistency of online qualification is ridiculous. Just sometimes misses it on LAN.
He does. I think he's, for me, an underappreciated player within the scene. As you said, he's qualified for the World Cup before. He's reached latter stages of tournaments. He's a winner in his own right. He knows how good he is as well. So I think he's somebody that doesn't get the recognition he deserves.
I think that is partly, Ryan, is because he's come, if you look at his records of total Foot Champions Cups, he's had a lot of times where he's fallen out of Swiss.
Yeah.
And if he does get on the knockouts, he doesn't always get that extra step further.
Yeah.
He's missing a Championship Sunday, or he's missing a match like this to qualify himself, just to say, you know what, I am that good, because you're right, his consistency of online qualification in a difficult region is incredible.
Yeah, I think for him, as we said, he just needs just that little step forward to put his name under the lights alongside some of the great players. You see it with a lot of players that potentially they do struggle on the final stages just to reach the finals or the Championship Sundays, as we always say. But there's no better way than to qualify for the World Cup to show your skill at the highest level in front of everyone, up against the best players in the world as well.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you have to come to Europe and have to play against all different regions and different play styles, which is really not easy. This is nice from Ronaldo. Finds Bellingham, bats it on Messi now, looks to drop the shoulder. It's defended well, sorry, as this game is taking place. Other matches, as we said, Jafonzo up against Jueric 10. Zizinho against Obrun, the East Serie A recent champion. Sefco against Didi Chris Lito. And this game also 2 players that featured in the La Liga up against each other. It's a goal for Kone of Ibiza, who is 5-0 in the Swiss round, and at the moment is just enjoying winning games, so it feels.
It's a huge goal, of course. A player that has come out this season showing his skill set, and again, competing with the best players. And if he gets himself into the World Cup, I'm sure he'll be backing himself at 2 goals a distance, of course, playing against a fellow Spanish competitive player as well. Is it going to be easy? But again, it adds that extra element of just a bragging right to being one of the best players in your nation, competing in the FIFA Global Series.
Especially for a player like Kone, who's been in the scene for so long, Ryan. He sort of feels like he's come into his prime. If he has a good day here, could be on to the FIFA E World Cup. Last minute before half-time here. There's a group of NA fans just erupt. I think that might be Didi Crislito.
I think it definitely is with the celebrations we heard in the background. Look behind me and you can see the support for Didi Crislito. Hopefully we're able to get a glimpse of a potential goal. Of course, I think it was level apiece at 0-0, but of course now with that celebration, you'd expect it to be 1-0 to Didi Crislito. But this game so far with Peixoto and Matias, not much to separate them. And I think Matias is a player that you sort of associate that with, unless he's always involved in games that are tightly contested. Him, Nicholas, maybe it's an Argentinian thing where they're in 50-50 matchups, but come out on top more often than not.
Got a question for you, Ryan. If you were playing in these playoffs, would you rather be in that booth behind us with about 7 other consoles and all the reactions and the roars, or would you rather just be away on the main stage?
I think the main stage personally, just because you can find yourself getting distracted as a player. I personally would get distracted.
I don't know, you can concentrate.
It's jump scares. You get the jump scares. You might just be chilling, it's 0-0, someone's jumped, and then you're...
In here, it's a Vamos, then it's then it's a Comnu, then it's a Let's Go.
Yeah, you don't know what's
going
coming.
around all the languages here. But
yeah, as a player, I think some players are used to it. For the players that maybe this might be their first LAN event, because of course they've come into fruition throughout the online era of the FIFA Global Series. This could be their very first in-person event. So again, being in that environment is going to be completely different to what they're used to.
As we know, Nicholas also has qualified for the knockout stages. He's in action tomorrow alongside the likes of Mr. Sari and Tex. They're in action tomorrow in the playoffs. Back underway for the second half. Nil-nil between these two. Atlantide Wave have been an esports organisation that have been producing talent. Fuma did qualify for the World Cup last year, unfortunately. This time round, fell out in the Swiss round. João Cancelo, this is Matias Bonanno. Can't find a way around Sergio Ramos that time.
I think throughout the French team, we've seen a number of top-tier players throughout the years. Like the list is endless. There's many names, and of course we have the new era of the competitive players now, just putting their staple in the scene, trying to give themselves a stand in terms of being one of the best players in Europe, and not just in France, of course. We've seen Peixoto do well domestically as well. He's done well in the FIFA Global Series. The leaderboard, I believe he was placed 14th, so he already had his place at the playoff secured, despite his domestic success as well.
He's being coached by Mino, is Leandro Peixoto. What a ball this could be, Matias Bonanno! Look for the back post cross where Pele was there, but so was Marcelo, just to save the day.
That's a huge clearance at the back post. I thought it was all ends up there. I thought it was going to definitely be the first goal in this game when that cross was whipped in, but it wasn't meant to be, as we see a glimpse of the personnel and formation. What would you say about Hakimi? That's sort of a weird choice coming in at right centre-back. We never usually see him, of course, a Team of the Year item, but there are a lot more options. But I'm guessing for the chemistry, he links to Marquinhos, he links to Mbappe, gives the strong link. So, of course,
I also think as well that Matias Bonanno has just had so many reps with players.
Oh, yeah.
You know better than me. You build trust with players.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And I respect it a lot, because once you build that trust with a player, to not be tempted to sway away despite new cards being released or new foot items being released throughout the year, it's a commendable thing in my opinion.
Just want to have a word on Matias Bonanno as well. We've spoken about it all year long. If you don't follow FIFA Esports, literally sort of moved over to Europe from Argentina. This corner does come in from the Argentine. Nicely done, fine done. Nine, Matias Bonanno underway. And speaking of him, the #1 ranked player in Europe West, he's really just loving life in Europe, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is. It felt as if that chance just opened up for him. It stemmed from the corner, a pass into and green time finish across the goal. It's a simple finish, not too much of an outpour of emotion from Matias, but he knows that it's a long way from winning this game. He's still got the remains of this first leg. 30 minutes to go left in the second half. And of course, we do have the second leg coming up. But for Peixoto, be hoping that he could just push on a little bit. He hasn't offered anything offensively, I'd say. But again, he's a player that once he settles down a little bit, he understands what his opponent is going to be doing. He tends to improve. And he's got Mino as a coach. He's a fantastic player as well, so giving him some input.
Messi. Nice, R9 drops the shoulder. This is nice from Peixoto. The goalkeeper movement was always a gamble from Matias, but that was a gamble that fell in his favour. Look at that, no reaction at all as well. He's ice cool and focused, and it goes. Hullet, what a sign! No, not that time.
Ooh, it's a header. You expect the keeper to do better there, but he deserved it from that first chance. I think it was a lack of composure. Great goalkeeper movement. He sort of gave him a goal to aim at in terms. He had 3/4 of the goal to him and aimed it at the opposite corner. In terms of a chance, I think it would have been a premeditated shot that you'd always take across goal. But once the goalkeeper moves there, you have to take it or change your angles to shoot. But that corner there, a creative set piece, just played short, whipped in. A header, as I said, you'd expect the keeper to save it, but again, it was, I don't know.
Just to get your thoughts as well, Ryan. Obviously, we were in Sweden for the E-Champions League. He's had a lot of time to reflect on that E-Champions League result that was in May. How do you think that's helped him? Because we always say it, I mean, Richard Buckley, unfortunately, is not here this weekend, and says it's always a lesson, never a loss, but it really was a lesson against Nicholas when he lost that in the E-Champions League. It hurt him.
Yep, you can see he was emotional. He was devastated after that loss, and of course, you're devastated after any loss, but I think for someone like Matias, who holds himself up as one of the best players in the world, giving away a lead as well in that fashion. I believe he was 2 goals up against Nicholas and gave it away. He's not a person that you would always associate with giving leads away, as a pause is cued here. But he's a fantastic player. He just needs that World Cup qualification.
He's missing, I've always said this about Matias Bonanno. He's so good at qualifying. Yes, he's won online, but he's just not picked up a trophy.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's missing from his game.
Yeah.
He's not picked up a trophy. He's not had that sort of big qualification. Yes, you can argue, yes, he's won in the 2v2 environment. Yes, a Team of the Season Cup. Yes, he's picked up a trophy there. But in a 1v1, he's just missed that, hasn't he? He's missed that. I mean, I've seen him in La Liga. I commentated on him in the Cup final in Zaragoza a few months ago. He was in the final, lost that. La Liga Grand Finals, didn't make it to the final there. In tournaments where you'd expect him to.
Yeah.
And you sit there and you think, just, how's this not... Why is this not working, or how's it happening? But at the moment, it's just been that way. We'll check in with some of the other games that are currently taking place. 7 other fixtures. Zazinho against Obrun. This one is. It's Italy against Brazil. Dux Gaming with one of their only players in the tournament. And it is 3-0 for Obrun, the Serie A winner, who has also just got qualification for the FIFA Nations Cup of Italy. Back to our game on the left as well very quickly. Matias Bonanno could have a chance to make it 2-1. Mbappe does well. Manatau with a good block. He's cooking up a storm in that box. Ruben Dias once and twice will save the day.
It's a huge interception and step forward there with the Ruben Dias Team of the Year item there, just to nullify the danger. But as you said, Matias was cooking there. He had a few opportunities to try and break the defensive line and look for the extra pass with the shot cancels, the Lacroqueta cancelled passes as well. Just wasn't meant to be on that occasion.
What result for Obrun.
Wow. Unbelievable. Zazinho, again, is a player that is fantastic and has shown it throughout the years. A FUT Champions Cup winner as well. But for Obrun, this has been his breakthrough year. He's been fantastic and showed his level to compete amongst the best. I would say he's been in and amongst the best players for me this season. I think the Italians this year have shown. You've had Danny Pitbull, you've had Principe as well, amongst the best players in the world for Italy. Montaxa as well didn't unfortunately perform at the level he would have held himself for the playoffs, but again, players that have shown their skill level in the online era.
Well, a lot of them turned out to the playoffs and have got through to knockout stages, which is only plaudits, as you said, for leagues such as the Serie A, which has allowed more Italian players to get their opportunity. Nice little turn from Heung-min Son. Can't find the extra pass that he was alluding for with Ronaldo on the overlap. Who sort of stand out to you today in terms of FUT items in game? There's been so many differences in teams. I mean, Chiellini's popped up for Dylan Mike compared to other players who preferred Element in Tower and Ruben Dias and Sergio Ramos.
I think there's been a lot of key cards for items in this game. Of course, you have to look towards the staple ones. For me, it's R9 Ronaldo and Ruud Gullit. Their icon moments items in game are in every team. Of course, you've got the shapeshifters, Cristiano Ronaldo. You've got Marcelo as well. You've got Ramos. For me, Messi would be the key. With the 5-star skill moves, is a central card as well. His potential possession has been lost here for Matias.
Could be a chance. Just offside. It's not going to matter in the end. But halfway here, Ryan, it looks like it's going to be a 1-1.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Peixoto to be taking that, I don't feel as if he's played at the level he'd associate himself with. It felt as if that second half he was getting suffocated by Matias, winning possession high up, and of course for Peixoto giving away needless possession as well. We've seen that a lot earlier. Maybe that's nerves, because that's of course going to be a factor at this stage when they know what's at stake.
Well, at the halfway point between the landside wave and Team Heretics, it's Peixoto 1, Matthias Banana 1. There is still much more to come in this second leg. Remember, 2 wins is enough to send you to Copenhagen for the FIFA E World Cup. Come back after this short break and we'll find out who will be on their way to that plane ticket to Copenhagen. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is, because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the Makidi cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the Makidi cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Well, welcome back to the playoffs here in London for the 2022 FIFA season. This is how the Group B bracket currently looks at the halfway point in all of our games. There is still a second leg to come in them. Web Nasri 5-0 up. We spoke about him making a statement. Wow. That is exactly what he is going to do. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Manchester City's very own Ryan Pessoa are taking you through the call of the start of Group B here. Lots of big results to talk about there, Ryan.
5-0 in the first leg. Wow, fair play. And of course, Another resounding win there from over 3-0 up against Zezinho. But there's a lot of draws across the board. Danny Pitbull and FTW's Rodrigo and Jafonso up against Greg. Another draw, 1-1 apiece, but you can hear in the background the second legs are starting to kick off. A lot of tension now. It's nerve-wracking, I'll be honest.
Yeah, and you might see the headsets that these players are wearing. A massive thank you to Astro, who have been our headset provider for the FIFA 22 Global Series. The headsets have allowed the players just to get in the zone and just to get really focused for these matches. And again, these Global Series wouldn't be possible without our fantastic sponsors, so we thank you for that. Back to our featured game between Matías Bonanno and Leandro Peixoto. It's 1-1 at the break. There is still a lot more gears and a lot more ways this game honestly could go, because it felt like a bit of a feeling out process for that first leg.
That tends to be a familiar situation, especially in the first legs of games. Especially if you haven't played your opponent before, you tend to just see out that first half of the first leg, or maybe the first full leg, just to see, do they have any tendencies going forward? Maybe what's their go-to skill within the box? Do they opt for crossing? What formation they're using? Maybe you could see if there's something you can exploit in the second leg as we go into it. Of course, 90 minutes still to play, potentially more as well, as some roars go out across the arena here. That's a big celebration, and it's continued as well. I wonder what game that is in. But of course, this game, there's only been 2 goals so far, 1 goal apiece coming into this second leg. But for Peixoto, Brandon, I think for the second, he needs to push forward offensively. I don't think he offered much, I'll be honest. I felt as if he was scared.
But Matías Bonanno is one of those players where you sit there and you think, what is his best strength for the game? Because he's just so well-rounded.
Yeah, I'd say it's discipline. As crazy as, of course, some players, you see Tex, for example, the skill moves, Asari with his pressing. For me, Matías is discipline. He knows when to push forward for a goal. He knows when to keep possession, when to press, when to change formation. He's so difficult to play against, especially in a situation like this, where he knows that any slight mistake could be punished as he goes forwards here.
Matías Bonanno now building. R9 could be on there in the box. Now Cancelo, fancy being a bit greedy. Trying to get the shot away. Scores coming in, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. Didi Crislito, still in a first leg there. Sorry, in his second leg, does lead by a goal to nil. Klenke, last year's qualifier, down by a goal to nil. Webb Nasri of Japan leading 5 goals to nil. East Serie A champion for this year. Oberon 2002 leads 3 goals to nil against Zezinho. And Danny Pitbull against FTW Rodrigo is 1-1 into that second leg. This could be a chance. Try to flick it on.
Notice the goalkeeper there. The movement from Matías. He sort of anticipates a cross towards the back post. He's always moving the goalkeeper towards the penalty spot. Maybe that could even be exploited. Maybe having a shot in at the near post, because he seems to be committing very, very heavily there to try and nullify the cross.
Here is Peixoto now. Trying his best to build into this. So well organised. You mentioned discipline of Matías Bonanno. Look no further there, element out. There's just no rush to dive into tackles either. You see it again now, just the player switching on point. How organised it is. Just walls of players in black shirts.
It feels as if there's no space to go forward. There's so many players behind the ball who wants to run their triggered from Peixoto to Jude Bellingham at the back post. Potentially a cross could be on here.
Marcelo just about keeps it in. Hakimi's there, he could have stitched himself up, recovers it superbly well, does the Moroccan fullback. Because for a split second, that was going to be easy pickings for Cristiano Ronaldo.
That was almost a huge mistake there from Matías. Something you wouldn't really associate him with, making those mistakes in his own area. Could have been costly as another roar goes through the arena. I think I know where that is as well. I'm not going to give any spoilers. I'm hoping we can get some footage or maybe hop over to their game to see what's going on. But I think there's been an equalizer somewhere.
Thought this could be Messi. Couldn't be greedy, didn't want to be greedy. Wanted to find that guaranteed finish into the feet of Mbappe. Matías Bonanno feeling his way into the playoffs here. Comes into this as one of the lower seeds in 9th. Curious to keep up on that Kone David Sanchez game as well. David Sanchez, a player that is one of the only free agents in this group, alongside Didi Crislito. He's a player that just came out of the woodwork in Spain. He wasn't a starter in the La Liga until halfway through the season when he got qualification for the Champions League. That's when people started to listen to him. Now he's on his way, potentially, who knows, depending on results today, to a FIFA World Cup. And you'd expect him to have a club, probably, before that FIFA World Cup. Ball into the box, could be a chance. Matias, defended well by Ruben Diaz. Managing everything well is Peixoto that's being thrown at him.
He really is. I think he started off this second leg a lot better than the first. See the triggered run with Messi. He's just, I don't know what it is. He seems to be more controlled in possession. He's not pushing forward if there isn't anything to aim for.
Hasn't been the most entertaining game, but it's understandable with these two play styles. And I mean, let's not beat around the bush. What's on the line today? For players, it's the difference between getting a new contract and not.
Yeah, honestly, it's just when you reach the World Cup, your name is out there in the lights as one of the best players in the world.
When you reach a World Cup, Ryan, it's there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's
Right,
no one's taken that away from you.
Yeah, literally. It's cemented in the history of the FIFA Global Series. See, I thought that ball could have been played into Ruud Gullit, but watch out at the back post there. I think it's going to be a corner there for Matias. We know how well him and Edu work on their custom set pieces. Is there going to be another one?
This time it could be! That's what they'll offer. They've gotten, unfortunately, not another corner, but that's one thing they're going to be very good at. They will spend hours, and I mean hours, breaking down set pieces. How can we be different? What can we have up our sleeve? Because in a game like this, a set piece could be the difference, Ryan.
Yeah, something as little as that, as a corner, could be the downfall of you if you don't prepare enough for it defensively and offensively. As we saw that the player looked towards the edge of the box, just a little header down there after player looking it back. Again, it seems very complicated for potentially the casual player, but in the competitive scene, player looks are very common. You go into half-time, drawing again.
This screams extra time.
Yeah, it does. Penalties.
And we're not even there yet. Well, as this one is 1-1, it unfortunately seems like we've got the more of the lowing scoring games. Everything else behind us is full of goals. We'll give you an update on those results as they do pan out now. There is a featured match stage where these two are playing, and just behind us is a player booth where there's 7 different match stations. All the reactions have been going there. Every few minutes, you're a Vamos or a Let's Go. And there it is on your screen, full of players around it, coaches, surrounded by family and friends, just sitting outside. I think it's obvious who's from Portugal in that, that scene there. It's bring a Portuguese flag if you're from Portugal. Tuga probably started that trend.
Yep, very patriotic. I respect it. Something that being associated with Portugal they're proud of, and they should be as well. But it's possession given away straight away. Can he retrieve it? He can't. He's given away straight away at the start of the second half.
Well, wasted that, didn't they?
Yeah, it's a weird one.
We'll leave these two be able to just work each other out.
Triggered run here.
Final 45. It was Jude Bellingham there that was triggering that run. Could be a chance. CR7's deadly at the back post. He'll look for it back across. Ramos manages that one well. Skefto is 2-up. The Swede of Gothenburg, who was 1-0 down against Didi Crislito. He's up by 2 goals. Now Webb Nasri just he adds another one onto his tally. 5-1. Zazino does get a goal back. He's still trailing. Danny Pitbull, last year's Serie A winner, is up by 2-1. David Sanchez 3-1 down against Kone. Kone looking to make it 6 wins from a possible 6 in the playoffs.
So far we have seen, though, the one group we saw earlier in Group A, the unbeaten player in Manu Bechor managed to qualify unbeaten for the World Cup. So potentially there could be another one with Kone if he could see it out, as we see a ball in behind here.
Ronaldo, scoop turn, ball roll. Too easy for Sergio Ramos. Now we'll just to read that one. If you look at the rankings between these two players, 14th, I think he finished. Leandro Peixoto against first in Europe. He didn't even need the ladder to qualify him here. Did Matías Bonano. He qualified off the Champions League. Same for Peixoto, who had to go via the Ligue 1, the French domestic league, where he was able to win. Mbappe.
Well defended again from Peixoto. He has the numbers behind the ball. I believe he's using a 3-4-2-1, so it matches up perfectly with the 3-5-2 of Matías. Watch here for the back post cross.
Ronaldo's in there, in the air, went for the flick on. I'm loving these extra little passes that no one's seeing. Oh no, and tries to overload it to Mbappe.
There really hasn't been much at all, Brandon, in this game in terms of clear-cut chances, in terms of goals, in terms of shots even. So there's not too much to dissect from either of these players' performances.
And if you're in a game like this, Ryan, in your time, you know it's 1-1, you know you're both sort of happy with each other in the nicest way possible, you both know what's happening. Could be a chance now. Ronaldo back to goal. Mbappe do their best to break down Matías Bonano. It's going to be difficult. Surely you're jumping into a pause very soon. You're thinking, what can I change to try and unpick my opponent? Mbappe still. Bellingham. Cancel inside. Messi! What a save! Courtois.
Wow, that is a phenomenal save there at the near post from Courtois for Matías. I thought that would have been a goal. A slice of luck there to keep possession for Peixoto, but almost led to a goal. He's got a corner now, and as you were mentioning, the pause cued. It's an important moment, but playing in these games, I think, are the worst in terms of nerves, dealing with it. You'd rather a game where you know that you can score, you can back yourself to score a few goals, but when it's tightly contested like this, you know that one mistake, you're going to be punished. And when you get punished, the avenue back in the game seems very, very slim.
Especially in a game like this.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Neither player's going to give up possession or even give you a sniff, let alone a chance.
That's why it seems as if extra time, I would be shocked if there's no extra time. I'd be stunned. Stunned.
Well, we are 20 minutes away from that potentially being the situation here in our featured matchup. Again, remember, this is not a qualification game for the World Cup. This is to put yourself in the qualification game. It's 2 wins you need. Whether that's you going through the winner's bracket or winning a game, losing a game, then winning a game. There are 2 ways you can get through. Vinicius goes down to ground. Referee says, get back up on your feet. No foul in that one. But changes have been made. Let's see what this does to the game. Hello, back defending there. We'll check in with another game as this one is underway. O'Brien was running away with it at 3-0 up. Zizinho was back at 4-2. O'Brien could seal the deal. Pele, what a save! Hullet scuffs the follow-up, and then a great save at the end from Alisson. How on earth has O'Brien not just sealed that game off there?
That has to be a goal. It has to be. You've got the counter-attack. Zizinho has pushed body forward to try and get a goal back into the game to give him a lifeline, but when you have those chances, you have to score it. You just have to score it. You can't make those mistakes. You have to choose the right option. I think he panicked with that shot on Pele's left foot.
Well. Goals are going in. This is what we've missed being back at LAN, haven't we? Playoffs, it was back in Germany in 2019 last time we had emotions, reactions like this.
I love it. Of course, the goal is from Didi Chris Lito, equalising against the Swede in Stefko.
Pele from Matías wins a corner. Watch out for this now. What is coming out of the training ground in Team Heretics? Towards the front post. It's a shot on target from Marquinhos. Plan B, what's this then? Must be terrifying if you're Peixoto, you don't know what's coming. Towards the back post, into CR7! These guys have got every single plan, from plan A to plan Z.
It's a corner we've seen before with the player lock. As another express of emotion goes across in the player, but we saw the highlight there. I think he sort of bluffed with the first corner, using Marquinhos to come in towards the near post for that header. Maybe Peixoto thought that was coming again, so we didn't prepare enough for that back post, or sorry, for that edge of the box player lock, which he done there, headed down into Cristiano Ronaldo off of the player lock, and it's an easy finish again.
We said this game could be decided on a set piece.
And it's funny because I think Matthias has learned, because against Nicholas, when he was conceding goals in at the East Champions League final, it was down to set pieces. That's what got Nicholas back into the game. And now it could be the goal to seal Matthias into the next stage of the winner bracket, bringing him 1 game away from qualifying for the World Cup in Copenhagen in a few weeks' time.
7 minutes, Ryan. 7 minutes for Peixoto to try and unpick this Argentine's defence and tactics, which is going to be so difficult to do. But he certainly can do it. It's just going to require perfection in all forms. Final 6 minutes. Ramos finds Bellingham. First Elastico's nice, but come on, this is Matthias Bonano's ball now. He's going to be holding on to this one. He might have a chance to break away and find another one. Could be in. Heung-min Son back to goal. One more pass, maybe. He's not silly. He doesn't need to give away possession. I'll tell you what, I've not seen passion like that. There was only 2 players from North America that made it into the knockouts in the playoffs. Lamps and Didi Crislito. And every single player that was knocked out from NA is behind Didi Crislito right now, going absolutely mental. I think he may have just turned the game on its head. Matthias Bonano has got a plan, and it's time for the second part of that plan. He is 1 win away from the FIFA E World Cup. A corner off the training ground that would have been worked on for hours on end on the build-up to London has been the difference and will be the ultimate.
He seems to find a way, as I mentioned earlier, in those 50-50 games to come out on top. He's done it again, and he has put himself in a position now where he's very, very favourable to qualify for the World Cup. But a huge congratulations to him. It's not done yet. He still has to win 1 more game. And it's the same for Peixoto. He needs to win 2 now. 2 games left for him to proceed to try and get a ticket to Copenhagen. But I'm eager to see the results from the other games. Of course, we know this one, 2-1 to Matthias over Peixoto.
Actually, using his E-Champions League controller is Matthias Bonano. I was surprised he was bringing that with him after the way that ended there in that competition. That's concluded. Let's head over here. I mean, 3 goals in 15 minutes for Dux Zizinho seems quite difficult. He did get a goal after missing that, in all honesty, golden opportunity, did Ubram of Italy. He's in the driving seat here, Ryan. Shouldn't be throwing this away with 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I think this is a foregone conclusion. I think this is done and dusted, in my opinion. I'd be very shocked. I'd be very shocked if Zizinho makes a comeback in this situation. But for Oben, I think there might be a few more goals for him, in all honesty. Of course, Zizinho will have to push bodies forward, more susceptible to a counter-attack, and I think that might lead to him potentially scoring, but there's a good chance that he could concede as well.
And look, this comes from that 3-0 start that he had in the first leg, Ryan, just making Zizinho uneasy and have to come out and play, have to put bodies forward, and it was always a case of chasing the matchup. Keep in mind that anyone that loses this first opening game is not out the tournament. They're just in the lower bracket. Obrun to seal the deal. Ball roll around the goalkeeper. It's brave for Militao. Obrun is creating, and to be honest, could have been 6 or 7 up. At this point, Richa's got his spot in the FIFA Nations Cup with Italy. And obviously, had the unbelievable outing in the East Serie A this year. There he is on your screen. Full of confidence. Been a really good year for him.
It's been a fantastic year, but for Zizinho, of course, it's looking like he will be losing at the first game in the winner's bracket. Still will have to fall into the loser bracket to give him a chance to bounce back and respond to that loss. It'll be interesting to see who his potential matchup could be. Of course, some of the games have been concluded already. And of course, it is a bracket format, so the games are formed, or the potential matchups are formed prior to the results. And for Zizinho, or for Obrun, sorry, it looks as if he'll be playing Nasri, coming off of that 6-0 win.
Obrun to get another goal. Taking time out of the game, it's smart. As you said, 6-0 Web Nasri, is that right?
Yep, 6-0 for Web Nasri against his fellow Japanese competitive player as well. So it's a resounding victory. Potentially players that have competed against each other beforehand in the FGS ladder and, of course, in practice games coming up to this tournament.
6-0 Web Nasri. Been to a FIFA World Cup before, looking to do it again. Final 3 minutes. Back to the drawing board for Dux Gaming and Zizinho. Smiles for Exceed Esports and Obrum. 5 goals to 2. He's in the winners' bracket. And 1 win away from a FIFA E World Cup. Could be one of the first Italians also to qualify. Vinicius doesn't need to score. He's got a 3-goal cushion. A very good performance. There we have it.
Yep,
1 win away.
He's right there. It's in touching distance now. That qualification for the World Cup. It will be his first World Cup, of course, but...
Let's jump across to another game that is also underway here. Siba Leone against Klenke. Klenke qualified for a World Cup last year. Unfortunately, didn't go ahead, as we know. He's got a redemption story to unfold. This is a player that did qualify through the Argentinian league. He was a player that went 4-1 in Swiss. You spoke about it yesterday, one of the Argentines that has got a lot of people's attention. He went 4-1 in Swiss. And currently, he's holding one of the newest Danes to come through.
Yes, and
in extra time.
For Klenke as well, he had narrow games. A lot of his games were settled by a 1 or 2 goal margin. Of course, coming into this now, this game off of a loss in the last game in the Swiss format against Levi David, who we'll be seeing tomorrow as well, vying for his spot at the World Cup. Of course, seeing his teammates as well. Qualified today, 2 teammates so far. 3 teammates, in fact, in Ololito, you'd say. So
potentially another Danish player to qualify for the FIFA E World Cup as well. Has already won that. Just adds an extra spin on things. This is one of the last games to conclude from our opening round of matches. Klenke from left to right. Brøndby have been a talent factory in Scandinavia. Whether it's Blazek or Klenke, they have been amongst it in past years, whether it be Fredberg, Dingo, Ooston. Cast your mind back all those years to FIFA E Club World Cup victory in Paris. What a game that one was.
Yep.
Against Team Envy.
I think for Seba, he'll be hoping he can get, of course, the goal in this game to progress into the next stage of the winners bracket. He won his last game in the Swiss format, a do-or-die game, 3-2 up against Mike. So it was an important game to get to the stage for him.
And the Saar to play out. Final 6 minutes. Players on your screen there. They are in the player booth alongside about 14 other players. The last one to conclude. It's not a chance then it could be here. We don't often see new Argentine names pop up, Ryan. There's another one to add to the collection here.
Yeah, there is, and there's not much that's been put on display from what we've seen so far after jumping to this game. I think we said we're just going to keep possession. No need to go forward. No need to take any risks or trigger any forward runs unless he has the last attack. And I'm sure we're coming up to that moment now. If he has to score, if he wants to score, sorry, he has to do it now.
Final chance of the game. Any time to follow. 1 minute. It is the match between Seed 13 and Seed 5. Penalties needed. Here we go then. Seba Leone to step up first. It's saved down the middle from Van der Sar. Klenke to get the advantage from the get-go with Cristiano Ronaldo. Does score Panenka.
Wow, it's cheeky. But for Seba, he needs to score his first penalty kick. He's going to do it this time. Sends the keeper the wrong way. Now for Klenke, can he respond with Pele? Is he going to try another cheeky penalty? And he goes left and it's saved. Green time, or is it saved? It is. Van der Sar manages
that popped in. That would have been
yeah.
That would be questionable. Here comes R9 now for Seba. From the spots. Went the right way, but slotted in just about. Klenke looks down at his controller. No look out the screen. Up steps Mbappe.
Sends the keeper the wrong way again. Seba again. Can he find the back of the net with this penalty? Bottom right corner again, sending Van der Sar to the left side. Can Klenke respond here with utility? He goes bottom right and again finds the back of the net.
Potentially to seal the deal, Marcelo, foot captain and with the captain's armband on. Save! Klenke is in the driving seat, he scores. He goes through to the next round of the winners bracket. Up steps Jude Bellingham, save! We go again.
Wow, that is an all-important save here. Sudden death. Who can score their penalty? And of course, it's straight down the middle with Seba.
Well, to seal it, has to score. Does Klenke? Heung-min Son steps up, does score. We go again in sudden death.
A huge penalty. We're starting to get now to the players with the lower penalty kick accuracy. Can he score this penalty now? This is all important. He goes straight down the middle again.
Pressure back on Klenke again. From the spot, Marcelo must deliver. Which way will he go? He goes down the middle. The sudden death continues.
Surely we stay middle here. This is it. He goes left and it's saved.
Klenke scores. He's 1-1 away from the FIFA World Cup for a second year in a row. It's Eder Militao, team of the season. Cheeky Panenka! And Brøndby are 1-1 away from FIFA World Cup victory and travelling back to their own city in Copenhagen, where they'll be looking to defend the FIFA World Cup.
Oh, it's an incredible penalty shootout there. You can see the output of emotion compared to the dismay from Seba. He's got his head in his hands. He needs to bounce back. He's still got 2 games left to potentially qualify for the World Cup, so it's not over for him. And it's still not over for Klenke. He needs to do the job in the next game in the winners bracket.
I mean, how many times are we going to see that, Ryan? Penalty shootouts. The games have got to end some way, haven't they? And that's just how it's going to happen a few times. It's a flip of the coin where 2 players have just been so competitive. Back to the drawing board for a number of these players at the end of round 1. That one is a full-time result. Klenke, 6-5 win on sudden death of Brøndby Esports. He wants to be, this time, at a FIFA World Cup. He did qualify last year, but unfortunately, as we know, didn't go ahead this time. It is going ahead in his own city. There's a bit more motivation there.
There's a lot more, and I think, as you said, you mentioned before, he qualified last year, and of course, there wasn't a World Cup that was held, so he has that added incentive to make sure he can do it back-to-back years, but this time compete in it and potentially go the distance. As we say, anyone that qualifies for the World Cup has the ability now to win it. Anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, lots of shocks and big results that round. Webb Nasri, probably the highlight of the round. Ryan, massive result. Didn't even concede a single goal.
Yeah, and he's been, again, we said it, I think he's a player that's not appreciated enough in terms of his ability. Of course, he hasn't won the major trophies, but he's in and amongst it a lot of the time.
Well, let's conclude here. As we said, there are still 2 more rounds to come today here in day 1 of the playoffs. But from me and Ryan, that is a wrap. Down to the 3 of them at the front of the stage. Guys, what did you make of that last round?
I mean, it was pretty special, wasn't it? And let me tell you, for you guys who aren't lucky enough to be here in London, the pit, as we are calling it, where everyone's playing, is popping off. It is the place to be. Forget up here on the main stage. No one wants to watch us. Everybody is surrounding the players there, which I guess makes it a little bit more intense for them as well, because they're not really watching this main stage. This one finishes first, and this is the pit, we're calling it. The pit is lit, I think the players are saying, but pit is popping, pit is lit.
Don't discredit the main stage. Everybody watches this and they rotate to the pit, and the energy undeniable. It's electric. There's drama. It's back and forth, yelling, screaming, jumping, standing, you name it. Tables flying. It's happening.
Well, it's because we had a penalty shootout once again in the pit, didn't we, Kyle? Just talk us through the scenes. Again, it was even Stevens as we went into this, went to sudden death. We didn't know what was going to happen.
Well, we're talking so much about that pressure on all of these players. You're in a penalty shootout, you're surrounded by hundreds, I'm going to say, spectators all around you watching as you're taking these penalties. You step up, it is sudden death, you have to score it, and that is what you do. You miss, and then it comes down to this penalty. Have you got your nerve? Can you hold your breath? Can you put that ball where you want it? And you Panenka it just like that. Look at the reactions. Look at how much it means to these players just now. Klenke, what a job from that young man.
And I'm going to put Mike on the spot again because who has he set up a tie with? Oh, Diddy Chris Lito, your boy, who you didn't call out in the first round there.
Well, I knew he was going to get to the next round, so now I'm hoping that we're going to push an agenda, get him on the main stage. We have a little NA all day. We don't have many players left in the competition.
I know, and Diddy Chris Lito, we heard that one go off as well. There were absolute scenes behind. He had a last-minute goal to go 3-2 up against Stefenko there.
Yeah, I mean, what a reaction it was, not just from Diddy Chris Lito himself, but from all of the crowd around him. I think the disrespect from Mike LeBel to all of NA, I think that hyped up everyone, and they definitely wanted to make Mike listen right there. Look at his face right now.
I wasn't even in the room for any of this. I don't want to hear it. Nope. He was in the back room, air conditioned. He couldn't deal with the pit. He wasn't in there.
If you would like to walk off, you can do. We're obviously just throwing dirt at Mike LeBel over here. We love him, really. But, yeah, it's been great. I mean, there's so many great competitors there. Cone, 5-2 over David Sanchez. That's quite the matchup. He was 5-0 in Swiss as well. Nasri, like the boys are saying, 6-0 there as well. Some absolutely epic matchups coming your way. But the main one next up is Diddy Chris Lito taking on Clanky, who just qualified there on penalties. This is going to be such a great matchup. And to call this one, we have a special guest after the break. Dullin Mike is joining Lee Ravel and Ryan Pessoa. Come back on the flip side and catch this one to see which 4 players are going to join the 8 already qualified. We can't wait. Come back and see who it is.
Hey guys, this is Dullin Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year, it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. If it's over the goalkeeper, it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put.
As much as we do, playing in the FIFA E World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Dasari, Mo Alba, all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
64 players, 2 days, 1 goal. Qualified to compete in the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFA E World Cup. Live from London, the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues now.
For round 2, my name is Leah Ravel. I am joined by my co-caster Ryan Pessoa, and we have a special guest with us, Mr. Dull & Mike, that has just qualified for the FIFA E World Cup for his 2nd time. You must be buzzing.
Yeah, definitely, I'm buzzing. Also, it's a huge relief to qualify for the World Cup. Had a lot of pressure on me because, like, everybody was saying, yeah, I'm gonna qualify, and then
no pressure, huh?
Yeah, and then to finally do it, obviously, I'm really happy.
Congratulations to you. Let's take a look at Dull & Mike's best moments. So, well, why don't you tell us, before we get to see the clips, why don't you tell us about your best moments? What do you think that you excelled at today? What kind of stressed you out a little bit?
Yeah, obviously I got a little stressed out after losing the first game, meaning I have to win 2 in a row. But I then spoke with my coach, and then we just told each other, yeah, I'm definitely capable of qualifying. And then when I played, especially on stage in the second game, when I scored the 3-1, I think, with CR7, that's when in my head, I thought, I just have to see the game out, and then I'm qualified.
And how does it feel playing up there versus in there? Which do you prefer?
I prefer playing on stage, to be honest, especially because then afterwards I can watch my game with the casting and everything. And also in there, it's really tight, and everybody's screaming when they score a goal. And on the stage, you just kind of are for your own.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I would definitely prefer to play on stage. Of course, now we've got the players in and around supporting the next match that we do have. But of course, Dylan, you have to do it through the loser bracket. So how would you say, you spoke about speaking with your coach, did you change anything tactically? Do you change formations, or just kind of just like resetting your mindset?
I was just resetting my mindset, that's right, because on Thursday when I played Swiss, kind of the same thing happened to me. I lost the first round, and then I managed to win 4 straight to go 4-1. And then that's also what I had in my mind. I just thought, yeah, just do it like on Thursday, and then I'll qualify.
Yeah. But yeah, again, as I said, you've done amazing to qualify for your 2nd World Cup. This time, hopefully, you can go the distance to get your hands on the trophy as well. You've got the ability to do so. But yeah, let's take a look at the players that have been eliminated so far in Group A.
In Group A, we have French, Italian, Portuguese, and a Saudi Arabian. All 4 had incredible performances, and I think, would this surprise you? Did you expect these 4 to be eliminated?
It's hard to say because anyone at this level, at this stage, could lose a game or could win. I think there are some players like Keta Diallo, who I know personally is a fantastic player, but for Abu Makr, his performance against Olelito, he could have won. It could be a different story for him today because he conceded that last goal there in the final minutes of the game to lose to Olelito. So potentially, if he didn't lose that, he could have potentially even gone on and qualified for the World Cup. But for Hexen, Kurmizbak, and for Diogo, again, they're players that they would expect it to do better. They didn't put themselves up in levels that they would have held themselves to. And of course, same with Cosmin coming into this tournament with the confidence as well. He's a FUT Champions Cup winner this year in European West. Berke Line as well, Tesla, Barreto. A lot of penalty shootout losses and tightly contested. Barreto was a player you played, of course, to eliminate. So how do you say that game was for you?
To be honest, it worked pretty well for me. It was just kind of a lot of possession to start, but then I kind of broke through with 1-0, and then also I made it 2-0, and then going from there was pretty calmly played.
Yeah, and you can see here the players that have qualified, of course, Manu Bashir, Tuga, Dami, and Team Hajj from Group A. 4 Europeans, and of course we're going to see the next 4 Europeans again qualifying from Group A. Olelito, Damji, Emre Yilmaz, and the man next to us, Dull & Mike. If there's one player you would say you'd probably not want to play, or you say is probably the most difficult out of the players that have qualified so far? Who would you say it would be?
I think out of the players that have qualified so far, I'd say Ololito or Manuel Bachore.
Yeah.
Especially Bachore, he showed incredible skill, not only on Thursday, but also he confirmed it today.
Yeah, 7-0 basically throughout. He's won his 5-0 in Swiss and 2-0 today to qualify for the World Cup. But yeah, some great names and some first timers for the World Cup in Damchi and Emre Yilmaz as well. So it could have been a different story for Emre Yilmaz on penalty shootouts as well. He had 2 in a row. So for his sake, it's very, very good that he ended up qualifying.
Definitely. Well, as you can see, we are counting down to our first match in the second round here. Our feature match, our stage match is...
We do have Diddy Chris Lito on stage up against Klenke representing Bronby Esports. We've seen Diddy Chris Lito at the biggest stages of all. Klenke, of course, qualified for the World Cup last year. It wasn't a World Cup that did go ahead, so he'd be hoping this time when he qualifies, he can get himself in Copenhagen, in Denmark, his home nation, to compete in front of an even bigger crowd that we have today.
Definitely, and I think if you guys were tuned in to the first round of these matches, or of this group rather, you would have heard the passion from Diddy Chris Lito and his entourage. He's got about 5 or 6 either players playing tomorrow or just +1s here cheering him on, and yeah, the passion was unmatched.
Yep, he's very loud and very vibrant. Diddy Chris is feeling calm and composed. I always speak to him. He backs his ability. He knows that Klenke will be panicking. As we see even an attempt to break the lines instantly from an attempted kickoff there, played over the top. It wasn't meant to be straight away for Diddy Chris Lito. But, Dylan, I want to ask, when you play in games like this, potentially you're playing against your opponent who, well, personally, I struggled against playing the 3-5-2. Would you tend to change anything, or you just stick to your game plan? Because I spoke to Diddy and he said he's just going to stick to his game plan.
Yeah, for me, I'm actually a big fan of the 3-5-2, also playing it like the entire tournament. Close one.
Oof. Ooh, a potential mistake there, but Korto was there to clear it up.
Yeah, you've been a fan of 3 at the back formation.
Yeah.
I remember last year, it was last year, right? With the 5-3-2. Yeah, I remember that, winning that final in a dominant way. I can't even remember this. It got double digits.
Yeah, I think 12-1.
Yeah, it got a bit out of
No
hand.
big deal. He's like, yeah, it was 12-1. Double digits, it was 12.
It got out of hand. I'm sure he remembers each and every goal, of course, to get your hands on the trophy. But you've won a number of things now. What would you say helps you win? Of course, you have the skill set. Do you think mentality comes into it as well, being calm, being composed?
Yeah, I think like a huge aspect is like the mentality to know that I already have won a trophy. It's not so when it's the final, obviously I get a bit nervous, but not that nervous, for example, like other players who haven't won anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think that helps a lot, and also just the experience in general. I mean, it's my 4th season here, and when I play against someone who probably hasn't even played one LAN tournament before, also helps a lot.
And what do you think, would there be like a superstition that you do before going into big games like this? Like, is there something that you have to do every single time before you go into a match?
Yeah, I mean, I have to like arrange like my headphones, my phone like a certain way every time, each game. And also when I drink water, it's like it's always the same procedure, and kind of helps me a lot to concentrate.
And Ryan mentioned composure, and the mental is like a huge part of this game. We spoke yesterday and said it's about probably 65%. How do you, obviously in some of your matches had been trailing at times, how do you go about composing yourself and like refocusing into the game that you're playing?
Yeah, the main part is my coach in those situations, because, for example, when I'm 1 goal behind or 2 goals behind, if I don't have a coach, I tend to kind of rage a lot and play really bad. And my coach just will tell me, yeah, I have the capabilities to score 1 goal at any time possible, and I just have to keep going.
Amazing. Well, as you guys can see, we have the score lines to the other matches that are playing right now, bearing in mind that this is an elimination match. So the winners of this game will book their ticket to Copenhagen. And we have Danny Pipple, I believe, up by 1.
Yeah, some closely contested games. There's not many goals going in so far, a couple across the board, but for this game, the winner of this, of course, qualifies for the World Cup. They have 2 games. So, of course, the loser of this still has a chance. They can still go through the loser bracket. We've seen players, Dolomite's done it himself today, going through the loser bracket. I think that's a big part for me personally as a player, having a loser bracket in these tournaments, having that thing to rely on. As we see a chance building up here, but it was a great defensive interception there from Militao, but almost dribbled into trouble there. But yeah, Donna, how would you say the loser bracket is for you? Do you think it's a great addition into the FIFA esports?
Yeah, I really enjoy having a loser bracket. especially in like those really important tournaments. For example, this one or the TOTS Cup, which was like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
We also started in a loser bracket in that cup.
You went on a huge run.
Yeah, and then we went on a huge run, finished top 8. And for example, if we didn't have like a loser bracket, first we wouldn't have had a good TOTS Cup, and second of all, wouldn't have qualified for the World Cup.
Yeah.
It was meant to be.
Yeah. Do you think those tournaments playing in, of course it's a 2v2 format, it's different to 1v1. Do you think that boosts your confidence coming into this?
Yeah, it definitely boosted the confidence because it was like a first LAN event in a long time, and also it was important to kind of get the LAN experience back.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's like the main part.
And I think that your experience too, having been at a World Cup before, going into that now, you have these titles, you have this experience under your belt, but you've also been at a World Cup, so you know what to expect there. How do you think that will affect your performance in a few weeks?
When I was at my first World Cup, it was like probably my third or fourth tournament in general, and I was really nervous, especially when I lost. I remember in group stage I lost the first, I think, 5 games in a row, which means I was knocked out of the tournament. And I told myself on that day, yeah, the next time I will qualify for a World Cup, and then I will be composed, and then I'm gonna win it.
And you've done just that. Another great defensive work there by Diddy Chris Lido. You mentioned, Ryan, that the addition of the loser bracket is really helpful to give you that second chance. When you were in the elimination game to go down to the loser bracket that you didn't win, unfortunately, how did that feel for you? Did you feel the same kind of pressure as you would if it was just a straight elimination game, or did you kind of feel a little more composed knowing that you had one more chance?
Yeah, I think definitely a bit more composed. Obviously, I was feeling bad because I lost the game, and I had to kind of get my mindset straight for the next game. But obviously, when you play like an elimination game where you're knocked out if you lose, obviously it feels a bit different.
Definitely worse, I'd imagine. We're not trying to go home. This game seems pretty even. There doesn't seem to be a lot happening, not many chances, but it is across 2 legs, so both of these boys have lots of time to break the scoreline here.
There's a lot of roaring around the studio. There's potentially a chance here as well for Diddy. If he can get past, I felt as if he could have shot there, but he went back with a McGeady cancel to try and look for the extra pass. But other than that, there hasn't been anything to separate either player. No added time as well, 0-0 in the first half of the first leg. I spoke to Diddy Chris and he spoke about ironing out his mistakes in terms of giving away possession in midfield. He says he does that a lot, and he knows he does it as well. So, and he says if he can just eliminate that, he backs himself to beat anybody. So I think for Klenke as well, he's more of a defensive player we've seen so far with the performances he's had. It's been tightly contested games, separated from penalties, 1 or 2 goal deficits. It's not been something where he hasn't been associated in a blowout game yet. We've seen Diddy Chris has been. He's been on a receiving end of a big loss in the Swiss format against Korea, losing at 7-1. Other than that, he's been very, very comfortable, I'd say, in a lot of his games.
Definitely, and I think, again, as mentioned, going into this elimination round, knowing that either one of them still have that second chance, and you know, 4 people came out of the lower bracket and qualified, so it's not off the cards for any of them. But yeah, interesting to see if we even get any goals in this first match.
I'm eager to see the updates around because they're just slamming, they're screaming all over the studio as a pass could be in here for Diddy Chris Lido. Can he break the deadlock with this attack?
I've seen a lot from Son this weekend, so I'm interested to see. And it could be Son here. Does he take it on his right foot? He doesn't. That's Militao again. I have a question for Dole and Mike. Militao within the best center back cards in the game. Thoughts?
Yeah, I would say he's within the best center back cards, but I wouldn't say he's the best. I think that goes to Chiellini, the end of the
Yeah, yes.
And he also helped me a lot this weekend.
Who do you say your favorite player is this? I'll say defensive player, you said Chiellini.
Yeah.
Who would you say your favorite midfielder is and your favorite attacker?
My favorite midfielder is Bellingham, the team of the season. Unfortunately, I couldn't get him on chemistry, so I had to sub him on like 60th minute each game.
Yeah.
And for attackers, I would say it's probably the new Messi card, the shapeshifter.
Yeah, unbelievable.
With the 5-star skills, it just adds a lot.
I don't think I've seen one team without him. Shapeshifter Messi.
In practice, I saw a few teams without Messi.
Who's your player that surprised you the most? Ooh, a chance here again with Son. Can he finish it? not green timed, and Van der Sar saves that easily. In terms of an item that surprised you the most, one that you were like, oh, I'm shocked that this player has this item in their team.
Yeah, I saw a few teams with like no shapeshifter cards. I was wondering like whether they missed a promo or something because they were like playing Pedri and stuff.
Almost
instead of like Sergio Ramos and not even Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo. And for me, it's like a must-have to have at least those two in the team.
100%. We can take a look here at the pit. These are the players that are currently playing in all of the matches that are going on at the moment. You don't see any passion yet, but just wait until a goal is scored. That pit erupts.
Pause is cued there from Klenke. Wonder what he's going to change in terms of personnel or tactics. There hasn't been much in this game at all. 0-0, barely any chances between them, barely any shots. It's a nervy game, as we saw previously with Klenke, winning on penalties against Seba in the first round of the winners bracket. He's followed on straight into this game as well with the same defensive structure, just not really offering his opponent a lot of space to breathe in their build-up play. And he's, to be in fairness anyway, not really offering anything offensively as well. As we can see there from the pit, a brief look at some of the score lines, barely anywhere. I think that's Rodrigo winning by 2-1. I saw as well Oben was winning against Webb Nasri 1-0. I'm interested to see what that scoreline is as well. But it's good to see the support for players, especially players that potentially have been eliminated as well. They're still around supporting their friends, supporting their potential teammates and fellow players from the same nation as well. So that's always a great thing to see.
Definitely. We're back here with Klenke and Didi Crislito. Again, 0-0 in the second half of the first leg. Still nothing to separate these two. And as Ryan mentioned, not a lot is happening, but we could see a lot happening in the second leg. There you go. You guys see the passion from the pit. You see the celebrations. Something's happened. We can see a goal is scored there. But as mentioned in this match, unfortunately, nothing to separate these two. But it's do or die for them. One drops to the lower bracket and one qualifies.
Yep, and I think that's why we're most likely to see a lot of nervy plays here as Klenke builds up potentially to score.
Still got Pele on the byline. Kenny, he tried to croquette that around the goalkeeper, but unfortunately was not successful. Alphonso Davies, another one I'm happy to see as a Canadian, but a little surprised, I would say. I've only seen one or two. Oh, a potential chance here again with Son. Can he get the space to have a shot? He tries, but is defended by deflections, I would say.
Yeah, that reverse Elastico was quick. It was snappy. It was through the legs as well. I thought it was going to lead to an open shot there, but it was good just to get bodies in behind the ball there for Klenke. Didi Chris whips in a cross. Doesn't need to anything there. Easily claimed from Van der Sar. But then I'd say, in these games, do you think they're a lot more tightly contested just because of what's at stake? Do you think a lot more people are more defensive? They don't want to make any mistakes?
Yeah, definitely. I think the nerves play a huge part in those games because you don't want to make like one stupid mistake and concede of it and then potentially lose your World Cup spot because of it.
Oh, another potential chance here with Ronaldo to Mbappe, and Klenke takes the lead, breaks the deadlock, 1-0 to Klenke.
It's a ball over the top there with Ronaldo, played across, a simple finish there for Mbappe to take the lead. As we look at the highlights there, the cross in from Son on his 5-star left foot, 5-star weak foot. The easy pass across there, and you can see the celebration from Klenke. Takes the lead now, 1 goal up. We also saw a glimpse of some of the scorelines. Webb Nasri, who went 6-0, is 3-0 down in the first leg. So it's opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of goals scored and conceded for him so far.
Dolomic, we've seen a lot of, or at least I've seen a lot of last-minute passes, like an extra pass in front of goal that typically I wouldn't have seen before because people just generally want to take their chances, score the goals. But would you say that that's something that you practice, taking that extra pass in front of goal to have an open shot?
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it there on the goal, but to be honest, on the goal, I didn't think that the pass would come through. It was the defender in the way. But it's kind of like the FIFA 22 meta for the pros. When you're in the box, you always look for that extra pass. And sometimes it's even like just smart to go for a shot because the opponent's just defending the pass.
Definitely. And another potential chance here. Can Didi Chris equalize? He can't, unfortunately, with Alphonso Davies and that left foot. But it's interesting because every year, as we know, has a different type of meta. So I'm about to go home and try that extra pass in front of goal and FUT Champs. I will not be successful, I promise. I don't have the same composure that you guys do.
Might be able to get, what, 5 wins so we can leave this?
Okay. Anyways, maybe like 6. No, like rank 5. It's decent. What's that, 9 or 11?
Don't even know.
It's like I don't play foot jams. I win tournaments, I don't play foot jams.
You see here with Klenke done, just keeping the ball. What would you do in this situation? The same thing, right? There's not much.
Yeah, it's
to
just
do here.
like starting from like 85th minute, you just kind of go for the last attack so you don't concede 1 goal in the last minute.
Yeah.
And this is just the worst part, to concede in the last minute, especially when you have the ball.
Yeah, we'll see if there is going to be a last chance for Klenke as he builds up for the last attack. If he does lose possession, it will be the end of the first leg, but he could potentially go forward as he still just about loses possession there, but that spells the end of the first leg. Didi Cristito losing 1-0 to Brøndby's Klenke as we go into the second leg.
A very, very, very close game indeed by the two of them, but Didi Cristito is not done yet. He's still got a whole other match to play, and he will be back for a vengeance. Right now, you guys, we are going to take a quick break while these players reset, and we will get back into the second leg very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team FUTWIZ, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game that help you get a goal back when you need to get a win. So in this situation here, as you can see, 2-1 down with about 20 minutes to go in the game. So it's not quite last chance saloon yet. I switched to my attacking tactic, which is press after possession loss. I want to win it back as soon as I lose it in attack. As you can see here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over, but however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini-map in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our centre backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking around through that short break. Taking a look at the Group B back bracket that we have at the moment. After game 1, we have Didi Cristito and Klenke. 1-0 to Klenke. Matías Bonanno and Kone 1996 is still 0-0. Nasri and Oberon 3-1 to Oberon, and Danny Pitbull 3-1 up over Jafonzo.
Yes, and the loser bracket, of course, is going on simultaneously. It is David Sanchez 2 goals apiece with Diogo Peixoto as well, or Leandro Peixoto, I should say, sorry. And Stefko is 5-1 up against Sebaluoni, so it seems to be in a dominant game. There's Azinio turning it around against Kuramame is 2-1 up, and of course Rodrigo 3-1 up against Goric. So it's been some tightly contested games. There's a lot of goals, to be fair, compared to the game we've got. We've got a one-goal game, and yeah, there hasn't been too much to separate either of these players. But I just want to speak to you, Dylan, about your preparation coming into playoffs. Did you practice a lot? Did you watch a lot of gameplay with your coach? What would you say you sort of leaned into more, or would you say you just balance both of them?
No, the main part for me is to practice.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of gameplay from my opponents. It's just because I want to focus on my gameplay.
Yeah,
And the thing is, with my coach, he's just there to kind of be there mentally for me, and that's the main part for him.
Do you find it harder playing with, because of course at in-person events you have the unlocked accounts, you have players that potentially you might not have used at home. Do you find it harder to adapt to those players, or do you stick with the players you use at home that work for you?
No, I think it's just, for me, I use the best players possible. I might throw in like 1 or 2 players that nobody uses.
Yeah.
Maybe on the bench. It's just the thing I'm known for. And besides that, for me, it's also always when there's a new promo, I try to test out the most players possible, which can be used competitively.
Yeah.
And for the shapeshifters, it's just like a fun thing. Just you can play anyone.
And let's talk a little bit about your journey over the last 4 years. You mentioned that you've been doing this for 4 seasons. So in comparison to other people like Ryan mentioned that are brand new into the competitive FIFA scene, how do you think that sets you apart from the others? Coming into this weekend, perhaps you might feel a little more confident, you know, you're not as nervous. How are you feeling based on that experience?
Yeah, I felt really confident going into it because I have all the LAN experience, and everybody knows that LAN tournaments are a bit different than online tournaments.
Potential chance here from Mbappe. Does he have the space? But Messi fluffs it in front of goal, and Courtois scoops that up. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and also for me, it was like coming here, seeing all the players, it was like a bit awkward. I haven't met like 80% of players in person before because there were no LAN events, and the players that were at LAN like 4 years ago haven't made it here.
Oh, and from the byline, an incredible save from Edwin van der Sar, and Didi Crislito can't get it done in that instance.
Well, that was the chance to equalize for Didi. It fell, fortunately for him, but again, he just couldn't get the space and time to get that goal, or that shot at goal in a better angle. Yeah, that's all we've seen so far from Didi. I think that's probably the most clear-cut chance he's had across these 105 minutes or so that's been played so far.
I think, a clear chance here from Ronaldo. Can he get the goal? He does! Creates the space. A potential mistake by Didi Crislito. What do you think?
Well, we need to see the replay there. There seemed to be a gap there defensively. There seemed to be an easy through ball into Arnan Ronaldo. But you have to give credit there to Klenke. He was calm, he was composed. He ball rolled it around the on-rushing goalkeeper to an easy finish. 2 goals up, straight down the other end from potentially conceding a chance as well. How do you find that, Dylan? You know, playing in games like this where you're so close to scoring and then conceding straight away, does that knock your confidence quite a lot, or do you take positives in the fact that you could have potentially scored?
Yeah, obviously it's hard to find the positives when you concede a goal, but the thing is, in my head, I would just think now that, I'm able to create the chances. And for Didi Chris as well, in the first game, I think he ran on goal with Son. So I think he definitely has the potential to score 2 goals.
Yeah.
Taking a look over at the live game between Kone and Matias Bonanno. Still 0-0 in this game. Matias Bonanno is 1-0 up on aggregate. A potential chance here from Pele, but it is defended well.
Say Matias, always involved in those tightly contested affairs. I don't know how he does it, him and Nicholas, I'll be honest. It's crazy to me. They just seem to be in, I always say, those 50-50 games, but they win. The majority of the time they win. As a green time finesse shot lined up for Klenke, but it wasn't meant to be, as the keeper saves it, but he still has a free kick just on the edge.
He scores his free kick. Scenes. Ooh, interesting. Okay, Mbappe on the edge of the box, but he's pressed hard by Didi Crislito. This is what gets me. Close control dribbling makes me like panic.
Yeah, the close control was great there, the dribbling, the step overs. We haven't really seen too many step overs this FIFA. Not a lot of people utilize it in previous years. Of course, Dylan, how effective it was. Was it last year it was?
Yeah, last year, until it got patched.
Yeah, the start of FIFA 21, the step overs were definitely prominent in the scene, as we see the game, the second leg starting between Oberon and Webb Nasri. 3-1 up for Oberon. Can he see out this second leg? He's up by 2 goals. Speak about 2-goal leads being the most dangerous in FIFA to have, because you don't know whether you're coming or going. You don't know whether you change formation, whether you keep going, so it's very difficult.
So looking at the competitors, oh my goodness, I think faster than I speak. This weekend, Dylan, who do you think are the highest contenders? A potential chance here with Ronaldo, but again, pressed really, really, really hard by Chris with the Elastico. Can he find the space to pass it back and get that shot away? He cannot. Defended very well by DaCosta. Yeah, who do you think are your biggest contenders, and then who surprised you the most?
Yeah, I think the biggest contenders are always like the biggest names, so the Tex, the Sari all made it here, and obviously they made it out of Swiss. And I think those are always the guys to look for. And besides those guys, I think it's the guys who finished #1 in the leaderboard. So, for example, in EU East, it's Obrun. And I think he's also showing he's pretty close to qualifying for the World Cup, despite being 0-2 in Swiss. And I think it shows a lot.
Is there anyone that was eliminated in Swiss that surprised you?
I have to think. I think it's T. Campbell from Australia. He was 2-0, and then unfortunately, I think he lost twice on penalties and once on extra time to go out with 2-3. I think that surprised me the most.
Definitely. I think it's a testament to the fact that you can practice so much, but when it comes down to on the big stage, game day, match day, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. One thing that will happen is the winner of this game cements himself as a World Cup participant for the FIFA 22 series. We saw as well Jafonso and Danny Pitbull kicking off their second leg. It was 3-1 in that game, so there's still all to play for. In this position here, Dylan, you're 2-0 up in Klenke's perspective. Do you change anything? Do you just opt to, not in terms of formation of players, but in terms of your mentality and approach? Will you do the same thing, just keep possession until you need to go forward, and then see if there's a gap, or do you just try and play the same way if you were offensive or anything like that?
Yeah, I think it's basically the same that happened to me in my deciding game to qualify. Also was 2-0 up.
Yeah.
And for me, it was just kind of if he doesn't attack, I'll just keep the ball, and if he does attack, I'll just look for an easy chance to counter attack, and that's just the game plan.
Yeah, I think in this situation for Klenke, he's just going to keep possession, dying the clock down. There's 2 minutes left of the first half, plus the option of additional time here, but I would be very shocked if he gives away possession here. As we take a look in the other game here, it is Jafonso and Danny Pitbull up against each other.
We have a goal here from Danny Pitbull, across the box, and a first-time header from none other than Cristiano Ronaldo. Always. He's not missing that.
That's a big goal. 4-1 up now against Jafonso. You would say that should... Let me not jinx it, because we saw earlier, we saw Emre Yilmaz 4-0 up in his game and ending up going on penalty shootouts and winning that very narrowly. But for Didi Chris, I think he needs to change something. He's sat on the stage here without a coach behind him in his own thoughts. He's very calm and composed usually. You can see he doesn't seem to be panicking, but I think he'd be a bit upset with his performance because he hasn't offered much. Maybe he needs to change something. What would you change something now?
Yeah, I think at 2-0 down with 45 minutes to go, I would probably switch formation. That's the least thing I would do. And then also maybe if it gets to the 60th minute and it's still 0-2, then I would maybe put in press after possession loss, something like that.
I think that's key with the variations in formations and tactical approaches this year. More often than not, we've seen, especially having a coach nowadays is very important in showing how a lot of people change formation every game, multiple times per game. Matthias, we see using the 5-2-1-2, using the 4-3-2-1, the 4-3 changes multiple times a game. Do you like that in FIFA nowadays, or do you tend to just want to stick to what you started off with?
Yeah, just stick to what I start with, and I'll just change when it's not working.
Yeah,
that's the thing I'll do.
So you mentioned that having a coach for you is the difference maker between losing your cool and raging a little bit versus staying composed and being able to refocus. Do you think that in Didi's case that is affecting him negatively, or do you think that some people can play without a coach?
Yeah, I think definitely some people can play without a coach. I think Didi Chris, he's in the spot to qualify for the World Cup, and obviously if he got there, then that means he can play on his own. And I think it's more like the experienced players, for example, Didi Chris. He's easily capable to play without a coach, but I think especially if you're a newer player, it's your first LAN event, then I would definitely go for a coach.
Definitely. Well, taking a look now at a goal in the match between Matthias Bonanno and Cornet. Let's see here, outside of the box. I'm going to have to watch that again because I'm not even sure what just happened.
So it's a traditional player lock corner. We've seen it throughout this weekend, and of course, we've been seeing it throughout the last couple of months. I remember seeing it, you scoring a lot of goals in the 2v2 Cup with Neo. A lot of custom corners where just playing it to the edge or playing it into the box, player locking and then changing to the other player. It seems to create a lot of chances this year.
Yeah, I think especially in 2v2, it's like also it's more easy to score because the other guy can like do the run manually and you can hit the ball manually, get in position for that. So you have like a huge advantage. And for 1v1, personally, I find it really hard to score those corners. But if you mastered it, and I think we've just seen a prime example of it.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why you could say some players have been focusing on that. I know Nicholas, prior to the E-Champions League, was focusing on set pieces, even free kicks. I don't know many people now that take direct free kicks. It's very rare you'd see that. You say you play it short, just trying to build up to a chance for the edge of the box.
No, for the free kicks, I'm definitely also one of the guys that tends to shoot them.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I like that. I like that. It's like old school FIFA times when you used to take shots from the edge of the box with those free kicks. But it's very rare nowadays.
Taking a look, you guys, at the bottom of your screen, all of the other elimination matches and their score lines right there live. 7-4. Did I see that correctly? Oh my gosh, what a scoreline that is. A potential chance here from Ronaldo. Can he get the shot away? Croqueta, he comes back, but is defended well by Didi Crislito.
Klenke's very, very skillful. He knows when to use the right skill moves at the right time. Again, gifted possession, very needlessly there from Didi Crislito. You can see it's starting to frustrate him a little bit. Outpouring an exhale there. At the bottom left of the screen, you can see the emotions from either player. But for Klenke, he's very zoned in. He knows now that just keep possession, switch the play. You don't... Never mind. It's gone out for, it's gone out for a throw. This is now for Didi Chris. Maybe he needs to change something now. We've got 25 minutes left to go. He's down by 2. We need a formation change, a tactical change, press after possession loss, maybe set up a constant press tactic, because if I'm Klenke, I'm not going forward. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm just passing around the back until you chase me.
Klenke?
Yeah, you have to chase me. If you're not going to chase, I'll happily keep possession of the ball. But the players are looking to change some stuff. When you play, do you listen to music when you play, or do you
always.
You always listen to it, like to just zone in?
Yeah, no.
Do you?
Yeah.
Always
sure.
music.
Yeah, you have to. Well, for me, yeah.
And also, like, the advantage is like you. Most of the times you can't hear like the other guys screaming around and stuff like that.
I think some problems I used to have anyway from listening to a song that's like fast paced and I end up passing the ball a bit too quick. I just adapt to the tempo. But yeah, I think it's good just to listen to music or maybe listen to something else, just to not distract you, but help you just like focus on what the task at hand is. And
so
it might
you don't get distracted.
Even motivational. You know, some players listen to things that like inspire them, maybe songs that they've got good memories of or something that they just listen to throughout the games.
Do you have a pre-match
ritual?
Ritual?
No, none. Maybe I need one. I might have to copy it. Yeah, but Klenke, you can see he doesn't have any music playing. He's just listening to his coach in the background, giving him instructions on what to do. He's probably telling him, keep the ball and just try not to offer a chance back into this game for Didi Chris.
Because you've said before, Ryan, if he just maintains possession and invites that pressure from Didi Crislito, it could offer him a counter-attacking opportunity, because Didi Crislito doesn't have an option but to press, but to attack.
Absolutely, and Dylan, of course, you're a player at the highest level, qualifying for the World Cup today. Oh, there could be a chance, actually. Is there going to be a... Oh, I thought there was a chance there for Ronaldo. That could have been it, just to get the goal back for Didi Crislito. But as I was saying, Dylan, of course, we have to reiterate, you've qualified for the World Cup today. In this position for Klenke, going up the lead, if you have a 3-on-1 chance, do you go for goal? Do you go for the corner flag?
I think the 70th minute I would probably go for goal with 2 goals up, but starting like the 80th minute, for me I was only 1 goal up, and then it was the 80th minute. I had a good chance, but I just opted for the corner flag, because I know when I'm in the corner flag I can just turn around, get some time off the clock, and maybe just get a corner to even get more time.
Taking a quick look here, you guys. Danny Pipple was up 4-1, but Jafonso is mounting another comeback. I've said this since the beginning of the day. Now, he only leads 4-3 on aggregate, but the word of the weekend is comeback. Everyone is making comebacks left, right, and center.
There's been a big goal around there.
Something's just happened.
Hearing a lot of French being spoken, I'd assume that's win.
Oh, wide open from Mbappe. Can he? Ooh. Ryan said it perfectly. Oh.
I think that's a big lack of composure there. Would you
Yeah.
say, Dallin? I
Yeah,
think
definitely.
He had so much time there to take the... It's easier said than done, of course, being in the situation. You know it yourself. You were just in that position earlier on today, but that's something that hopefully for his sake he doesn't end up ruining. But running into the box there, potentially a cross on. But going to the corner flag, 80th minute, as you said, Dallin, this is the time now just to die the clock down. He doesn't need to go for goal here. Just try and buy this time and see if maybe something clear-cut opens up.
Yeah, like you said, he is 2 goals up. This cements his spot. He can relax and be comfy in that position.
Yeah, it's hard for Didi because there's not much to do in this situation other than throwing the kitchen sink. You have to go gung-ho, you have to put bodies forward, and then that leaves you susceptible for a counter-attack. So I wouldn't be shocked if we do see another goal in this game. Who that falls on remains to be seen. But even still, if Didi Chris scores now, it's still, what, 5 minutes left to play? It'll be hard. I don't know. I really just don't see a way back in for Didi Chris, unfortunately, for his sake anyway. But Klenke could potentially be sealing his World Cup spot back-to-back years for the young Danish player. Will be playing in his hometown as well.
That's true, and I feel like that's an advantage as well. Probably, maybe just a drive away.
Yeah,
an easy
you don't
drive.
have to fly over. You can just be
can
in the
rest.
yeah, you can rest. You don't need to adapt or acclimatize to the new area or anything. You can just, you know what's there. You don't need to be curious to explore. You just know to practice, get prepared for the all-important World Cup, which it looks as if he'll be cementing his place in there today.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of people, a lot of players here from all over the world, and besides the preparation for the game, there's time zones. I mean, I am very jet-lagged, and I'm only coming from Canada, but a lot of people are coming from Saudi Arabia, Australia, places that are much further away. And how do you think that affects, I mean, I'm sure, I think that's a rhetorical question. I'm sure that does numerous different things for the mental when you're exhausted.
Yeah, 100%. For you, Dallin, of course, if you're going to a country that you haven't been to before, of course, we know you have been in London before a number amount of times. Would you want to explore somewhere new if you have a day or two before? Or would you just stay in your hotel room, just practice and look towards maybe your opponent's gameplay? There's a chance potentially here for Didi. It's a huge save from Van der Sar. If there was going to be a comeback, it would have been then, but potentially there could be a goal from this corner as well.
Marcelo on the ball, trying to create some space. Hullet has it again at his feet. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I think this is all ends up here for Didi Cristito. It's not going to be the end, though. He still has a chance in the loser bracket. It remains to be seen who he will be playing against. Of course, still games going on across the pit, which, of course, we will be able to hone in on. But it will be Klenke securing his spot in the World Cup for the 2nd year running.
And there you have it, you guys. Klenke, the Danish national himself, is securing his ticket to the FIFA E World Cup 2022. You were just there in that exact position not long ago. How does that feel?
Yeah, the feeling is incredible. I mean, to kind of get the goal that you wanted, like the thing you've worked for basically the entire season, and then to finally fulfill it, it's a great feeling.
Amazing. Well, congratulations to Klenke on that huge win. And like Ryan mentioned, Didi Cristito is dropping to the lower bracket and has one more chance to secure his ticket. Looking now, we are seeing the Matias Bonanno and Kone 1996 game in extra time. 1-1 on aggregate, could go anyway.
Whose camera angle is this? What camera angle do you use, Dallin, for the viewers at home looking to increase their skill level? Potentially that could impact it. I don't even know what this is. I've never seen this before.
Yeah,
Tele
I've
broadcast?
never seen it before as well.
No, I don't know.
For me, it's just play like what most pros play. It's tele-broadcast,
Yeah.
Zoom 0, high 20.
Yeah. Would you say, did you ever use co-op camera as well, potentially last year? See a ball in there for Matias.
First time from Ruud Gullit. He finishes that clean. And he is up 2-1 on aggregate in extra time. Does this go to pens or no?
I don't know. I doubt it now after we've seen the goal, but barely an outpour of emotion for Matias and his coach. They're calm, they're composed. You have to reiterate, this is a game for the World Cup. Against Kone, he hasn't lost over this weekend so far in the playoffs. He was unbeaten in Swiss format, 5-0. Won his first game against a fellow Spaniard in David Sanchez. And now he is losing against Matias, so potentially going to be considering his first loss of the weekend unless he can respond in the last 15 minutes or so left in the second half of extra time when that goes through. Maybe even a last attack now.
Could be. Joao Cancelo, another item that we've seen very, very consistently. And lots of roars behind us, so something else has happened, and I'm sure we'll check in with that later. But Dylan, I'm going to ask you a few rapid-fire questions.
Yeah.
Favorite skill move?
Reverse elastic.
Favorite item you've ever used, this year?
This year?
Yeah.
The Shapeshifter Messi.
Favorite, most underrated item that you wouldn't use to compete, but that you love?
That I wouldn't use to compete.
But you
That's a
love
tough
it.
one.
Like if you were playing for fun, if you're playing FUT Champs, you would use it.
Yeah, probably like one of the new Shapeshifters. I think Asharavi got one. Probably
okay.
like him.
I remember a card you used in FIFA 19. I can't remember his name.
Nakajima.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember those finesse shots, those green time finesse shots back in FIFA 19, where of course you won a championship in that year as well. So you've been consistent over the years, basically every year competing at the highest level. Would you say you're getting better year in, year out? I'd say in terms of your mentality, would you say it's improved a lot? I think I'd say so.
Yeah, in terms of my mentality, definitely. When I started out FIFA 19, FIFA 20, my mindset was really, really bad.
Yeah.
For me, it was when I was down 1 goal, in my head it was, okay, the game's over.
Yeah.
I lost. And then over the time, obviously with more tournaments played, it's been increasingly getting better.
We see another match here. Nasri against Oberon. Live match there as well. And Nasri and Oberon, between that match, Oberon is about to book his ticket to Copenhagen in a few weeks, leading 4-1 in this match. That's quite the scoreline. We've seen a lot of really, really big score lines.
Yeah, he's about to qualify in resounding fashion. 7 goals to 2 for Oberon up against Web Nasri. It's been a dominant display from the Italian, but again, for Web Nasri, he still has the chance to qualify for the World Cup. Dropping into the losers bracket, remains to be seen who he will be playing against, but there is genuinely zero chance of a comeback, even though there hasn't been a goal for Web Nasri. The game will end, well, it looks to end 7-3 in favor of Oberon, and of course, a huge congratulations for him to qualify for the World Cup. His first World Cup taking place in Copenhagen in a few weeks' time.
10 goals.
He's deserved it. He's been a player that, as you spoke about, Dylan, he's been consistent throughout this year, as one of the best players, not just in Europe, but in the world as well. And he'll be putting himself on the biggest stage of all to show his ability.
And he's almost done it. We're almost at regulation. He's going to kick it out, and that'll be his ticket to Copenhagen in a few weeks. Vamos! Looking back on Matthias Vanano and Kone, still Matthias is winning 2-1 on aggregate. And I don't know, you think we'll see another goal in this one, or I think he's just going to hold until the end?
I think he has to hold on here. Matthias is very disciplined in these moments. He knows that if he can keep possession of the ball, he will cement himself in the World Cup, and it looks as if he's done that. The through ball down the line, I'm sure he's going to be kicking it out for a throw-on, and that will be it. That is the end of the game.
Woo! And that is it, you guys. Matthias Vanano is the other player that has booked his ticket to the World Cup. What a year he's had.
He's been phenomenal. Again, would he be someone that you'd not fear to play, but you'd have your eye on as one of the best players? You spoke about him being #1 in the European West leaderboard coming into this tournament as well. He's, of course, runner-up in the E-Champions League, so he's coming in on good form. But, of course, you back yourself to beat him without doubt.
Yeah, definitely. But obviously, he's one of the best players to be here and to qualify for the World Cup so far. Yeah. And I think he's shown it not only this season that he's one of the best, and also last season.
Yep, exactly. I know Richard Buckley is a huge fan of Matthias. Barely any celebration, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Barely anything. You heard the outpour of emotion from the Portuguese players and the Italians across, potentially even tears going on there from the Italian players to qualify. It looks as if it was Danny Pitbull to win his game. It remains to be seen. We're able to take a look at some of the results later on today, but there are still some celebrations going on in the loser bracket. I believe it is Peixoto, Leandro Peixoto, the younger of the two brothers, winning his game against David Sanchez, I believe it was. So again, that's a huge win for him. It was in the loser bracket. It's not a game to qualify, but he brings himself one step away from qualifying for that World Cup spot.
Looking at what it means to those players booking their ticket to Copenhagen. Some crazy scorelines, some predictable ones, some not so predictable ones. What are your thoughts on those matchups?
It's weird for me. I would expect some games to be really tight. I would expect a lot of penalty shootouts, but I wouldn't be shocked to see some blowouts that we did see, just because, again, maybe nerves play into it. What do you say, Dylan? Because for some players, as you said, their first tournament, they might just crumble under the pressure just because they're not used to it.
Yeah, I think the nerves especially kick in like in those kind of games where it's really important, whether it's elimination or the game to qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah.
And those players that maybe are a bit more experienced, they'll just blow them out.
Yeah, that's why I talk about that mentality aspect being so important in just these games where you know what's at stake. You have to win.
Has there ever been a time in your competitive FIFA career where you have either won or lost a game that you have regretted the most? Is there something that you look back on that's been like a learning moment, a teaching moment for you that you're like, I'll never do that again?
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily like it was last year's final of the German Championship where I lost to Umut. And I was going into the game as a clear favorite, and I knew that I probably am going to win. And kind of the mentality of me that I knew I will win it, I will win the whole thing, it kind of backfired and I lost the game. And that's when I just thought that to never underestimate the opponent.
One last thing before we go back. Of course, this year you ended up winning the Bundesliga this year against Umut. So I guess that's sort of, you got your revenge, let's say, for sure. Did that give you a huge confidence coming into this as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, before the finals of the Virtual Bundesliga, I didn't even have a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And so it was the last chance for me to qualify for the playoffs. And obviously winning the whole thing gave a huge confidence boost going into it, and it paid off.
Yep, huge congratulations again, of course, Dylan, for qualifying for the World Cup.
It's almost like Real Madrid. It was meant to be from the beginning. Anyways, another huge congratulations to Dylan Mike for qualifying, and a congratulations to everyone that we have just seen qualify as well. But before, well, I guess before, we're going to send it back to Mike and Rachel to see what they thought of these last matchups.
Thanks, Leah, and it's great to have Dylan Mike on that team alongside Ryan Pessoa as well. Another four guys there, Mike Gabel, have put their spots. I feel like the audience is getting quite frantic in here. There's like, would you say, a slight sense of desperation at the end of some of these matches to just see it out and book those spots?
There's definitely a lot of emotion, and I was gonna say it's kind of a double-edged sword, because every time we congratulate four competitors, we also have to talk about those eliminations, because to have the progression, we also have to have people going home a little bit early, and really the end of their season for the majority of those competitors.
Yeah, and you know, I just kind of want to make a point to that. Everyone who does actually qualify here has done amazingly this season in FIFA 22, and we're standing up here watching the whole audience, and there's so many emotions. There's a couple of players crying, and it's awful to see that, but it shows exactly what FIFA esports means to everybody involved in this community. It's a massive deal, so if you guys aren't completely aware, this is the pinnacle of their career to qualify for the World Cup, and we can see the emotions just coming out with all these players.
And you have to remind yourself, too, when you're talking to your friends, your coaches, and so forth, this is the best of the best, and you're one step from that final event. So it's not as if this is your first event, an opening event, something that's smaller and scaling up. This is the biggest and the best players all around the world, and you shouldn't be too hard on yourself in a lot of those scenarios.
Well, it's elite sport, isn't it? You know, just because it's not football, we're not talking about the World Cup in Qatar later in the year or the Women's Euros, which is starting just next week. It's still elite sport in esports at the top of its level.
No, for sure, and that's why I say, pat yourself on the back to get to this point, to even be one step from progressing. You know, that's a massive achievement.
Yeah, and we were talking about that at the beginning of the show as well. It's not just how you play, it's kind of the whole thing that surrounds it, your coaching team, your setup, your mentality, of course. So it's a big deal. It is elite sport at its finest. Well, let's bring you up to speed then on the Group B bracket now. We can see the players who are still fighting for those final four spots in Group B, and those, unfortunately, who we have said goodbye to. Let's just cast our eyes over what's been happening so far, Mike. Well, let's look down the lower half at the moment then.
Well, first off, Zizinho and Didi Crislito just kind of sounds like a throwback matchup that I'm here to watch. That's going to be a classic. And I always wonder if Webb Nasri's going to do it or not. He had a very good opening game, and then the last matchup he had didn't look nearly as impressive. However, this is the last chance. And if you're just tuning in, basically, anything that's happening in the middle here, if you win, you're through. If you lose, you're out.
Yeah, well, I can bring you up to speed then. Unfortunately, those guys we're saying goodbye to. Querek, Kuro Mame, Seba Luoni and David Sanchez. So 4 players, unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to at this stage in the competition. But of course, we have 4 players who have now qualified as well, and they've had a great season, and they obviously played awesomely over the past couple of days here in London, starting with Swiss on Thursday. Well, let's welcome them to the stage right now. Kyle Walker will be doing the interviews, giving over those scarves and the controllers. So first up, Klenki. He's 17 years of age. He's a Danish national. He lives in Copenhagen, so he's going home to compete in the World Cup. Let's hear his thoughts on qualification.
Thank you, Rachel and Mike. Incredible stuff from yourself just now. I was having a look at your Twitter, and you said, let's get the job done. You've certainly done that. You've secured your spot. You're going back home to Denmark to the FIFA E World Cup. How does that feel?
It feels very great. Last year, the World Cup got cancelled when I qualified, and yeah, I'm just happy to be there now again. So yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
It's crazy indeed, and an even crazier thing, you get given this right here, a gold controller and also that scarf. Let's see the scarf. Put it around you just now. It means you've secured that spot. You're going home. You're going to the FIFA E World Cup. How difficult was it for you when the World Cup was cancelled last year? You'd qualified for that to then have to bounce back and secure this spot this year.
Yeah, it was a rough time, but yeah, I'm like ahead of that time and qualified. So yeah, I can't be more happy than I am now. So yeah.
Well, it's good to see. Good luck. Congratulations. You can make your way on just over there. Klenki is going back home, back to Denmark for the FIFA E World Cup. One man we've seen plenty of this season, though. He's managed to qualify for so many events. We've seen him at plenty of tournaments, and now he's going to the FIFA E World Cup. Matías Bonanno travelled all the way and moved his life from Argentina to Europe to secure plenty of spots at tournaments, and it's definitely worked out for him. Matías wants to come right here. Brilliant. Incredible stuff. First off, congratulations. What a season it's been for you. You've qualified for the FIFA E World Cup. Were you confident ahead of this week that was going to happen?
Sí, primeramente, felicidades por lo que acabas de conseguir. Ha sido una temporada fantástica para ti. Ahora has clasificado para el Mundial. ¿Tenía la confianza de que lo podías conseguir?
Bueno, muchas gracias por las felicitaciones y nada, la verdad que la temporada fue una locura. Me tenía confianza al llegar a Europa, pero nunca había imaginado esto. Y bueno, la verdad que estoy muy contento y sí me sentía totalmente confiado para este torneo.
Yeah, thank you very much, first and foremost, for the congratulations. Yeah, it has been a crazy, crazy year. You know, as coming to Europe from Argentina, I didn't think it was going to be so good, and it gave me the confidence going into this tournament. And to be honest, I was really confident right from the beginning.
Brilliant. Well, this is for you right now. I can see the smile on your face. You can put the scarf around your neck, but I'm sure you will want to go one step further. You've qualified for the FIFA E World Cup. Can you go on to win it?
Obviamente te puedes poner la bufanda ya, felicidades por esto. Has clasificado para el Mundial, pero seguramente quieres ir un paso más allá. ¿Puedes ganar ese Mundial?
Bueno, sí, yo creo que hay muchas posibilidades, estoy muy confiado, conozco a todos los rivales que juegan ahí, sabemos que el nivel es muy parejo y cualquiera que pueda llegar puede ganar.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm very confident I can go in and do it. To be honest, I know all of the players that will be there at the World Cup. But I do have that confidence that I can do it. But, you know, we're very equal in terms of ability, but I hope that I can go on and win it.
Well, hopefully you go on and have a great FIFA E World Cup. Matías Bonanno, off you go. You can make your way to the side of stage right there. Incredible season so far. Can he go on to do it? We will find out in a couple of weeks' time. Let's introduce our third competitor from this round who has gone through. Oberon 2002, make your way down the stage. Great performance from him. Fans in the crowd. He looks up at his own picture. That smile right there in his face. I mean, what an incredible season you could have going to the FIFA E World Cup for yourself. How much does that mean?
I'm too happy because this season I know this is my season and now also the World Cup. So
The World Cup will be a very special time for yourself, and it means you get this as well, the gold controller, the scarf. Come on, unwrap it for us, show us, let us see it. Oh, look at the reaction. You're the first player that has reacted to the controller. How much does it feel to have that in your hands and to know you're going?
It's more beautiful this than the World Cup.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to have that in your hands and the FIFA E-World Cup. Going into the competition, how do you think you'll match up against the other pros?
In this playoff, I began 0-2. So I say with my friends, if I go 3-2, I reach the World Cup. And is this?
And is this, look at the face, look at the smile, I love it. The positivity is radiating from you. Oberon, you can make your way across. Congratulations, well done just there. And our fourth competitor from this group going through, he did it in spectacular fashion. I was watching that game, loving it. Danny Pitbull, make your way across the stage. A huge sigh of relief from you just there. You've made it, you're going to the FIFA E-World Cup. Talk to me about that sigh of relief. How are you feeling, I mean, after those games, after these last few days?
It's incredible. This FIFA is emotional. And miss for birthday, off birthday, for training. I had a mission and let's go.
Let's go, indeed. That is for yourself. Mission accomplished. Put that scarf around your neck. Come on, let's see it. Come on, open it up. Let us see it. Come on, this is for you. This is your moment just there.
My English, no bad.
Don't worry about it at all. You are going to the FIFA E-World Cup, so make sure you brush up those skills when I'm talking to you again, or somebody else when maybe you've got that hands on the FIFA E-World Cup trophy just there. You can make your way to the centre along with your fellow competitors that are going. Congratulations to these four just now securing that spot. However, there are 4 more competitors we will be looking to find in the next round. Yes, we jump into Group B right now, where these 4 will be joined by another 4. And to take us through that first matchup after the break, Brandon Smith is joined by special guest Ollie Lito.
Mental health in gaming is a really important topic that should be discussed.
Es importante estar bien de salud y de mente.
긍정적인 부분과 부정적인 부분이 그렇게 차이가 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
A way for me to stay positive is to really appreciate everything else that goes on in my life.
It's good to talk to your family, friends.
Y en veranito pues ir a lo típico a la piscina o a la playa. Y a mí es algo que me viene muy bien.
Just walking, getting some fresh air, going out there and just having time to think to yourself.
저도 잘 실천하지 못하는 좋은 습관 중에 운동을 규칙적으로 정해서 매일 꾸준히 하는 게 굉장히 좋다고 합니다.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
Confía en que tú puedes hacerlo.
Stay strong, keep yourself motivated.
Que no pasa nada por pedir ayuda y que los profesionales para algo están.
I promote.
나는 긍정적인.
Yo promuevo.
나는 긍정적인.
I promote and practice positive mental health.
If you love FIFA as much as we do, playing in the FIFA E World Cup is the dream. Gorilla, Dasari, Moalba, all can say, I've won it. However, they'll probably agree the road to glory is extremely, extremely difficult. That's because to book a ticket to the World Cup, you must deliver here. The playoffs.
Let's go.
64 players, 2 days, 1 goal. Qualified to compete in the most prestigious tournament of all time, the FIFA E World Cup. Live from London, the FIFA 22 Global Series playoffs continues now. Halfway point here in London. We are literally so close to finding our 16 players that will be heading to the FIFA E World Cup. Tomorrow, 16 more. I'm lucky enough to be joined in the commentary booth by one man that's already got his ticket there. Olli Liito is heading to Copenhagen next month. Olli, you've already had an interview before. I'll ask you again, how does it feel?
First of all, Brandon, I'm very, very happy being here by your side again. Last time was Team of the Season Cup, so I'm very, very happy being here. And I mean, it feels amazing, you know. Qualifying for World Cup, we have E-Club as well, me and Levi, and then E-Nations as well, so it feels amazing.
Yeah, and obviously you've been to a FIFA E World Cup before. That one didn't take place. This one will. Technically, this is your first official FIFA E World Cup. How good does it feel just to know that that's done now? You know, that's an achievement that no one can take away from you. You are going to be playing in a FIFA E World Cup, and what an achievement.
I mean, as you're saying, I think it's like unreal. And as I said at the start, I can't believe my eyes clearly, and it feels amazing, you know, especially representing NIP, but also representing Sweden as a country, because we haven't had a lot of Swedes in the World Cup recently.
And in terms of, before we jump into our next round of games, in terms of a season for you, yes, that season you won the FUT Champions Cup's going to be up there, but you're going into a very packed July now. As you said, you've got National Pride, E-Nations, you've got E-Club with Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, and you've got E-World Cup. Depending on those results, is this potentially your best ever season?
I would say so, but at the same time, it's pretty hard not forgetting about that for Champions Cup. I mean, being the best player in the world at that tournament was something that, as I'm the only Swede who has ever won, it feels amazing, but qualifying for the World Cup is like that little extra kind of thing that adds on to it.
No, absolutely. Well, you're going to be there in the 14th of July. You've got a little bit of time before that. We're going to have a look at our final round of games. As it stands, there are technically 12 people that have already qualified for the FIFA E World Cup today. We'll find a few more of those names a little bit later on today. Here's names that have fallen out the tournament a little bit earlier. Karim is back, Curta Diallo, Diogo of Portugal, and Abu Maka. Actually fallen out the tournament earlier today. Barreto, Cosmin, Tesla, and Berkelein also did fall. Do you look at that list, Olli Liito, and think some of those were players that were in your Swiss, and they had a really good Swiss round, but you went 3-2 in Swiss, and the saying often goes, just get through Swiss, knockout FIFA is so much different.
Exactly, as you're saying. I mean, Swiss, it doesn't really matter if you go 5-0 or 3-2. And in the end of the day, I just scraped through and managed to qualify for the World Cup now.
Well, in terms of the players that have qualified, the players you'll be going up against in Copenhagen, you have got Manu Bachore, Tuga, Dami, Team Hag, who did come through that East Super League all the way back last year, in fact, was a winner there with Randers. Yourself, Dullen, Mike, Dami Shi, Emre Yilmaz. How does it feel? Because I'm looking at this list of players that have qualified at the moment, Olli, and I've got players that have been there before, such as yourself and Dullen Mike, and then there's an abundance of new names there and new talent. As a FIFA pro, you're looking at that list of players at the moment. What are you making of it so far? Because there's old players there, you'd say, that have been in the scene, established players. You've just got this influx of new online players that have come through in probably the last 24 months.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing, as we see here, is that most of the players that we see are young. I mean, exceptional talents, especially the two guys from Team Hullet that made it, Emre Yilmaz and Manuel Bachore. I got to give them a shout out because, I mean, they've done super well for their first couple of LAN tournaments. And, I mean, I think we see new talent every year, and it's getting harder and harder and harder every year to make the World Cup.
And to those that are watching home and have seen so much success from Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas, what separates just the preparation? Because I know you flew over from Sweden to the Netherlands weeks before for boot camp. Like, talk to us a little bit of what's going on a build-up to a big tournament like this.
I mean, as you said, we were boot camping, me and the Team Hullet guys, and actually two boys from Atlanta, Paulo Neto and Vini Leiva from South America. and we had a boot camp for 4 days where we were starting to just play at the start, and then the last couple of days we were focusing more a bit into maybe set pieces and these kind of things that can be very, very important in these tight games.
Yeah, we'll bring more of that as we come along these next 2 legs of FIFA. We have got our first game underway in just 10 seconds now here in our playoffs. Last round of day 1 here. We'll find out the extra 4 names that will be booking their ticket to Copenhagen. It is kickoff in our featured matchup between Didikris Lito, a man who needs no introduction, a former E-Champions League winner, up against Zizinho, a FUT Champions Cup winner, one of our last sort of LAN events before the global pandemic back in FIFA 20. This one plans to be a great game, and I'm sure the 2 players that once upon a time you may have faced.
For sure, and I know Zizinho very well. As we were talking about before, he played for Team Hullit before he joined Benfica, and now he's at Dux. So I know him very, very well. And Didikris Lito, I've been talking to him a bit today, and he said to me that he's feeling confident. So it's going to be a super fun game, I think.
In terms of team selection coming into this today, there has been so many different changes in teams. The Shapeshifter promo, the team of the season has dropped, as we know. A few players may feature on the bench. Eder Militao comes into a lot of the teams. What's the process of choosing your team? Is it a case of looking around the scene and seeing what people are doing, and then you start catching on, or is it a case of what you personally like using?
I think a bit of both, not gonna lie. And as we were talking about boot camp, that was one thing that we were going through like pretty importantly, you know, because getting your team into the type of players you like is very, very important. But at the same time, you need to have input from other pros as well, which is, I think, is one of the most important things in your team.
And obviously the introduction of Shapeshifter Cristiano Ronaldo has been a favourite for many players. Does he still sort of argue the debate against prime icon moments R9, or is he still your favourite?
For me, Shapeshifter CR7 is definitely the best card. The funny thing was that both him and Sergio Ramos came out pretty late before the playoff started. So when I saw that card dropped, it was like amazing, you know. Like finally be able to play with these types of players is something that you've been looking forward to for a long time. So Shapeshifter CR7 is definitely the best player on the game.
In terms of that Ramos item, does it cause a bit of a headache in terms of where he features in the team? Could he's either a right back or a centre back in a back 3? Where does he play for you?
For me, he plays as a left centre back in a 3-5-2, or if I'm switching to a 4-3-2-1, he's playing as a right back.
Could be a chance here. Cristiano Ronaldo into R9. Didikris Lito will get off the mark here. And he's got quite the entourage with him of NA players and fans and friends and family that have been backing him the long way. We'll see this goal again. Really nice little roulette there from R9, and that is just what he's all about.
I mean, fantastic goal. Fantastic skill move to be able to find the angle, and then perfect finish from prime moments icon R9.
Zizinho down by a goal to 0. As we said, as this one is underway, there are 3 other matches taking place in this lower bracket. By the end of this match, we'll find out 4 more players that have booked a spot at the FIFA E World Cup, which at the moment is making quite the list. Tomorrow, we'll find 16 more players. The likes of MS Dasari, Tex will all be in town. When you look to your 16 list of players you're up against today, was you looking across the other groups and thinking maybe we've had a good selection of players here? I mean, don't get me wrong, every group is difficult, but was you more happy to be in a group that you were compared to being up against the Tex for Dasari, or is it more of a motivation for you to play against those sort of players?
Very good question. I think I was not so happy about the draw because I saw that 2 fellow Team Hullit members was in there, so I had a chance to play them. Luckily, I didn't today, which was nice. So, I mean, overall, I think I wouldn't say I was happy, but I wasn't really mad either because in the end of the day, you can't really do much.
Here comes a chance now for Dux Zizinho. What a save! Didn't need to time the shot. Really good save from Thibaut Courtois just to parry that one away. Someone off the training ground maybe. Corner comes in. Headed away and defended well by Marquinhos on the defensive end. On the flip side, Zizinho's Marquinhos getting this attack back underway once again. It was quite the stat from Team Hullit Ninjas in Pyjamas. 3 players in that 16. 3 made it out. Coincidence?
I don't want to be like that, but I think especially Emre is one of the guys I really want to shout out because it's a guy that no one knows about. It's his first ever LAN tournament in a big stage, and I mean going 3-2 in Swiss and then even making it to the World Cup in his first ever LAN is something that I'm finding very, very impressive.
In terms of those boot camps, is it a case of you're literally just playing against each other? So you're playing Levy, you're playing Manuel?
I would say that we play each other, but we also have some different groups with a lot of other pros. But I would say we are practicing like more into detail with these players that we are with at the boot camp, and then we have our great coaches and staff as well at Team Hullet, Renzo, Hjelte, Jelle, and Timo, that's working with us as well, and trying to find things that people have didn't really find yet that can be very, very good to use in the playoffs.
Could be a chance. R9 down the byline. Can he find that one more pass? It was a bit too much. Found Allison in the end. Didi Krislito just cooking up in those sort of areas. It's a horrible position to be in defensively, Olelito, when you let your opponent get down that byline, because it's either I dive into the tackle or I just wait and wait and wait. But if you wait too long, a cutback comes across. Next, you know, it's an easy tap in.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you're looking from it from an offensive kind of thing, like when you are there, the worst thing that can really happen is to get a corner as well. So you really want to get to that byline, and as you said, it's super hard knowing when to tackle or when to just back off.
Captain Marcelo does well, finds R9, one more pass into it. It could be what a ball, that could be one more back across surely. From Zizinho, he's patient in the build-up. Patience will pay off for Dux Gaming. Does really well there just to slow it down completely, to open up the chance for Lionel Messi, just to tap it in. Composure at his finest, Ollie.
I mean, I think we are seeing the experience that Zizinho has here. I mean, just waiting until Messi is through. Just an easy tap in and a fantastic goal.
Plays the focus, Zizinho. The player has been to a FIFA E World Cup before, the only player of Dux Gaming that made it to the playoffs, surprisingly. No Neat, no Adriman, no Gravison. So from the get-go, Cristiano Ronaldo. Didi Krislito from the off, just trying to do what he can. Quarter played short. Finds R9, could also find Danny da Costa. The German fullback, who I remember back in the days of the FIFA 19 FIFA E World Cup, back in teams. He might feature again in Copenhagen, steps up with an unbelievable header. Nothing too fancy about that corner. Played it short to R9, whipped it into the back post. And it's the German fullback that leaps above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been seeing that from the training ground, as you're saying. We have 3 different kind of corner tactics. We have the one where you play it short and then do a speed boost and then into the back post. We have the one where you just play it short and play it into the outside of the box, and we have the play lock corners. I mean, I've seen Chris do these 3, kind of like just mixing them up, and I mean, in the end of the day, scoring a very, very important goal for him.
And just in terms of that, in terms of set pieces and corners, is it a case of you guys that are in a boot camp or in a HQ and just messing about, and in terms of not messing about, but you're just trying things, you're just constantly taking corners and moving things and player locking? Is it just a case of 100 reps, 50 reps, just trying out different situations for players?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was the last day before we were flying here to London. We were training a lot on corners, and today in some of my important games I actually scored some corners as well. So these kind of things that can make like the little extra thing is super, super important to learn and to master.
Well, we saw with Matías Bonanno. He won one of his first ever games on his journey to qualification for the FIFA World Cup off a corner. He won a game 2-1, in which was a really quiet second leg against Leandro Peixoto. It came down to a set piece, and I think they're the perfect example of it, Team Heretics, of a team that also master those set pieces, does well. Cristiano Ronaldo, well defended, Eder Militao. This one still could be alive for Zizinho. That should do us for half-time here, and it's 2-1 for Didi Krislito at the halfway point. First thoughts?
In the background here we see Javi Villar, who is probably one of the most common coaches in the world, and I would say, in my opinion, one of the most dedicated ones, putting in a lot of effort into FIFA and as a coach. So we see him telling Zizinho some things, but I think overall a pretty intense first half. I mean, 3 goals, and I think we will see plenty of more going into it.
I think that's one thing I'd pick up, especially from the likes of Legend Fraud, the likes of Javier, the likes of Edu. There's not many coaches that just live and breathe FIFA esports, and also have got that level of commitment for the scene.
No, definitely not, and I think that makes it even more fun to see that their players are succeeding, especially Legend Fraud, who's been in the scene for a long time, Renzo as well with Levi doing very good, Edu with Matías Bonanno. So I think, in my opinion, I'm very, very happy seeing these coaches putting in their time, seeing that their players are delivering on the biggest stage.
And what do you, as a pro, want from a coach? Because everyone's got a different answer to that question.
Yeah, I think it depends a bit. If you are more of a calm person, I just think that you need a coach that keep on telling you things throughout the game. We have a chance here.
This could be a bit of a fortunate one for Mbappe. Heung-min Son will get that one. And you just see in the background a group of NA friends and family erupt as Didi Crislito makes it 2-2. It was just bouncing around and bobbling around. It wasn't the cleanest of build-up plays, but you're not going to be moaning about that when it falls into the back of the net.
No, definitely not. Especially having that Heung-min Son there with his 5-star weak foot makes it maybe into a more of a scrappy goal, but in the end of the day, that's what it means. 3-1 now and 2 goals up for Didi Chris.
We're having the conversation backstage. There's not many sort of North American players that have been able to come to Europe and over the last few years really just sort of taken it to a European player, maybe like yourself, and said, right, this is who I am, this is our play. For quite some time, Didi Chris was one of those players who did that. Dating back to 2017, you know, Foot Championship Berlin, he was there, he was amongst the best players. There's not many players that have been able to do that, sort of travel well and play very well at the high level.
No, definitely not. I think Didi Chris, in my opinion, should be at least one of the most experienced guys from NA. And we've seen Maxi VIP and Joksan winning the E-Club World Cup in 2020 for Complexity. So I think NA as a region is doing good, but I mean, Didi Chris, as I was saying, is doing a very, very good job having NA on his back at the moment.
He's been a free agent for some time. For that right move, a FIFA World Cup spot would certainly allow him to do that. R9 tries to squeeze it through. Messi with the one more. It's the added pass that makes all the difference. And Dux Gaming Zizinho will once again take the lead. Right now, it's Brazilians' only hope from day one of trying to find a spot in the FIFA E World Cup. Back in front is Zizinho.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Cezinho has got a goal back. I mean, his experience and as we see in the background here, he looks so calm as well. So he will just be playing as he is now, and I think we will see some more goals into this game. Already 5, Brandon.
5 goals already between these two. Remember, this is an elimination game also. It may qualify for the FIFA World Cup, but also it could end your FIFA 22 season. And there is also 3 other games taking place just behind us now. As every game does conclude and everyone does book a ticket to the FIFA E World Cup, we'll certainly keep you up to date. Ball into the box, head of the way. There's some scores coming in. Peixoto leads 3 goals to 1. Webb Nasri taking the game to a fellow Swede that you know only too well, down by 2 goals to 0. And obviously Kone of Ibiza of Spain beating Rodrigo of Portugal 2 goals to 1. Lot to do there for a fellow Swede.
Definitely, especially 2 goals is definitely something that you don't really like facing against, because then your opponent can start to slow the game down a bit and play into his tempo. So, but in the end of the day, it's only the first leg. We have a second leg as well, Brandon, as always. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see what the final score is in that game.
CR7 showing his aerial ability there. That is Stefko of Gothenburg, who have had quite a good few years. Gothenburg, they were obviously a product of Optole, who since then has moved on. They won the Allsvenskan this year too. What has been the mindset and the change generally for Sweden in terms of FIFA quality coming through? Has it been the help of any Allsvenskan that's maybe fostered a few players on their journey, or just in general maybe the infrastructure from even a national side?
I got to give a shout out first of all, because Gege Frolle, who is working with EFK Gothenburg, is one of the guys who is actually putting in his time and to basically trying to get Sweden as a bigger country in FIFA. And I think me and Oli's been there now for 2 years. We had Optole coming in last year, and I think Stefko has a kind of a breakout season as well now, with him doing very, very well here at playoffs.
I'm sure legends as Boras, some good friend of yours, has always spoke well about you before you even picked up a Foot Champions Cup. He's that manager there. What's your thoughts going into the Nations Cup as a team?
I mean, having Boras, first of all, as a coach is something that every player dreams of, so I'm very, very happy and delighted to have him here. But then again, he's our coach at the E-Nations, so everyone that's watching, keep on watching the E-Nations Cup, because he will be there coaching Team Sweden. But he has such so many experiences and so many memories, and he definitely brings that to the team with me, Oli, and Optole.
One of the final chances of the half. Didi Crislito still is in the lead, 3 goals to 2. Cezinho still chasing this game. There's only 1 goal in it. Still so much time to play and a second leg to unfold. Speaking of last chances, Quite a few of your goals today came in the last kick of the game. What is the mindset to the community and the casual community that sit there and wonder why a pro player suddenly holds the ball at 88 minutes and is waiting for that final chance of the game? I'll get your thoughts after this attack does come in. Shot plays wide out for a goal kick.
No, I think it's very, very important to have the last chance, because then you're guaranteed to either score a goal or to not concede one. And I mean, if you're looking at that from a pro kind of perspective, I think it's, you should always take the last attack, especially if you're around the 86th, 87th minute, because you know for a fact that if you get the last chance, you might get a goal, and going into the opposite corner there for your opponent can be very, very frustrating, conceding a 90th minute header, for example, from CR7 or something. So it's a lot with mentality, but also to just be calm and be 100% sure that you're taking the last chance.
Well, I think your goal that pretty much qualified you for the FIFA World Cup came late into a game. Is Alphonso Davies tries his best to lay on a play for Cristiano Ronaldo. He can't turn that. Didi Crislito still has got the lead in this one. But as we know more than anyone, one goal in FIFA esports really is not much at all.
And we see Cicinho probably taking the last attack of the game.
Does it ever get to the stage where there's just not enough time to get the ball forward?
It's more or less, I think, if you have the ball around the 87th minute, you should be okay. No offside. I think it's more or less that if you're starting to take the last attack from the 82nd, 81st minute, it can go into that thing where you're playing a bit too passive, which will definitely not work in your favor. So I think taking the last attack, in my opinion, should be from around the 85th, 86th minute.
Well, it looks like Didi Crislito might get it via a fortunate bounce back. At a time of just a minute, João Cancelo will win that one. There shouldn't be enough time to get the ball forward. That will do us at the halfway point in this leg. It is just a small and narrow advantage for Didi Crislito, but there is still so much more time to play here. 3-2. The former E-Champions League winner does lead. Zizinho with it all to do to hopefully turn this one back. We will have a second leg coming your way after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first, you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered, the defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Playoffs is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and brought to you in part by Astro Headsets and Noble Chairs.
Well, welcome back to the FGS playoffs here live in London. We are back for the last round of games, or the last leg of games, you could say. We can say a massive congratulations to Matthias Bonanno, Klenke, Danny Pitbull and Obrun 2002 have all made it to the FIFA E World Cup final. That bottom half of the lower bracket still has a second leg to unfold. My name is Brandon Smith and I'm very lucky to be joined by someone who's qualified for the FIFA E World Cup final. Ollie Lito of Ninjas in Pyjamas, Team Hullet, joins me for the commentary of this game. A game that has got a bit more to give, Ollie, because it's only 3 goals to 2 and there's still a second leg to play.
Yeah, as I said to you before, Brandon, when we were casting that first game, I think we will have plenty of goals, and I can't wait to get into this second leg of this important game for both of them.
And some other results just to react off the back of there. There are some tight matches to play. A fellow Swede 2-0 down at the break. There's a lot more to come here. We have got spectators in the building here in the FGS playoffs. We're back underway for this second leg now. This is to qualify for the FIFA E World Cup. Dimitris Lito has got the lead, but a very narrow lead. As a FIFA pro in a game that is 2 legs, we saw a 4-0 comeback today. What's like the score that you think to yourself, this is just not possible? Or is there ever a score?
In my opinion, I would say there is never a score, but when you're starting to lose by 5 or 6-0, the game... almost a chance there for Cezinho, trying to find that Messi inside the box. But as I was talking, I think around 5 to 6 goals should be literally impossible. I guess it depends on a bit who your opponent is. If you're playing someone that's a bit more experienced, I would say it's probably GG's. But then we saw a comeback today, and it was actually Berkay Lion versus Team Hullet Emre. And both of these guys I know are very, very young and talented, but doesn't really have that LAN experience. So, like before, I didn't expect it to be a Berkay Lion comeback, but with these lesser known experienced players, these things can happen.
He lost on penalties as well, didn't he? It was a tough one after coming back from 4 goals behind. I mean, the mental fortitude for that to happen is ridiculous.
Yeah, and especially Emre losing his final game to qualify, the first game to Manuel Bachor. We have a chance here for Chris.
Dimitris Lito running around, put with CR7. He should have just played the one more pass to R9, surely.
Yeah, I was expecting that double tap pass into R9's path, and that would have been an easy tap in, but he instead did go for glory with CR7.
Chance wasted from Dimitris Lito. He will know that more than anyone. Not by 3 goals to 2. Let's check in with some of our other matchups that are taking place that are live right now. We have got Leandro Peixoto, who is leading by 4 goals to 2 against Jafonzo of Diogo Esports. Diogo Jota's Esports, his team. Still more to come there. It's quite interesting, there's 2 brothers that are very talented at FIFA, aren't they? Diogo and Leandro. It's something that I've seen in the FIFA scene before.
No, definitely not. And a funny fact about Peixoto is that he was facing an elimination game versus David Sanchez, and he scored the equalizer in the 85th minute and then won on pens. And now he's leading 4-2 and has 1 foot into the E-Club, into the World Cup.
Messi is the offside. Oh no, now he's on! Dimitris Lito has found that 2-goal cushion again. It looked like it was an offside trap. It looked like there was a ball that was very close to the mark of being offside. Found it into R9. We know one thing about Ronaldo Nazário. He is the danger man in that sort of area. Ollie, break this goal down to me.
Yeah, I think it's a mistimed offside trap from Cezinho. Easy cross into R9's path, and we all know R9 moments. Clinical finisher, and he slots that home very, very easily for Chris.
Well done. The Champions League winner of 2019, who had quite last few years. He came back this year and dominated the FGS rankings. He was the #1 ranked player in the North America leaderboards. Here's this second leg here, a player you know only too well. Ollie Lito, a fellow Swede, Stefko, 2-0 down against Webb Nasri. Just a word on Webb Nasri. Me and Ryan Pessoa were speaking about earlier. He is so consistent at making events. He's just missing for me that... He's been to a World Cup before, yeah, but he's just missing that big win.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think he's a pretty quiet person as well, so we don't really see enough of him. not gonna lie, at first I didn't even know that he was here, but then he suddenly made it out of Swiss with, I think it was a 4-1 record, and now he's, as I said before, in 1 foot into the World Cup. So he made the World Cup in FIFA 18, where I was actually going as a guest to Boris, and I was actually talking to him a bit there, and he said it's just fantastic to be here as a Japanese guy, and I think we should be calling him one of the greatest Japanese guy, if not the greatest.
His consistency in making FUT Champions Cups is ridiculous. Some he goes out in Swiss, some will go far, but the fact there's not that many spots as well from that side of the world to get to a FUT Champions Cup or to get to the playoffs or so forth deserves that little bit more credit as well. Webb Nasri has been so consistent. You are right, he's 1 win away from a FIFA E World Cup, his second ever FIFA E World Cup, and Asia will have some presence there in Copenhagen in just a few weeks' time.
Yeah, and especially the thing is that, as you were talking about, there's not a lot of spots, and we've seen so many good players from Asia as well, like Agu, for example, from Japan, doing well in these FGS Master teams. They were playing in the Team of the Season Cup as well, so it's not like he has easy opponents in the Asian region. So yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable that he makes all these kind of live events as probably, as we were talking about, the most successful Japanese player.
What do you make of this pick of Danny Da Costa at fullback when he's alongside Militao, Messi's in front of him on the right-hand side? It's an interesting pick.
I think it's an interesting pick. I've actually been seeing some players playing with Danny Da Costa, and I would say it's because his pace, at first of all, he's very, very fast, very, very rapid, but then he also has that kind of body type that just muscles away all the attackers, and is very, very good in the air for the crosses as well. So I'm not really surprised to be seeing Danny Da Costa, but it's definitely not the most common choice you can have as a right back when you are having the opportunity to play with all the players on the game.
As you can see, João Cancelo recycled out as a right back. Ramos in the team, shapeshifter. Sergio Ramos certainly won't be playing as a striker.
No, and I think that's the funny thing as well, Brandon, with this shape-shifting card. Ramos is starting as a striker, but a lot of players are actually playing him as a center midfielder as well. He can play right back, he can play center back. You have so many different options with him, which can make it very, very important for you to be able to switch from, let's say, a 3-back. He can play in a 5-back, in a 4-back. So he's one of these players that can be really, really important for you.
We can see him there. I think he's partnered alongside Huller as a second midfielder. Marcelo can't find the feet of R9. Past Danny Da Costa, 1 minute away from half-time in this second leg. At the moment it is Didi Chris Lito that leads by 4-2. And we need to see some sort of tactical change or manager's words from Javier at the break. Didi Chris Lito, no coach in sight. Some players just don't need a coach.
No, and I think he looks very, very comfortable there. I mean, he's leading now with 2 goals. He looks very, very calm, not really celebrating his goals either, as we've been seeing. So probably he's one of these players that doesn't really need a coach.
Well, celebrations happen around us. I think Webb Nasri might have just bagged himself another goal in that game. We'll give you updates as the second legs do conclude. Remember, tomorrow we will be back for another round of playoffs. Group C and D in action with the likes of Tex, MS Dasari, just to name a few. Levi David, teammate of you, will be in action tomorrow. How's he feeling ahead of tomorrow?
I mean, I think he's feeling really, really confident. As we saw on Thursday when we played the Swiss format, he ended up being 5-0. But as I was talking about before, it doesn't matter if you scrape through with a 3-2 record or a 5-0 record, because you will still get a tough opponent, because everyone here at the E-Club playoffs is so good. So
Messi just driving forward on his own, doesn't need anyone. Certainly will be a little bit of pressure on Levy tomorrow when he's looked at 3 of his other teammates have made it to the FIFA World Cup. I don't think they could have asked for a better performance there. Let's have a little look at this situation here with Webb Nasri. Was leading by 3-0. Had this attack now of Cristiano Ronaldo. Found Sergio Ramos. And that made it 4-0 for Webb Nasri, who looks to be on his way to a World Cup where there's also been a goal in this game. Zizinho has responded with a goal. He's still 1 behind. Bar9 with the easiest finish he'll get all weekend.
And I can tell you for a fact, Brendan, we have a game on our hands here. 4-3 to Didi Chris. A lot of time left. And I'm expecting Zizinho and Javi to put on a bit more pressure now.
But just a word on Webb Najri. Said about maybe the greatest player from Japan. He's certainly could argue that. It's his second FIFA E World Cup. Heung-min Son, what a save from Alisson. Still not dealt with, just about robs the ball back off the feet of Marquinhos. That could have been another 2-goal lead for Didi Chris Lito. Zizinho just hanging in here.
Yeah, and I think like that comes a bit to the set pieces that we were talking about, even kickoffs. I mean, we've seen Chris getting 2 one-on-ones from the kickoffs, and in the end of the day, that can be vital in these kind of tight games.
Kone leads 2-1 still. Peixoto, that's a very tight game there. 4-3. Just in front is Leandro. Stefko has got a goal back, but still has got a mountain to climb if he wishes to turn that game on his head. Needs 3 goals with not that much time. Ball into the box. CR7, that was clever with the player lock. He was looking for Ramos and very nearly found him.
Yeah, and we still see Chris in the right corner there, just being so calm all the time. Like not really panicking, just playing his game, trying to play a bit more slow now, and he's having the lead by 1 goal. But the most important thing, Brandon, is to not be passive, because in this kind of situation, you're almost there qualifying for the World Cup. But there are still 30 minutes left. You still need to attack, and that's the hard thing.
Let's see if this intensity starts to build now, and no doubt it will from Zizinho.
And as we see there, Dani da Costa just being so strong, muscling Marcelo off the ball.
Just a question, when you defend in a corner with all this, I'd call it tactical-esque style of set pieces and having different ideas off the training ground, how do you even think about defending a corner? Because you don't know what's coming at you 90% of the time.
Definitely not. In my mind, it's all about getting it cleared. So most often than not, I think the regular players are often trying to get the cross or the corner kick away with pressing the X button. But in my opinion, the circle button is way better, to just get the corner clear, restart, and then going in to hopefully having a better attack.
"20 minutes away from FIFA E World Cup final status. And North America's first name on that plane. On that 32 player list. Only 2 of them made it out of the Swiss rounds.
And I think we've seen a goal from Peixoto here versus Jafonso. Should be making it 5-3 overall.
Bellingham. And Mbappe tries his best to reverse Elastico himself out of that situation. Into the pause menu we shall go now. 17 minutes left to play here.
17 minutes left on making the World Cup.
What is that situation like when, for you, you weren't on the main stage for your qualification game, but you were just down there in the pit, we've called it. You're sitting there and you're thinking, 10 minutes left in the game. If I make one mistake, that's my season done. But also, if I just create something,
yeah,
I'm off to the World Cup. What is that? How do you describe that moment, like in a game? Like,
the moment, I think the perfect word for that is just high pressure. I mean, when you're going through these kind of things, I'm very, very lucky to have people behind me who always keep on supporting me. And I think that's why I like these kind of boots as well, because we see fellow countrymen players just supporting their favorite player. I mean, I'm liking these boots a lot, but we are seeing the most, I guess, intense, high-pressure moments here. And it makes it really, really hard to keep your nerves. And that's one thing that I was talking to you about before, is that the new guys that are coming into the scene doesn't really have that experience to be able to play out a game when it's 10 minutes left. And I think that's what some of the most experienced players are really, really good at.
Here's Mbappe now for Didi Chris Lito. If he scores now, it'll take all the pressure off him. That's when a corner. What can he offer from here? Played short. Chance! Oh, Ruben Dias. That would have been one hell of a goal to send you to a FIFA E World Cup if that was the ball into the back of the net.
Yeah, and I think we see Zizinho here playing the 4-3-2-1 formation with the left back being unbalanced. It's one of the most common things pros are using. So they are starting Davies there a bit more higher up in build-up, as we see Davies at the top left there.
This could be a ball. 2 hands on it from Courtois. Let's check into this one quickly. Rodrigo against Kone of Ibiza, who's had quite the difficult matchmaking, to be honest, in knockout play. He played against David Sanchez in game number 1, someone he's played before in La Liga. He played against Matias Bonanno in game number 2. Someone else he's had to play in regular La Liga season 2. And now his third game, just even more difficult against Rodrigo. You don't get an easy game at the playoffs, but he's very close, Ollie, to making it to a World Cup. A player that has been in the scene for quite some time, the Spaniard.
Very, very close. And I was very, very surprised by seeing him being 5-0. But that's what I was talking to you about before. It doesn't matter if you go 3-2 because...
Here we go.
Ooh.
Mbappe, back to Messi. We'll talk more on that in a second. Could be a chance. Davies tries to squeeze it through. This press must be ridiculous on Dini Crislito now. But he's just about managing it. Find enough room just to take a breather.
Last chance of the game.
Or will there be one more chance? Heavy touch. Referee's going to pull that back for a free kick. Has to score to keep this tie alive, to keep his dream of an E-World Cup alive. 2 minutes of additional time. That could be game gone. That really could be. Ball over the top. Is he onside? Heung-min Son. Dini Crislito. We didn't see him for a few years, but he's back now flying. The first name from North America to be in Copenhagen. He will be there flying into the FIFA E-World Cup final. And as a free agent, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a team in the next 2 weeks. Dini Crislito, congratulations, my friend. So good to see him back on land and back at his best.
Yeah, I mean, unreal performance. Playing Cecchino for a qualification game is something that I know for a fact that no pros want. And in the background there, we just see what it really means to people.
Well, commiserations to Cecchino. Let's flip over to this one very quickly. 4 minutes left to play in this one. It's Jalfonso that needs 2 goals in 4 minutes. I just don't see this happening unless there is a miracle. Maybe there is. Mbappe could be through. What a save from Schmeichel. The rebound wasn't clear for Messi. And Spinazzola just about mopping it up, or not. The pressure is still ridiculous. Spinazzola, in it goes. Game on. Cristiano Ronaldo will score. A minute and a half. Plus additional time. He's just taken off his headset, I think, to take some words on from the coach. But, Ollie, this could maybe be an interesting end to this game.
Brandon, not going to lie, I've seen really, really good comebacks, but making a 2-goal comeback from the 88th minute is something that is very, very hard to see in the pro scene. So if we are going to have a comeback here, it's going to be one of the greatest comebacks in FIFA esports history.
Well, I'm sure you don't need us to break it down other than constant press will be happening, but you're 1 goal down. I mean, he's probably already put on his attacking tactics now. 3 at the back, constant press, every single bar forward, it's got to be. Every player instruction, get forward, press, press, press.
Yeah, and the thing is that he needs to win the ball probably pretty high up as well, because it's only 2 minutes left and probably an extra minute as well. We see here Peixoto having the kickoff.
And on the flip side for Peixoto, you're in your own head at this point, aren't you?
I mean, definitely. Being 1 minute plus additional time away from making the World Cup here is Peixoto. But this comes down to experience as well.
Well, this would be his first ever FIFA E-World Cup. His brother is just standing behind him. He got knocked out in the Swiss rounds, but regardless of that, there will be one member of the Peixoto family travelling to Copenhagen. France will have representation there. You've got to say that's job done. And landside wave. Leandro Peixoto will be in Denmark. He's the first French player that will be at the FIFA E-World Cup. He played that really well those last 2 minutes.
Definitely, and I think we actually saw him entering the scene last year, where he was doing really, really good in some qualifiers. So I think you can see the LAN experience paying off there for him. And I mean, in the end of the day, what a game! 6-5.
And you can't look past. He's been playing for the national team. He's won the E-League 1. He's at the FIFA E-World Cup as that game does come to an end. There are still 2 more games looking to unfold. We're going to head into Coda now. The Beefer, I believe, who's just bagged himself a goal up against Rodrigo. I think he is near enough said and done, heading towards the FIFA E-World Cup, which would be one hell of a story. We'll have it, look at it now. 70 minutes on the clock. Eusebio found Mbappe. That was the replay of the goal. That made it 5-1. And I just love stories like this. Players that have been in the scene for so long but have just never gave up. They've come back year after year. He's come back for his best ever FIFA season. He placed well in the Ila Liga, He's been involved in the national team this year, and he's off to a FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I love to see as well. I mean, just never giving up, having the right mentality to always believing in yourself, and I think this should be GG's with a easy pass here to Eusebio. And Brandon, we will be seeing Kone in the World Cup.
You can't quite see it, but he has got tears running down his face. Has Kone. It's just settled into him, and the realisation is there that his first ever FIFA World Cup will be happening. There is a very core and classy Spanish FIFA scene out there in the world. They're so supportive of each other. Can't quite see it, but off screen you've got the likes of Andoni, JRA Lion, David Sanchez, players that have been knocked out of the tournament, players that are playing tomorrow, just all around watching this moment. For them, it's just about getting numbers there. Fellow Spaniards there representing their scene at the FIFA World Cup. And certainly, it will be a proud day for them. Kone Evabifa looks to be on his way there.
Yeah, and I think we got to give a shout out there to Spain. I think Spain in the recent years has been doing really, really well. We had Neat, we had Adriman, we had Gravesen doing very well last year, and Andoni qualified for a World Cup as well. So the Spanish FIFA scene is probably better than ever, Brandon. And here, yeah, I think it should be already GG's, but Eusebio, like, just keeping the ball now, as everyone should. Running down that clock.
And how difficult was it for you as well to reset from losing a game? Because he lost against Matias Bonanno just a game ago. You lost, obviously, your second game. How you get about 5-10 minutes and then you're back on it, and you're back on an elimination game, you're back on a game to qualify for the FIFA World Cup. How hard is it just to put that to the back of your mind?
Super hard, and in my game I actually lost on pens to make the World Cup start. So I think that's probably the hardest. Yeah, and we see here Eusebio scoring the 7th one, and we, as you were saying, Brandon, we see tears from Kone.
It's quite a real reaction, isn't it? In terms of, like, you don't be celebrating when you score a goal, but he knows the realisation that FIFA World Cup is happening for Kone. How do you describe that moment there? Qualification, you know it's done. Is there words for it? How, like, people don't realise, the outside world, how different the FIFA World Cup is to any other FIFA tournament.
The World Cup is basically the biggest stage that you can ever play on, and I mean, making the World Cup from the playoffs is the hardest thing that you can ever do in this long season as well. We're starting in October, we are ending in August. You basically played FIFA for 9 months to make this moment. And Kone, I gotta be honest, I'm so happy seeing him doing this well. And as you were talking about, a guy who's been in the scene for a long time, never gave up, and yeah, I'm super happy seeing him at his first ever World Cup.
Well, final 2 minutes left to play. Commiserations to FTW Rodrigo. Still great to see so many Portuguese players performing here at the playoffs as this one looks to unfold. Webb Nasri's game is also very close to unfolding. 2 goals needed for Istefko. There's just not going to be enough time. These are both qualification games for the FIFA World Cup. Kone's looking for one more goal. He's just offside, unfortunately. But over here, Webb Nasri, you've got to say, is home and dry, Olilito.
Brandon, Webb Nasri just made his 2nd World Cup. Isn't that unbelievable? Seeing guys from Asia, we haven't really seen guys really doing that well on the biggest stage, but Webb Nasri just qualified for his 2nd World Cup.
Well, there's one full-time whistle. Kone Evabifa has just qualified, and so has Webb Nasri of Japan. It's not just European players that will be in Copenhagen. Dini Krislito will be there of the North American scene, and Asia will have representation there too. Webb Nasri, you may as well call him Mr. Consistent. He's always at tournaments, and you can see exactly what it means to him. Commiserations to fellow countryman Istefko.
Yeah, I mean, Stefko should be super proud over himself. I mean, being 1 game away from qualifying for the World Cup is something that everyone should be very, very happy about, and we see the emotions from the Spanish guys.
That's what I mean. David Sanchez is in that bundle. David Sanchez lost to Kone earlier today. That is what... You don't see that.
No, and this is why I love Spanish FIFA esports. I mean, we saw the Spanish league probably being one of the best leagues I've ever seen. You were there as well, commentating, and I think all the players from Spain are so nice, humble, and very hardworking as well, and they're happy for each other as well.
Yeah, amazing scenes there, as we said. That is officially 16 players booked in for Copenhagen. We'll give you the full rundown very shortly indeed. But, I mean, what a first day of action. You've qualified alongside 15 other. What do you make of the pack of players at the moment there that have formed half of the competition?
I mean, we have some really good players. I would say we have more of these kind of talents this year, and some experienced players, maybe like me, Dulle and Tuga as well, being in there. So, I mean, we have 16 really good players, and we are waiting for 16 more tomorrow.
It's an interesting mix. You've got, what, Diddy Krislito, you, as you said, people that have been to FIFA World Cups before. Then we've got a mixture of the online era, people like Klenke, who never officially got to go to the World Cup. Yes, he qualified last year, but didn't officially get to go. You've got the old guards there. Kone may be his first ever World Cup, but he's been playing FIFA for a very long time. Then tomorrow, we could see Dasari, Levi David, Tex, the list goes on, Nicholas. This could make a really exciting 32 if all goes to plan, but who knows?
Who knows? And that's the funny thing about these playoffs as well. Everything can happen. The most important thing is to just get out of Swiss, and everyone's that are here left has been doing that. So we have 30 more players tomorrow. 16 will be going to the World Cup.
And we might not get to catch you tomorrow on commentary. What's the prep now? You'll be probably back tomorrow supporting Levi, no doubt. You go home to Sweden, I'm guessing, on Monday. What's the prep for the next 2 weeks before Denmark?
I would say just be playing a lot of FIFA, Brandon. We have the World Cup for me, especially. We have the E-Club as well and E-Nations, where we are playing 2v2. So, I mean, 1v1, 2v2, a bit of different, but going to be a lot of FIFA in the month of July, Brandon.
Yeah, well, if you're up for it tomorrow, we'd love to have you back on the commentary booth. Olivito, absolute pleasure. Congratulations on making the FIFA E World Cup. Well, there was 32 that arrived here today. There's only 16 that remain. They're all going to Copenhagen to the FIFA E World Cup. Tomorrow we'll do the same, but from the commentary booth, that is a wrap for now. It's back over to Rachel and Mike to break down a fantastic day of action.
Thanks, guys. See you later. Ololito as well. Thanks for casting that one with Brandon Smith. It was great duo up there for those last few matchups to see the final four guys who have gone through this evening to that FIFA E World Cup in just 2 weeks' time now. It's kind of closing in, isn't it, Mike? And I guess towards the end of today, you kind of felt like they've been waiting a long time, these final players, haven't they? They've watched those before them come and go. Some qualify, some get eliminated. It's hard to be in that last Group B, I'm going to say.
Well, I would even go as far as saying for the players that are competing tomorrow, everything just got real. Because when you come here and you start at 128, you say maybe the odds aren't there for me. Then it goes to 64, and now we're on that quest for 32. And we saw a bunch of eliminations, we saw some progressions, and the energy in the room, the atmosphere was different.
Yeah, the atmosphere has been great. It has changed. It's getting like a bit more pressure situation in here, but it's been a great day. Let's have a look at that bracket one more time right now and just talk you through who's gone through and who has been eliminated. So this is what it looked like at the end of the day. We're looking at the lower side of the bracket right now as those matchups. Peixoto, Jafonso there. Peixoto going through, and then Zezinho, Diddy Chris going through right at the end of that matchup. And then we've got the bottom there. The boys are talking about it. Co99 FC back, grinding it out. He's been around for a while, defeating Rodrigo. And then Nasri, Web Nasri there, 5-3 over Stefko.
And it's got to be said, I would say today, if you're looking at Group A and Group B, generally speaking, it wasn't full of a bunch of upsets. A lot of the big name players that had LAN experience, it came to fruition. We saw it both in the pit, on the main stage, maybe a little mix and match of both.
Yeah, no, it's been a mix and match of both. It was just, like we said, the last chance, the only chance to qualify for the World Cup. It comes down to one moment, Mike, which is a massive deal. Of your whole season, it comes down to here. You have to be right on the money on the day, but these are the guys who unfortunately weren't on it, playing their best FIFA today. These guys have been eliminated. Jafonso, I mentioned, Stefko, Zezinho and Rodrigo. Again, Zezinho, massive name there. We've seen him around for years. These guys, though, will be having a great night this evening. They have qualified. Peixoto, Nasri, Diddy Krislito and Co99 FC. Mike, before we introduce them, Diddy Chris, Saying it a lot, but you must be happy your boy's going through. The Americans were singing, "Oh, Diddy, Chris Lito."
I
loved
love
it.
a good chant. I love a good
Loved
chant.
it.
And the only North American player on display today, or the only American on display today, and he gets the job done. He's going through. And it kind of feels right that Diddy's at the FIFA E World Cup. If you follow the competitive scene, that's where he belongs.
That is where he belongs, and I feel like there should be some chanting from the audience. Everyone's gone quiet now. They're embarrassed because we're on TV. But let's welcome our finalists then, who are going to the World Cup, to the stage. Let's start with Didi Chris Lito, free agent FC in his own words. Former E-Champions League winner, of course. Now he's going to the World Cup. Kyle Walker is talking to him.
Rachel, Mike, thank you so much. Diddy Chris Lito, what a career you've had. You've had so many highs, a few lows in there as well. But where does this one rank for you? You're going to the FIFA E World Cup.
To be honest, I didn't come in with much expectations. I was in the boot camp on Monday, and then, yeah, I was getting clapped. So to make it, I'm very happy, and yeah.
Yeah, well, you are going to Copenhagen, and that means you receive a new controller that is gold, and as well that scarf. Open up that scarf. Come on, get that scarf around you. We want to see it round your neck just there. You've got plenty of support in the audience. People on the stream, they saw it. They heard it as well. How much did they help you today?
You know, it's a very confidence booster to have my friends behind me, you know. And when I score a goal, they cheer me on. So, yeah, I'm just happy I'm in the World Cup, and hopefully I can do damage.
Well, hopefully you can do some damage in Copenhagen. Congratulations, Diddy Chris Lito. You can make your way across just there. An incredible performance from that man. And we can welcome our second competitor from this round that is going through to Copenhagen to the FIFA E World Cup. It is Peugeotto. Make your way around, coming to the middle just there. Wow, what a performance, what an incredible day or few days you've had. First of all, how are you feeling? You're going to Copenhagen.
Il a dit comment tu te sens, c'était un jour incroyable pour toi, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Je suis très content de faire ma première Coupe du Monde. Ça a été dur, j'ai perdu contre Bonanno 2-1. Après, j'ai gagné contre David Sanchez au penalty. Et sur le dernier match, j'ai réussi à m'imposer 6-5 contre Giafonso.
He said it was hard, and it's his first World Cup, so he's really happy. And he lost against Bonanno. He was bad in his head, but at the end he won on pen against Sanchez, and he won the deciding game against Giafonso. So he's happy for his first World Cup, and he's ready.
He's ready indeed, and you've got to take this. That controller's for you. You can open this up, put that round your neck. You are going to Copenhagen, and you will be going to the FIFA E World Cup. The big question, what can we expect in a couple of weeks' time in Denmark?
En gros, tu crois que tu vas faire quoi là-bas?
L'objectif, ça va être de la gagner, hein. Là, j'ai réussi à me qualifier. Donc maintenant, ça va être de gagner le tournoi là-bas.
He said he qualified, but now he wants to win the World Cup, so let's try to win the World Cup in Copenhagen.
Let's try to do that indeed. Congratulations, Peugeotto. You can make your way off just there. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another incredible performer from today going through to Copenhagen. Let's get another one. Kone, 1996, makes his way across the stage after a great day for this man just now. Cheered on from the crowd just now. Make your way through. You can make... Well done, congratulations. You had the crowd screaming your name, chanting your name. How good did it feel when that final whistle went and you'd qualified to go to the FIFA E World Cup?
Te estaban gritando tu nombre, muchos de ellos, tus fans aquí. ¿Cómo fue esa sensación de escuchar el último pitillo al saber que ibas a clasificar para el Mundial?
Pues básicamente era una liberación, jugamos con mucha tensión y llevamos trabajando todos los jugadores que estamos aquí mucho tiempo para poder optar a esto. La verdad que cuando me han gritado, pues muy feliz, que se alegra mucho por mí porque son personas muy buenas que me están acompañando en esto y me han ayudado muchísimo, sobre todo estos días que he estado solo. Así que nada, darles las gracias.
So yeah, it's been there was a lot of tension in the games that that I was playing, so it was a great feeling. It was almost like a relief. I'm freeing myself of that tension. They've been with me, these guys, throughout the period that I've been here, so I was really happy to be able to do this for them. It's been a tough time these last few days. I've been on my own, but they really spurred me on, so I just want to say thank you to them.
Amazing stuff. Well, that is for you as well. You're taking that to Copenhagen. You put that scarf on just there. That secures your spot. That means you are going all the way on that plane, on that flight to the FIFA E World Cup. How good do those words feel?
¿Cómo suenan esas palabras al saber, nada más decir que vas a estar en el vuelo para ir a Copenhague para disputar el Mundial? ¿Cómo suenan esas palabras?
Pues las palabras suenan demasiado grandes. Nunca creía que podía estar ahí. Pero bueno, siempre me dicen que peleé por todo lo que quiero, así que nada, ahí estoy y ahora pues a seguir peleando.
So it sounds absolutely fantastic. I could never imagine that I'd be going to the World Cup, but now that I am, I just need to make sure that I can fight. I've always been told that you need to fight for everything, and that's what I'll be doing when I go to Copenhagen.
You will be indeed. You're on the flight, you're going there. Congratulations, Kony 1996. You can make your way across just now. Now, there was a fourth competitor that ends day number 1 going through to the FIFA E World Cup. We've seen him at a World Cup before. We'll see him once again in Copenhagen. His name is Webb Nasri. Congratulations, you are going to Copenhagen, you're going to the FIFA E World Cup. I've got to ask the question, you're going to another World Cup, can you improve on the last time? What are you going to do this time?
Sorry, I can't speak English, but I feel so good.
You feel so good, that's all we need just there, that is for you. You can put this around you, and hopefully we'll see you lifting something else that's gold or something, a trophy in Copenhagen. Congratulations, well done. Brilliant. Everyone can make your way. You can go that way, just to the centre. There you are. Amazing stuff. The 4 final competitors from day number 1 line up. Rachel Stringer, Mike LaBelle. Look at this dream team over here.
The stage there. They have booked their spots in the FIFA E World Cup in just a couple of weeks' time. Our final 4, Didi Crislito, Peixoto, Cone 99, FC and Webb Nasri. What a moment for those guys. What a moment for all the 16 who have qualified today. It's been such a great day, full of a lot of drama, a lot of penalty shootout, a lot of emotions, a lot of crying, a lot of celebrations. I could go on. Mike LaBelle, a highlight from you. Who really stood out today, who you think now looks pretty dominant going to the World Cup?
I was going to say quite the selection of adjectives.
I know. I'm on a roll. Just let me go.
Like I said earlier, I really feel that the majority of competitors that we thought would get through, got through. And I still think you have to have that takeaway story with Matthias because he looks so consistent this year. Whether you're looking at E-La Liga, the Team of the Season Cup, we saw E-Champions League, now at this event, FIFA E World Cup, E-Club, E-Nations. He has everything.
He has everything. He wants one more. Highlight from you, or a player who's really stood out today from Group A or B, Kyle?
Do you know, I've got to say the pit. I mean, the pit has been lit.
Shout out to the pit. Shout out to the pit.
There. I mean, it's been incredible. We started with 128, obviously, on Thursday, but to see all the spectators, to have everyone in, you forget that electric feel when somebody scores a last-minute winner, as we saw Didi Crislito embracing the spectators just there in the earlier rounds. But I have got to say, Oli Lito did it the tough way. He's going to have to learn quite a lot, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks, adapt, and maybe we'll see how he comes back fighting in Copenhagen.
Mike and I were talking off camera. He said there's been no massive shocks today. Everyone that we expected to go through pretty much there or thereabouts.
I still brought up Barreto and Zizinho that I thought would scoot through, but there has to be players that don't make it. And speaking of, tomorrow, I would say, is the day of the names. And you talk about players with high-level achievements for multiple years in terms of FIFA installments. We talked about Desari or Tex, Nicholas. Just those 3 alone have all won something pretty much every single season for the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, yeah, those 3 names there. Then you've got Stefano Pinner. He was a runner-up as well. You've got a lot of Germans in action. You've got Umut. You've got a couple of the Israeli guys as well. There's so many names tomorrow that we're going to see some of those massive names fall short.
Yeah, and we've seen a few of them milling around today as well, soaking in the atmosphere.
Advantage or not?
I think it's a great advantage because they've seen what it is, but ultimately they're going to forget about today. They're not going to have that in their mind when it comes to them performing tomorrow. But I do think we'll see some upsets, and that's what I'm going off for tomorrow. There's going to be an upset or two.
Group C kicking off will be, I'm guessing, MS Sassari Lamps. That's a massive game, isn't it?
And good luck to Lamps. I mean, I'm all for NA making a move, but anytime you go up against MS Sassari, you're never really the favorite. We didn't talk about Levy being involved in the action tomorrow as well. I'm just thinking through some of the names. Feldman, as you were mentioning with some of the Israeli players. I don't want to go up against any of these guys, and I felt some tension. If anything they learned today, maybe bring your own posse when you go to the pit, because you can make some noise and disrupt what's happening. I really feel that worked as an advantage for Diddy Crislito. He didn't have the most amount of players or competitors, but his fan base or his support group was unbelievable in terms of the noise they actually made.
Yeah, for sure. You need a posse in the pit, which is Mike LaBelle's take-home. Well, let's bring you up to speed then of exactly who qualified on day one here. They're all behind us on the screen. That's Manu Bashir, Tuga, Dame, and Haji there. They were our first four that went through. They were joined by Olalito, Mike, Damsheet, and Emre Yilmaz. I mean, he had quite the day. 2 penalty shootouts there for that chap.
We should say shout out to Team Hullet. Just
shout out to Team
on
Hullet.
a side note, because all their players got through.
Their camp help. These guys, unfortunately, were eliminated in Group A. Henox there. Then we had Dilo, Diogo, and Abomaka. And finally, Barreto, Cosmin, Tesla, and Burke Lion. That's the final four that we saw go home earlier on in the day from Group A. I mean, from that one, I spoke to Cosmin earlier in the day, and he said he was really excited and thought he was going to go through. Wasn't to be. You know, when people are that motivated early on, it doesn't quite go their way, that must be even more disappointing.
And Cosmin's kind of been right on the brink this year. He's in the conversation. You're talking about, again, ECL, he's there. He didn't maybe go as far as he'd like. The same with this event, just one stop short. You could talk about EPL. Like, he's been there, but I don't feel that he did maybe what he would have liked for this year and his own expectation.
Yeah, I know. And obviously EPL as well. He was here in this very studio. Again, he was super confident going into that one, but I love that he is confident, which means he'll bounce back and come again. Dylan Mike, though. Great day for the youngster. He's not even that young anymore, but I still say he's a youngster because he was so young when he burst onto the scene.
He definitely was. Remember those days back in Bucharest? I was interviewing him. I was 2 foot taller than him over there. Now he's the same height as me. You've seen the maturity, and he's bringing that level. He dropped down into that lower bracket. You know that he had it all to do, and he managed to do it. That will give him the confidence, as well as having the people, the support systems around him. I'm sure he's going to be working for the next 12 days. But all that matters is he has secured that spot. He's going to Copenhagen. He's got the scarf and the gold controller. Let's not forget about that. Come on. And he'll be going there, and I'm sure he's so excited.
Made him work hard today as well. He got on commentary, if you didn't see that earlier as well, which was pretty exciting for us to have him. Well, let's have a quick look at Group B then. Again, we saw them just a moment ago. So these are the guys who qualified first in Group B. Klenke, he'll be going home to Copenhagen, where he's from, to try and lift that World Cup. Oberon, Matthias Bonanno, and Danny Pitbull. Some great household names up there. They will be joined by Peixoto, Web Nazari, Diddy Crislito, and Cone 99 FC. Then 8 did have to go home early doors. David Sanchez, Sebaluoni, Kruamame, and Guerec, excuse me. Jafonso, we had to say goodbye to. Stefko, Zizinho, the man that took Diddy Crislito all the way, and Rodrigo. So big names there. I just mentioned Zizinho. David Sanchez, again, he was at the Champions League. We thought, you know, he would be a Spanish player that was maybe certain to go through.
Well, at the end of the day, we're also dealing with such fine margins. How many times do we see extra time? How many times do we see penalty kicks today? And even with the household names, a lot of them were able to squeeze through that, but it wasn't as if they weren't being pushed. We didn't see a lot of big spreads. That just was not part of the narrative or the agenda. When I'm looking at score lines, every game is still going. We were waiting for results or final results. Are you sure that that's the final result? I'm listening to the pit, and they are calling us constantly.
Lots of last-minute goals, 90-minute, +1, +2. But that's exactly what we want to see right here at the playoffs.
Yeah, you know the stakes are very high, and when it's going down to those last few minutes because it's been tied throughout the two legs, there's two players going head-to-head. They know it's all on the line, and all it takes is a tiny mistake and someone to capitalise on that, and that is what we've seen. There's fine margins in FIFA esports, and as you've seen, the qualified players, they were the lucky ones today. They're the ones who maybe put that extra bit of hard work in, or the ball just fell to them in the right position at the right time, and they put that chance away, and they're the ones that are going through.
And
Maybe
Mike
a big takeaway,
Go on.
set pieces.
Yeah.
How many goals did we see that decided competitors from set pieces, corner kicks, or even something a little more traditional where they're lobbing it in and knocking it down? That was a constant today in terms of fine margins, late goals, and giving you some sort of separation.
Well, that's obviously what everyone who's playing tomorrow should have come and had a look at and been aware of. They have to have tunnel vision, be good at set pieces, and have nerves of steel in here, and especially in that pit. I love the pit. We're going to see it in action tomorrow. Let's have a look at what else we're going to see in action tomorrow on day 2. Here we go then, guys. So day 2 kicks off again tomorrow at 2 p.m. BST. And you know what? We get to do it all over again, which we absolutely love. A and B groups were today. C and D were tomorrow. Today we had 32 players. Only 16 went through to the World Cup. Tomorrow is exactly the same. 32 players, 16 qualify, 32 in total. We'll see them in Copenhagen in 2 weeks' time. This is the FGS players. They're all trying to qualify for that FIFA E World Cup. We love it. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Welcome to London. We are so excited to be here.
First game underway here in the FGS playoffs. It is Ollie Lito against Abu Maka. That might be the perfect goal.
Cool, calm and collected there.
Into CR7! Wow!
The pit is popping off.
Game on!
Fantastic goal. All 4 of these are heading to the FIFA E World Cup.
He's done a mic for 2!
Tons of drama. It's been nerve-wracking to watch.
It's FIFA E World Cup glory for Team Bullets!
I mean, it was pretty special, wasn't it?
Congratulations to these 4.
Patience